We've seen London grow around us, cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Rein themselves in. Well, there is the first run. Edge through third slip. It was down. No chance of a catch. Well, there he goes. He's underway. Nice crisp shot. That's a magnificent shot from Smith. Now, where's this going? It's a potential catch. And it's really well taken. That's glorious.
1, 2, 3. I can hear myself in the phones now. Not able to middle. Weird. And that is sumptuous again from Jax. He has played the cover drive beautifully this morning. And that is something else from Curran. He's almost treated Williams like a spin bowler, and he's smashed him back over his head for 6. Unbelievable. Oh, and it's an edge. I think it might have hit the ground first before it hit Keaton Jennings' outstretched right hand, so the 50 comes up for Jax. Punched away into the covers, and that will be Sam Curran's 50. But he's halfway to making Andrew Samson have to look up the biggest gap between back-to-back hundreds. Short, and it's smashed away, but it's straight to the fielder. Oh, and it's catching practice. And that was poor from Clark. Oh, and that's bunted straight up in the air. And that will be another wicket. And Sam Curran, when you batted for several days for 26. Big LBW shout, and he's gone. Oh, and that's just hello. Abbott has just clambered into this for the most enormous 6. People playing in other countries, and that's punched away, and that will be 4 more. It's gone for 6. It's gone to the short side of the ground. Mitchell coming in for... Oh, it's short. It's pulled away, and it's gone all the way.
Good contact there. It's gone away for 6. The 300 is up, and that's another bonus point. It's also a half century for Sean Abbott as well. I think Abbott was walking off. And there he goes, punishing the mistake. And he nudges it into the onside, and there's his half century. It's celebrated by Sean Abbott, non-striker, as he went past. Second first-class 50 for Dan Worrall.
Spin will continue.
It's a shot.
What a shot that was from Abbott. It's gone for 6. And that is dabbed nicely. Oh, and there could be a run-out opportunity here. And he is gone. And what a shame that the partnership comes to an end in that style. Oh, and that swung away impressively, disdainfully.
Lovely shot.
For 6.
Edged and caught. Sam Curran. He's got Keaton Jennings.
That's a nice shot, though. Times that beautifully, and that will help break the shackles of it for Bohannon. Which he did. Oh, this could and should be out. And finally, the patience goes for Bohannon. In again. Oh, and it's a brilliant catch. He's just cut it straight to the fielder, who's managed to hold on to it. Oh, well, he got hold of that one. Okay, let's go for attack is the best form of defence.
Nice shot for LBW, and given. Well, it's been a rather tortuous innings for Dane Vilas. Another Yorker, and Williams is going to take that because Mitchell will not have to face, because that is the final ball of the day. Williams off the mark. Well, Lancashire have been in the game at times today, but the day's play ends with Surrey in control of this match.
And welcome again to the Kia Oval. A few gremlins meant that you just had to look at us without being able to hear us earlier, which is probably the wrong way round for at least one of us here. This is Guy Swindells. I'm joined by Taha Hashim this morning. And Taha, we were trying earlier, we were talking about how Surrey have somehow taken a grip of a game that they were behind for about a day and a half in.
Yeah, it's all very Surrey, isn't it? You think they're sort of struggling a bit. You think Lancashire are pushing ahead, and then out of nowhere you have a 130-run stand between the last pair, and that changed everything. It seems like it was going to be a one-inning shootout, and then Surrey built a substantial lead, and then Lancashire again building pretty well through Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells. But Surrey still get the wickets, and now they're firmly in control. Lancashire effectively 27 for 4.
No, you're absolutely right. And for those of you who have been away for a couple of days on holiday or something and have come and said, well, what are you talking about? Basically, Surrey were 230 for 9. They then made 360 and had a substantial first innings lead of 86, thanks to a brilliant innings by Abbott, 87 not out, and he was given superb backup until he ran himself out by Dan Worrall, who made only his second 50 of his first-class career, and he beat his previous best by 1 run. He made 51, and those two really turned the game on their head. Also, when Lancashire batted again, they'd got within 2 runs of clearing the deficit. Bohannon going well, Wells going well, and they both got out when the score was 84, and again the match swung towards Surrey. Now, there was some talk out on the field that this Kookaburra ball is getting quite soft now, and batting should be a little easier from now on until the second new ball. And there's the likes of Daryl Mitchell and Phil Salt to bat for Lancashire. So there's still hope for Lancashire in this match to post some kind of target.
Yeah, there is, and you see with Lancashire as well, all their batters have been getting starts. They've looked comfortable, and then somehow out of nowhere, they're just a wicket falls. It might be a loose shot. It might just be something brilliant from the Surrey attack. The thing about the Surrey attack is that, you might see off a couple of quicks, but then another 2 come on, and they're just as threatening. They're just relentless with this 5-man attack. To have Tom Laws coming in at, as your 5th bowler, and he was the one who got Daryl Mitchell out in the first innings with an incredible Yorker. So they're just relentless, and they keep coming at you, and so these Lancashire batters, they get in, but you're never really in.
No, absolutely. And just to give you some of the bowling figures, Sam Curran, who I think bowled beautifully in his second innings, 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17. Dan Worrall, 1 for 35 from his 11, and this is backing up exactly what you said about everyone coming at you. Jordan Clark, 1 for 24 off 10. Sean Abbott, 1 for 18 off 8. Tom Laws, the only bowler so far, and he's only bowled 3 overs, who hasn't taken a wicket. So all of the attack have, all the 4 top line bowlers have all grabbed 1 wicket apiece, and it will be Sam Curran who will start proceedings from the pavilion end this morning. And it will be Will Williams who will face, and he did a pretty decent job as night watchman last night. He was happy to take the huge majority of the strike and make sure that Daryl Mitchell was in this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the key is obviously going to be Mitchell here now. He's a genuinely world-class player. He played a stunning shot yesterday. He kind of just drove over mid-off for 6 off Dan Worrall, I think. I just had, yeah.
We saw a few of those yesterday. And that means that Will Williams is off the mark, and it might race all the way. It does, as Sean Abbott gave up, well, not gave up on it, he realised the ball was going to beat him, let it run away, and Will Williams has finally got off the mark with the 18th delivery I think he's faced.
That's a very classy shot
it
from
is.
Night Watchman. Timed it beautifully.
Well, he got a 30 against Surrey when they played at the beginning of the season, so he knows one end of the bat from the other. And that's tucked off the hips again, and should be 2, but they settle for 1. No rush, because we've got 2 full days left in this match, and the forecast is pretty good, although we do have a little bit of cloud cover today. But Daryl Mitchell, you feel, is that he and Phil Salt are the key to setting a target. Salt should be next man in, scheduled to come in at 6, but with the night watchman back a place.
It did take something special to get Mitchell out in that first innings as well. He was looking good, and then just unplayable in swinging Yorker from Tom Latham.
Which, if you can bowl, is such a brilliant weapon. Yeah, no, you're right. Daryl Mitchell played very comfortably, 27 off 38 in the first innings. including his obligatory 6, which so we do have one pretty short boundary, so we have had a few maximums. But at the moment, Lancashire very happy to play everything into the leg side, and it's proving quite a productive area so far.
Williams tucking them away pretty nicely there.
Yeah, off the hit into the spaces. There's a short mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg, but if you manage to get the ball pretty square, there is always a run, and in fact the short mid-wicket has now gone over to short extra, so there is plenty of room on the leg side. So that is left outside off stump. That is the end of Sam Curran's over. Interesting to see who opens the bowling from this end.
Opening up from the Vauxhall end, Sean Abbott.
No surprise, really. Sean Abbott will be bowling. He's recovered from his exertions with the bat yesterday as well.
Just everywhere, isn't he?
Something of a stellar season for Surrey so far, the Australian. In T20 and red ball cricket. And he starts with some short stuff. Morning.
He's someone who I'd kind of seen a lot of, he's played quite a bit of white ball cricket for Australia, so I've kind of seen him mainly bowl with the white ball, but see him up and close with the red ball, he's a really skilled operator.
Yep.
Then there's his batting as well. But yeah, like we talked about yesterday, just unfortunate to be kind of on the outer of a sort of golden generation of Australian quicks.
No, absolutely right. To have played 100 one-day internationals and never made the test team, he obviously got categorised pretty early. Sorry, he's 11 ODIs and 9 T20Is. So he's been on the fringes. But one of the many players who IPL, Big Bash, 100...
And that T20 100 has definitely put on a few more figures onto his
what was
his franchise price.
Was it the quickest ever in Big Bash, or it was one of them?
The joint quickest in English T20 cricket, alongside Andrew Simons. And remarkable, of course, because he didn't really have a batting record to go with it. I mean, his highest score in T20 cricket before that innings was 41. So he surprised himself as well.
It was 100 off 30-something balls, wasn't it? And there's that Yorker. Well dug out on this occasion by Williams.
Seems like quite a few people enjoyed our go at that 11 yesterday.
Yes. For those of you again joining us today, we had a basically we were picking an England side made up of people who would have been happier under Bazball than when they actually did play for England, and the debate is still rumbling on. If you look on Twitter, it's people have still got their own ideas. One day we should do that for make up a Surrey team who should have played for England. Full again, but a very confident stride forward from Williams, and he plays out the maiden from Sean Abbott, and there were a couple of decent deliveries in there that he played pretty well. Nice start though from Abbott, solid.
saw one name that cropped up that I thought was quite a good shout, Steve Finn.
Yes. He was the leading wicket taker, but he was going for 5 and over, wasn't he, in the Ashes in 2010, which nowadays would be considered, don't worry about the 5 and over, just get the wickets.
Yeah.
And that's driven on the up by Mitchell. And it's all stopped by the skipper at mid-off.
He was looking for that big shot over mid-off again, wasn't he?
Didn't quite time it.
But yeah, Steve Finn was really genuinely quick. I mean,
Yes.
There was a period where he was bowling well into the 90s.
And that's played very comfortably back to the bowler. Yeah, that was when there was sort of land of the giants, wasn't it? There was Tremlett, Broad, Finn, who were all at least 6'7", pounding in and bowling at you. Not quite middled, well, definitely not middled, but got enough of it to go for a couple. Rory Burns would have been half interested in that for a second or two.
Interesting this from Mitchell. You think, this early period in the morning might be a bit tetchy, but he's going to try and play shots.
Yeah, he's looking to rest the initiative, isn't he, and get it back towards. But it's a pretty high risk strategy. Anyway, we will see what happens. And that is left respectfully outside off stump. But I like this line of attack from Sam Curran, going over the wicket and firing the ball across the right-hander. A lot of time at the moment we're seeing whichever hand people going round the wicket rather than over the wicket. And that is almost through the defensive shot before the ball got there on that occasion, but played it perfectly safely in the end. You do look at Mitchell's numbers and there is a reason that Surrey would like to see the back of him, particularly in Test cricket, funnily enough, where he's got an even better average than he has in first class. Oh, beauty from Sam Curran. What a nice way to finish the over, and a good little battle that developing. Mitchell trying to get after him when he can, but Curran bouncing back with a beauty that just had Mitchell prodding outside off stump, but gets away with it.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable few years for Darren Mitchell. Very much a late bloomer. Made his Test debut at at 28, but wasn't a regular immediately. Was kind of a player on the fringes for New Zealand. But I mean, you look at his record across formats now for New Zealand, and
oh, absolutely. He's averaging 57 in Test matches, which is... And he's played 18 of them, so this is no fluke. Likes batting in England too, because that was where he set the record for a New Zealander in a 3-Test series, wasn't it? Most runs, including that 190 against England.
Yeah, any time you flicked on a TV last summer, it was him and Tom Blundell batting.
Yeah, absolutely. Leg side for Abbott on that occasion, and Will Williams just helps it round the corner for a single. Again, nicely played off the hips.
Yeah, Mitchell's one of those few players who's managing to nail it across all three forms, really. It's a tough ask for batters nowadays. You almost have to pick your path and decide which way you want to go, but he's managing to do it all, which is why he's such a good county signing, really.
Yes.
Ticks off a spot in the blast, but also just a brilliant red ball player as well.
Again, a little bit short and a little bit leg side, and they go for one and they come back for two. Certainly Mitchell had spotted it early. Williams had to hurry up a bit, and I think the ball hit him on the back as it was going towards his stumps, but he defended it perfectly legitimately because he wasn't looking at the ball at all. I think he's going for a very quick word to Daryl Mitchell. Could you shout two a little bit louder, please?
Good positive start this for Lancashire. You know, it feels like they're picking up singles quite easily. Had a couple of, had a boundary as well.
Oh, and that is some shot by Daryl Mitchell, because it wasn't a bad ball. It certainly wasn't a ball that you were expecting to be thumped back through mid-on. It was decent length, just outside off stump. Mitchell has just absolutely nailed that.
Yeah, we've seen that he's been happy to play through the line so far. And he's sort of nailed it, having had a couple of goes and not got it quite right.
But as a bowler, you haven't done anything wrong there. It's pretty decent delivery. He's just picked the length and pummeled it.
Shows that this is still a very good batting surface.
Yes. Yeah. And as Jake, our producer, was having a chat with some of the players last night, and he said that they're all thinking that this match could go on a little bit longer than we think because of the softness of the Kookaburra ball and the fact that batting should be easier and bowling is certainly harder. And that is played late. And he thinks about two, but quite rightly Will Williams wasn't at all interested, because I think Mitchell would have put himself in serious danger had he gone for a second. Full, but can't beat the fielder, who does really well getting down to his left and stopping further runs. Nice shot by Williams.
Yeah, he's looked very good, very comfortable off his pads, on the hips, turning it way into the leg side.
8 from an over that wasn't terribly bad from Abbott, but Lancashire looking to attack. Their lead is now up to 44, effectively 44 for 4. How many do you think they need to worry Surrey?
Well, looking at Surrey's record chasing the season, I think quite a few.
500, yeah, so that means they've got to score 600.
Yeah.
Current, again, pretty easily played off the hips on this occasion by Mitchell for a single.
I mean, realistically, I think Surrey will just back themselves to chase anything really, as long as they've got the time in the game to do so.
And we've seen how far down they bat. It's just Jacks and Curran at 6 and 7 is fairly handy, and there's more beyond that. Curran switching to round the wicket now.
I do always find when a night watchman's still in there in the morning, it feels like the game hasn't really started until you've got rid of them. There's an awkward sort of period where...
Limbo.
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, Will Williams doesn't appear to want to go anywhere particularly. Going to have to wait. And is leaving the ball well outside off stump, not being tempted into anything rash at the moment. But you are right about night watchmen, and they can play really well, and they'll be there for 3/4 of an hour, and then they'll play some silly shot that reminds you why they bat further down the order than. That's nicely tucked away off his hips, but straight to the short mid-wicket.
He looks a better batter than his record suggests. Averages about 13 in first-class cricket, high score 38 from 54 matches.
Absolutely right. Yeah, no, I was not expecting him to look as comfortable as this. Averaging 20 this season, though. And that's a very nice looking defensive shot. Big stride forward. Good use of the feet. And I think that was that a no sort of, I think that was a no ball. I think I saw the umpire's hand come out. Yes, no ball has gone up on the scorecard, which will irritate Sam Curran. Again, very correctly played. Will Williams is unafraid of the long game at the moment. Very happy to just keep going, pick up the singles where he can. With that ability to play the ball off the hit. Oh, we're going back over the wicket again, which might play into the shot into the leg side. And there we go for a single. Perhaps Curran was giving him the strike, but it will be Will Williams who's nicked it off the last ball of the over. 3 from it. 134 for 4, and the lead creeps up to 48.
Yeah, seems like a bit of a role reversal here. You've got the sort of tail ender who's bedding in for the long haul, and Mitchell trying to give it a bit of a whack down the ground.
It's not a bad way to go about a partnership, though, is it? To have the one player looking to anchor things and saying, giving the other player the freedom to have a bit of a dart. Abbott to continue on the Vauxhall end. You do get the feeling Williams is enjoying himself. And why not? He's playing at the Oval.
He's clipping away singles like a proper batter.
Yeah.
I guess you start to feel like a proper batter as well.
Yeah, this is where usually that's where the bit of overconfidence comes in and things can go wrong.
He's had a promotion in the batting lineup.
Yes. And that's slightly edgy, but played all along the ground with soft hands, so nicely done in the end. Good bowling again, though, from Abbott.
You've got to see it as an opportunity, right? When you.
Yeah. Yes. Looking to become the new number 9. Where did he bat in the first innings? 10. Yeah. Nice judgment. 8 not out, so in the first innings, so average will be creeping up all the time.
See Tom Law's warming up. I think that'd probably be the smart sort of first change today. Got Mitchell out in the first innings, and also probably might have the most effective Yorker in this Surrey team.
Yeah.
And so that's a good option against Williams, who's been kind of getting a few short ones sort of into the ribs, but he's been tucking away for the singles and maybe just needs a few more fuller balls at his toes.
Again, well left. Abbott was interested for a second, and then of course we've got Jordan Clark as well, and Dan Worrall. As you were saying before we started, it's a really nice looking attack.
And that being said, it's interesting to see if Will Jacks plays a role today.
Yes, yeah. We haven't seen a great deal of spin in this match so far. There was a little in And that's tucked away in the Surrey innings. Will Jacks, I had 3 overs in the first innings that went for 25, and Jack Morley had 7 for Lancashire and they went for 34. So at the moment, spin has not played a big part in this match. Another maiden over, well played by Williams, who now has 9 from 41 balls faced. We're not in the hurry up or get out stage or anywhere near it yet, so I'm sure that Lancashire will be very happy that he continues in this fashion. Decent crowd in again today. Probably a few less than yesterday, but it's not quite as gloriously sunny.
It's absolutely boiling on Sunday.
Yeah.
There's a really decent crowd in as well on Sunday.
And you're absolutely right. It is Tom Laws who's going to take over from Sam Curran at the pavilion end. Yeah, I can only imagine how hot it was in the ground on Sunday, my lord. Just played into the leg side.
Talking there about lack of spin in this match, and saying that, and England have named their team for tomorrow, and no Moeen Ali.
No spinner, and Moeen Ali apparently was fit. It's full, and it's played nicely by Mitchell, probably a little too full, and he could comfortably flick it into the deep mid-wicket area, and they trot through for a single. I suppose if you've got Joe Root, you do have a spin option. He's a very good spinner for a batsman spinner.
Yeah, I think England would have been encouraged by the way he bowled on the final day at Edgbaston. Really filled in while Moeen was having issues with his finger. So he's someone you can rely on for quite a few overs now.
Decision to go with Tongue ahead of Wood, though, was an interesting one. So
Must surely be a fitness concern, I imagine.
So the man they have picked did to get a 5 for at Lord's, I guess, in the last Test match there. I'm impressed. Nice length, but dug out nicely by Williams. And after that one Abbott over that went for 8 runs, it's all got a little bit on the quiet side since then. This will be the end of the 9th over so far this morning. Oh, slightly sloppy fielding. Means that they trot through for a single. I think that means William... Oh no, there is one more ball left of the over. I thought Williams had nicked the strike again. Moves into double figures though.
Be pleased to get one through the offside.
Yes.
It's been a bit leg side dominant so far this morning.
Very true. And Daryl Mitchell not being rushed into anything either. We've seen that one glorious on drive on the up from Sean Abbott. Abbott looks set to continue, even though Sam Curran's having a rest after 4 overs this morning. Sean Abbott will continue. He'll be bowling to Williams. taking a good stride forward, just seeing the ball pass the off stump.
Lead of 50 now, but just still got so much work to do. Lancashire. It's been a good start though.
There are now 4 pigeons fielding at extra cover as well. Nice delivery, but well left in the end.
Sort of just died there.
Again, it's the soft kookaburra apparently. Yas Rana has just joined us in the commentary box. Will be joining us in a minute. And that is allowed to pass by outside the off stump to the wicket keeper. This is very old school cricket at the moment. Williams' current strike rate 21.7, so there's a frustrated bouncer from Sean Abbott that is studiously ignored and ducked under by Williams. 1 for the over.
Obviously, we're talking about the ball going softer and how that impacts the quicks, but it doesn't necessarily make batting any easier either. You've got to really nail your timing.
Yes, absolutely right. Nicely played up to mid-on. Played late, which made all sure that Abbott was interested for a second or two. He's well very tidily this morning, as I say. There was 1 over when 8 runs were taken from it. Otherwise, he's been largely dealing in maidens. And that is another maiden. That is Abbott's 6th in the 12 overs he's bowled. He's got figures of 1 for 26 from his 12 overs. Mitchell will be facing the strike. The pigeons are pecking away merrily. Those are the 5 that will now be in the point region. Morning to Yas Rana.
Morning, Guy. How you doing?
Very well, very well, very well. Well, thanks to Taha Hashim, and we'll see him later.
It's been quite slow progress this morning. Will Williams still hanging in there?
We have mentioned the ball left outside the off stump quite a few times.
I'm surprised that Tom Laws has only bowled. This is only his 5th over. It's the 53rd of the innings. He's so often the guy who makes things happen for Surrey. He's kind of stolen that moniker away from Sam Curran over the last year or so. Bowls at around about 80 miles per hour. Quite often bowls first, second change. Took that wicket of Mitchell in the first innings with a brilliant Yorker from nowhere.
He is now has been the first change this morning, but you're right. He hasn't. This is only his 5th over of the innings so far.
It's much cooler day than what we experienced on days 1 and 2.
Yes.
At the moment, can't see much blue in the sky. Do you think that we're perhaps experiencing or seeing for the first time in the game the difference between a kookaburra and a Duke's ball?
This is what the players were apparently saying late last night, that it does get soft at this point, which means that, as Taha was saying, it means timing it is difficult for the batsman, but also getting it to do anything is difficult for the bowler. So I think we're in that stage of the match at the moment that the bowling is largely defensive and not beating the bat on many occasions, but at the same time actually trying to smash it out of the ground is proving somewhat problematic.
And I suppose it's quite interesting that in the first innings Mitchell really tried to take the attack to Surrey, whereas today he seems very content just kind of batting time.
Well, yes, absolutely right, as he plays it back to the bowler on this occasion. I'm guessing also that perhaps lessons were learned from the first innings, where everybody from Lancashire pretty much made a start. There were only 2 players who were out for less than 10. Everybody else got into double figures, but there was only 150, so there is time to build here. We're at such a position in the match that there's plenty of time for all the results still.
I suppose it's quite interesting seeing how Roy Burns is trying to manage the situation. Only got 1 slip and 1 gully in at the moment, somewhat of a ring field. Law's spending a lot of that over just bowling stump to stump. They seem quite content just really applying the squeeze on Lancashire at the moment, and kind of asking them, you're behind in the game, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah. And interesting, again, we were talking about earlier that sometimes when the night watchman's in, it doesn't feel as if the game started the next day until the night watchman is out, and at the moment this period of play almost feels as if we're in limbo. We're not seeing many runs, still no wickets. We've got a change of bowler though. Sean Abbott's 5-over spell has now come to an end.
It'll be interesting to see how much movement through the air Worrall gets. He's a quite conventional, almost old school away swing bowler.
Oh, and it's a super delivery first up. It rattles the hand of Williams. It fell short of slip, but not by much. And frustration, but immediately a little more bounce than we've seen so far this morning from any of the other bowlers.
I think Williams sort of pressed forward in anticipation of a ball that would have been fuller than it was. See the replay now.
Absolutely right. He does.
Kind of taken aback by the extra bounce, slightly shorter delivery than he expected. The Lancashire physio's running on.
Yeah, it did rattle the hand, didn't it? You could see him shake it immediately afterwards, and obviously just feels he needs a bit of magic spray.
His bowling hand as well.
Yeah.
What did you make of the way Surrey batted yesterday, in stark contrast to how Lancashire have gone about today? Obviously the amazing partnership between Abbott and Worrall at the end completely changed the face of the game, but Surrey were relatively attacking in the period that led up to that, and at one point when Curran and Jacks were batting together, it looked like they would take the game away from Lancashire. Then Jacks gets out, next ball Clark gets out, playing exactly the same shot to the same
that
ball.
That was weird. But again, I think that really until that 10th wicket, the 2 innings were mirror images of each other. Everybody got in just about, but nobody could, until Sean Abbott batting at number 9, nobody went on to make the big score.
Yeah.
I thought that both Jacks and Curran were very well set. And have played both of them have played beautifully, particularly Jacks. But in trying to keep things going at that pace, both almost got themselves out. But yeah, so I really enjoyed it. It was entertaining cricket, but it did look as if we were just heading for parity, first innings parity, and a second innings shootout, which is, I think, why Lancashire have changed their tactics this time round.
Williams looks to have made a full recovery. Still just 1 slip and a gully for Williams.
And that's just straight nicely out into the covers. Yeah, I think it hit him on the thumb, which is, I saw the physio looking at his thumb, which would have stung.
I guess if you could to compare the Surrey side that's been so successful over the last 1.5 years to Surrey sides in recent years that have done okay but not quite gone on to win the championship, is this Surrey side doesn't draw many games, particularly on such a good wicket here at the Kia Oval. That's actually that's a seriously impressive thing to do.
And even more important this season, with less points for a draw, as we've seen from Lancashire, who haven't lost a match this season, but they're only picking up 5 points for a draw, which is why they're 6th in the table when they're unbeaten. But with the emphasis on victory, that suits Surrey, I think, and the way they set about playing the game. They play to win. Worrall on his angled run.
I think Lancashire had a game against Essex early in the season where they declared extremely late on day 4 and left Essex with really very little time to even bother attempting to chase. And sure, Lancashire were probably never going to be favourites to win that on the final day, but they didn't really give themselves an opportunity to do it. And I think you see that with Surrey, they do like to take the aggressive option more often than not. And I think they're probably happy to lose occasionally because, I mean, even just from a mathematical point of view, it's worth that risk.
Very much so at the moment. No, I saw there was a Notts Middlesex match as well where, because of the way the rain had meant there were 60 overs left and a target of 240, and Notts could have easily decided, fine, we'll just make sure this is safe. But they took the risky option. They actually lost, but they put themselves in a position where they could win. And I think that change in the point system has made that the much more attractive option.
The draw becomes a more desirable result when it's about preventing the opposition getting the win. It's not the points that you're getting yourself. So it's when you're against a direct rival. And I guess in that Notts Middlesex game, Notts are probably thinking at the start of the season, with the team they've got, we're going for the championship, we're not worried about relegation. And they're like, well, if we're going to win it, we need to get as many wins as possible. And we're willing to risk a defeat against a side that's more likely to be lower down
in the other end of the table. Yes.
I think last season, I think I'm right in saying that Northants stayed up with 2 wins all season with how many points you got for a draw.
Yes. Absolutely, yes, you're absolutely right. And that is a run, which is a welcome thing to mention. As I think we've had a run of 3 successive maidens, so
that's the first run of my stint.
Yeah, I'm blaming you for the complete lack of action. So
well, at least we had maidens. I did a stint with Felix White during the Hampshire game early in the season where in the 45 minutes there wasn't a single maiden, a single boundary or a single wicket. So just scoreboard ticking along at 1 or 2 runs and over.
Oh, how that is annoying. Outside off stump, it's allowed to sail through.
You can really see the ball dying there. Ben Vogt's picking the ball up at kind of ankle height and he's not standing particularly far back. And I'm just comparing the bounce we're seeing now compared to the bounce on day 1 with a slightly harder ball and even laws. I think the ball is bouncing through more from the Vauxhall end of the ground.
All thick outside edge. It's going to be runs for Williams and the first boundary in a while. It's about the first run from Williams for a long time.
But again, going back to what Taha was saying, not hugely convincing. Life looks very difficult for both sides to do what they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the one shot in anger really we've seen this morning was a thumping drive from Daryl Mitchell, but that was on the up. It wasn't a terrible delivery. He had to try and make it happen, which he did, but it's not easy. That was well bowled though on that occasion.
Leg slip comes in, Will Jacks. think maybe seeing Williams look that uncomfortable to that short ball from Worrall might see a change in ploy from Surrey here.
Yeah, but up until then, Williams looked very comfortable just turning it off the hip. But you were right. The time it hit him was when he was looking to go forward, and the ball was shorter than he was expecting. But when he's actually playing off the back foot, he's looked pretty comfortable. And that's nicely swung away. It's almost from nowhere from Williams, who's almost doubled his score in 2 shots, one of which he meant and one of which he got lucky, but that was nicely clipped away.
Yeah, definitely slightly fuller pitch from Laws, maybe searching for that Yorker. Sort of ended up in the slot, and Williams put his hands through it, full of conviction, gets 4 runs.
This time happy to play the more common shot that we have seen so far in his innings, but he has moved on to 18. The lead is up to 59. Seeing how many these two have now put on together. They came together when the score was 112, so they've put on 33 so far. Williams has had the majority of the strike, but has got 18 of those 33 runs. We will see Darren Mitchell now facing down Worrall.
I wonder how soon it will be before we see Will Jacks come on to bowl.
Yeah, we were talking about how little impact spinners had so far. And Darryl Mitchell is only... Oh, what a brilliant catch! Rory Burns, I thought it was over him. He just somehow managed to get the arm back and hang on to it. That is a staggeringly good catch.
Genuinely echoes of Stokes on this very ground against Africa in the World Cup. The ball looked for all it's worth to be travelling over Rory Burns and flying towards the boundary. It's a shot that Mitchell's looked for at other points this game, targeting the shorter boundary, but this time didn't quite get the elevation to go above Burns. And look at the replay here.
That is a staggering catch. Interestingly, I was reporting on that World Cup semi-final, and I was talking about the 6 before I realised that Stokes had brought it down with his hand, and that was exactly the same then. I was sure the ball had just gone over his hand until Rory Burns landed and threw the ball up in the air. That's a wonderful, wonderful catch. Darryl Mitchell, he looks as surprised as anybody that catch was held. I think he was admiring his blow for 4.
I mean, there's more than one way to prize out wickets when it goes flat. Surrey have done really well to keep Mitchell quiet this morning, and he's not really gone anywhere. He's gone completely opposite way than he did in the first innings, where he scored 27 off 38. This time it's 30 off 74, I think, and yeah, he wasn't really going anywhere, and finally he plays a shot maybe out of frustration that wasn't really there to hit. We talked about the Williams leg side flick last over, that was fuller leg side. That one was just a good length ball outside off stump. You wouldn't say it was particularly short or full, but
he clumped one of those to mid-on earlier in the morning, but that time trying to launch it over mid-off. But you're right, it wasn't quite there for that shot. Oh, well, big wicket for Surrey, that.
Absolutely. Suddenly Lancashire's effectively 59 for 5. The night watchman is still in. Phil Salt, fresh of 100 in the last round of games, coming in at 7 this time. He opened the batting when he got that 100. You'd imagine he'll play in a similar way to how Mitchell finished that innings.
Yeah, 56 off 89 in the first innings. So he was reining in perhaps his natural instincts a little for the team on that occasion. But he is since he has come back into the Lancashire team, you're right, the 150 in the 3 innings so far, he's looked in pretty good nick. So, but you felt if Lancashire were to put real pressure on Surrey, it would have been a combination of Salt but also Mitchell. A bit of movement away, possibly.
Yeah,
there?
definitely. We were talking about it in the first innings that Salt is the kind of guy who I don't think it would take that much for him to enter England's thoughts. As someone who's capable of batting at the top of the order, who's done it for a lot of his career. I know he's not doing it this week with Wells and Jennings back in the side.
And his keeping is pretty useful.
Absolutely.
I was watching him in the Surrey first innings, and he kept beautifully.
I guess a question that you always have for players who are doing well in county cricket is, can they make the step up to a different type of bowling that you don't necessarily get in county cricket? And I guess with someone like Salt, who's building a body of work in not only international limited overs cricket but also the franchise world, you'd say that he's been exposed to that higher quality of fast bowling and spin bowling, that he's got experience of that. So if you were to one day play Test cricket, I'm not saying this is something that's going to happen in the immediate future, but if you were to one day do it, that's less of a question mark for him than maybe someone else.
Oh, and it's a wide one, and it was a tempter. And things are happening now, Worrall's bowling, that haven't really been happening before.
I mean, you called it a couple of balls ago. I think he's finding movement that maybe the others haven't for quite a while.
We've been admiring the angled run, and I'm sure I doubt whether that has anything particularly to do with the movement that he then manages to produce, but certainly at the moment this tired Kookaburra ball is doing a bit. Oh, and that's a mistimed pull by Williams on this occasion. And what a good over that was. It's a wicket maiden for Worrall, who has figures of 2 for 35 from 13, and a real game changer.
I believe the angled run comes from...
Just watching that catch again.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Something else. I think Jake likes this one, the producer. We're watching it a few times, but why not? It's one of the great catches. Oh, he could not have got any, literally could not have got any higher. If the ball had been 2 inches above him, further above him, he wouldn't have got close.
Yeah, the two things that are impressive with that catch. It's the timing of the jump needs to be perfect, and then he actually also needs to take a very good catch. But that's a separate decision, I guess, to the timing of the jump.
And then not drop it on the downward fall,
definitely.
as we saw Stokes in the Test match, when he looked as if he got hold of it, but crashing to the ground, lost the ball. There's a big LBW shot, but an optimistic one and a rather strangled one. It looked a little leg side.
So the Worrall run-up, I believe, is because there used to be a tree.
Correct.
Growing up.
Someone tweeted in who had grown up with him to say, yes, this is absolutely true. There was a tree in the back garden that he had to curl round to. So I'm glad the myth was proved true. It wasn't a myth, it was true. Oh, nice flick away into the leg side by Williams, who's played that shot nicely whenever he's been given the opportunity.
But Worrall really is a throwback to a type of bowler that I think was much more commonplace 15, 20 years ago, in that nowadays so many seamers aren't actually trying to swing the ball that much. You look at the Australian new ball attack at Edgbaston, Cummins, Boland and Hazelwood, they're all seam bowlers. They're trying to nibble it off the seam. They're not actually trying to swing the ball every time. Whereas Worrall generally, that's how he operates. If you watch Test match highlights from 15, 20 years ago, I think one of the most noticeable things is how much bowlers are trying to swing the ball compared to now.
Well, yeah, Anderson being a prime example. He can do both, of course. He can nibble it off the seam, but he can also swing it. And that's Salt reining himself in with that forward defensive. Surrey very much on top in this game, but as we saw with their innings, it just takes one partnership to drag the game away, and that's down the leg side from Laws. He struggled really to get the pressure on the batters in this spell. And again, just a little look for the umpire to see if he's running one onto the pitch and two, he's getting close to that front line.
In sort of defence of how Surrey went about things yesterday, is when they pull it off, it changes the game very, very quickly.
Yes, absolutely.
Surrey have been frustrated this morning before the wicket of Mitchell, but you wouldn't really say Lancashire have gone anywhere or made a significant dent or on proceedings or changed the feeling of the game.
No, you're absolutely right. The runs have hardly poured from the bat so far. We're nearly up to the first hour and we've had 30 odd runs. 33 I think.
Just looking at some of the other scores around the country. Daniel Bell-Drummond 293 not out as Kent lose their 9th wicket, so he's now partnered by India's Arshdeep Singh at number 11.
No pressure on Arshdeep Singh then to stay there for 7 runs. Oh, bit of a misfield and might have been a single, but neither batter was remotely interested in it. So how many runs have Kent got now? Because they were heading for a huge total.
Well, they've got one. They're 606 for 9, leading
got
by
over 600
369.
Yeah.
They've scored at a pretty good rate, going at 4.3 and over. So, with that lead, the plan would very much be bat once, bowl Northants.
Yeah.
Out twice, win by an innings. Arshdeep has got to the end of the over, so Bell-Drummond will be on strike. Interesting there from Worrall. I think he's just asked deep square leg to come off the rope by maybe 25 or so yards.
Yeah, because it is a long way out on that side of the ground. That we've definitely got one short boundary. 1, 2, 3.
It's actually quite often the case in first class cricket that when you get someone out on the pull shot, it's not, the catch isn't actually taken on the boundary. It's quite often they're running in, or where Stokes dropped that catch offline.
Yes.
At Edgbaston, it's kind of the top edge that's not really got much behind it.
Though of course there are so many of those moments in cricket when you have moved in and the ball just clears you. If only we'd stayed on the boundary.
I'm sure Salt will nail one directly over the leg's head now.
Phil Salt, who's now faced 12 deliveries for his 1.
I wonder if in the years to come there'll be a slight change of emphasis in what's the profile of a night watchman. So Williams, obviously very resolute in defence, he's hard to remove, did his job last night, but once you get to the morning, I do wonder if someone who doesn't necessarily have a 3rd, 4th, 5th gear maybe impacts the guy at the other end.
Yeah, Mitchell had to hurry up.
Exactly. I look at Williams' career strike rate. It's only 30, which is absolutely fine. It's not his job, but I do wonder if in years to come teams might look more for someone who is capable of doing what Williams did last night, but actually in the morning.
on.
Expansive, yeah. And actually,
So more of a night hawk.
Well, maybe. Although when Broad first did that in New Zealand, it didn't quite work to plan.
No, I know what you mean. The difference there being he attacked from word go and really just see it through. But I guess Williams' argument is we've still got 5.5 sessions, and but you're right, it does put pressure on the other side of the partnership to feel that the initiative is on them to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and Daryl Mitchell certainly got out playing an expansive shot.
Who is it? I can't remember who it was. A player recently talked about being in and they felt they almost lost their rhythm just because of the lack of strike they were getting. And I think that if you've got a player, part of being a good player is that you're good at picking singles. So Mitchell this morning gets off strike and then Williams sort of blocks the rest of the over, and then suddenly he's actually only faced 5 balls in a 20-minute spell.
That makes a lot of sense. That's allowed through. No, it's funny, in the first over of the morning we saw the singles, but after that very few of them. You're absolutely right that there hasn't been a rotating the strike has not been a priority.
And I think Surrey have done well to make that the case as well. I think they've seen that with the ball as soft as it is right now, it's been difficult to get slip catches.
Well, there is a little break of the shackles. Didn't get all of it, but I think 3 is very certainly on the cards.
In similar conditions at Edgbaston, England almost completely gave up on trying to take wickets through conventional edges, and there wasn't a single catch caught in the slips all test match.
Yes. It's quite a big thing to go against the history of the game almost, that we must have a slip in, we must have 2 slips in, that's what we do. But I don't think Dom Sibley's touched the ball at first slip through the entire match. Not in the second innings. Anyway, I think that was driven into the ground. I don't think it was a chance.
I'm not sure, a couple of hands on heads in the Surrey field at the moment. It'll be interesting to see a replay of that. Let's have a look
at this again.
Yeah, that's a drop.
That is a drop. You're absolutely right.
And a much, much easier chance than the one that Rory Burns sensationally took a few minutes ago.
Yep.
I think that was Jamie Smith.
Yes, it was. I was just trying to work it out. It was Jamie Smith. He's usually such a good fielder, but that was almost. He didn't quite commit to the catch, did he?
Yeah, and big moment too. Phil Sultan won in good nick. He's the kind of player who can change the feeling of a game very quickly.
And as you were saying, Laws is a bit of a game changer, and that would have been a massive game changer. Slightly frustrated bouncer to finish the over. Williams has moved on to 22. Salt should have gone for 1, but survived. Interested to see if that comes back to bite.
I'd be very tempted to bring on Will Janks now, especially to a night watchman who's not. We've seen signs that he's trying to go up again in the last few overs, but also feels someone who is going to try and take him on.
We were just looking at the drop again, and Salt thought he'd gone, and then realised there was a run there, and he had a life.
John Clark warming up at mid-on.
Yes, the final man of the 4-gun attack that we've yet to see so far today. also practicing his batting. And that's played defensively by Salt on this occasion, who scored 2 from the 17 balls he has faced. One of those should have seen the end of him.
I think Jordan Clark might have been thinking about that, his dismissal when he went to bed last night.
Yes.
There's just something about falling in exactly the same way to the guy who's just gone that just makes it a little bit worse.
I thought we were watching a replay on the TV because they were, yes, extraordinary. Oh, and that's gone, I think. Has he got an edge? No, the umpire doesn't think so. Ben Folkes is pretty sure he heard something. The bowler certainly thought...
Didn't sense much guilt from the bat.
No, there wasn't that immediately look behind. We're just looking at the replay now. No, you're right. Just seeing if this is a better angle. Slowing it down. Top of the arm, I think.
The arm. There's no obvious deviation. I mean, if it passed the bat, it'd have been actually in his follow through.
Yeah. Not quite timed as he looks for the on drive on this occasion.
But I think that was a good decision from the umpire.
Yes. Who have both... The umpiring has been pretty good so far in this match.
Yeah, I want to defend the umpires, because at the moment, now that obviously every game is being streamed and every decision is flipped up, obviously across 9 matches around there are going to be some mistakes. But also, when you look at the comments on social media, so often someone says, "Oh, that's a howler," when it really isn't.
I know. Oh, that's really nicely played. Just got up in his toes and punched. And I think the fielders thought, well, he hasn't hit it that... Oh, he has hit it that hard. It's just gone past him and it's gone for 4. So very nice timing on this occasion by Salt, who picks up his first boundary, having survived a couple of moments. Big appeal for caught behind and a drop catch.
Bit of Joe Root in that back foot punch.
Yes.
On his tiptoes.
Oh, it's very nice again.
I think the cover fielder was interested though, bit uppish. I don't think he got hold of that.
No, you're right.
Body weight wasn't really through the ball. Managed spoon to the left of cover.
He managed to get enough placement on it to keep it away from the fielders, but back-to-back boundaries.
Daniel Bell-Drummond has actually just got to his 300. Arshdeep Singh has hung in there.
Marvellous.
That's a first career triple 100 for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
And there was a player who lots of talk about early in his career, then drifted out of the conversation for a while, but this season you feel he's coming back once again, and it's great to see these players who, like Joe Denley, who had the England spell, went away, didn't see him for 5 or 6 years, and then comes back, and we're seeing another young man of Kent do the same.
Jordan Clark into the attack now. I think with Bell-Drummond, he's clearly a very talented player, and he's one of those players as well who I wonder if there was more 50 over cricket played, that might be his best format.
Yep.
And you see glimpses, and more than glimpses to be fair to him, in the other 2 formats of how good he is. But he's someone I think did quite well for the England Lions in 50 over cricket, and he hasn't played it for 4 years.
That's down the leg side as Clark still getting his range right, coming on from the pavilion end.
And it's good that he got to 300 that ball, because Arshdeep Singh was out the next delivery.
Oh, you're kidding!
Daniel Bell-Drummond ends 300
not out with
that red ink as well. So yeah, what a day for Bell-Drummond, and a great day for Kent. We've had a pretty difficult season so far. Sam Billings resigning as the county championship captain in the run up to this round of games.
Yeah, it's funny, they're going well in the T20, but the red ball game has not been as happy for them.
I wonder if I'm partly to blame there. So I interviewed Denley and Billings at the start of the season,
right?
In a joint interview, and I think both of them averaged less than 12 in the county championship this season. So I wonder if maybe negative energy passed through from me to them, and it's just
your request might be denied at the beginning of next season. Clark, who was a Lancashire player for a while, wasn't he? Taken 28 wickets this season, though, coming into this match.
And also very rarely getting the new ball.
32 wickets he's now taken. 33, he took one last night as well. So yeah, he's having a cracking season.
Some effort from Will Williams. I know I was.
You were slightly poo-pooing his scoring.
Yeah,
Ray.
exactly. But 74 balls at the end of the day, 22 runs. I guess the thing I was trying to say was, at the end of the day, once you've got through the morning, the only thing that really matters is the number of runs you actually score. You've done the survival bit's done. But we're 69 minutes into the day's play, and he's still there. That will be a source of immense frustration for Surrey.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he was not out overnight, wasn't he? He'd faced about 13 balls last night, and has moved on to 22. A couple of pleasing shots. Just the one wicket to fall today, and if you haven't seen it, do dig out Rory Burns' extraordinary catch. Must have been clipped and on the media by now. It is absolute stunner to remove Daryl Mitchell, who when we looked at the replays was admiring his shot and thinking it hit the most glorious four over the top of mid-off, only for Burns to spring brilliantly into the air and just clutch it at the very, very end of his arm extension, and managed to hold on to it when he came back to earth. Sam Curran, change of ends for him. He's going to he's bowled pretty much exclusively in this innings from the Pavilion end, but he's going to have a little look from the Vauxhall end.
Covers come in 5 or so yards as well. Will Jacks at short cover.
It's clipped away outside off, but Abbott is out there to cut off the boundary, so it will only be the one.
I find it interesting seeing when a team's bowling at a tail end, how different is their field for the night watchman, in this case Will Williams, and the recognised batsman Phil Salt. So the sweeper on the offside boundary comes into a regular point, and the catcher at deep square leg comes into a conventional mid-wicket, but other than that it's exactly the same, still one slip and a gully.
Nicely played.
Really just not that much energy on that ball. Quite slow off the pitch.
Here we It's just flicked into the leg side, but there is a fielder there. And Jamie Smith just moves sharply to ensure that there's no chance of a single. There's a small conversation between Salt and Williams.
First class career best of 38 for Will Williams. Never reached 50.
Okay. Squirts a bit off the outside edge, but all along the ground. Well, we saw Worrall rack up his second 50 and his career high score, which he took from 50 to 51.
And also going about things very differently to how Will Williams is going about it this morning.
So funnily enough, once he got to 50, he then just started playing everything defensively.
I think there was also a point in the 40s where you could sense that reaching 50 is a really big deal to him. He really wanted to make sure he got there. If you've only got one first-class 50, you definitely know how many you've got.
Yes, I think if Williams gets past 38 and edges into the 40s, we could be in for a...
Yeah, I mean, Williams will definitely know. I think more that he'll be into the nervous 30s. He'll know exactly what his first-class best is.
The nervous 30s. Before he gets into the roaring 40s. Well,
Very
not for the
confidently
first time. Yes, but he's done that virtually throughout the innings. And was frustrating Sam Curran in his first spell by doing that. We're going to have one more over and then we shall hand over the commentary positions. Cameron and Andrew are waiting, poised behind us now. To pounce, absolutely, Andrew. We'll just see whether Jordan Clark can work the oracle. Salt helps, that's round onto the leg side, and he's really actually nailed that. Ball didn't probably get up quite as much as he was expecting, but he adjusted very quickly. It was a good shot in the end.
I think he's done quite well to avoid Will Jacks, who's there at a short-ish mid-wicket.
Yep.
I think if you're playing that in the nets, I think you put your hands through it a bit more and it probably goes to where Will Jacks is. He did well to kind of swivel around a little bit more than he normally would to avoid the fielder.
Yeah, placed it well because there was a man out at deep mid-wicket to try and stop that. And that's down the leg side on this occasion by Jordan Clark, who's just struggled a little bit with length and line since he came on this morning.
I was going to say, from the pavilion end, certainly for the last half an hour, sorry, Ben Folkes is taking a lot of balls down the leg side. I wonder if there's a point at which they had a leg slip in for Will Williams, but
he's now gone, so yeah. Rory Burns having a little bit of a chat with his pace man, who's bowled really well he's already got 5 wickets in this match. A nice high elbow on this occasion from Phil Salt as he plays it up to mid-on.
I feel for a player like Salt in terms of how they're moving on as first-class players just because of the paucity of opportunities they get, because of how many opportunities they get in white ball and T20 cricket. You know, he's coming into his prime years as a batter, but you know, if he's playing in the IPL, PSL each year, he just isn't going to get that much county championship time with the schedule the way it is at the moment.
I was saying the same about Sam Curran. This is the first time he's played in exactly a year. And that's punched off the back foot, but straight to the fielder. And there is no run. Again, because he's so successful at the white ball formats, it was the 26th to the 29th of June when he last played. He got 100 and then has to wait another year before he plays again.
And you don't begrudge the players at all. They've got short careers. Who knows the opportunities that can come from having a successful IPL. Salt ended up playing more than I think it was expected at the start of the tournament.
Absolutely.
And actually doing better than people might have thought at the start of the competition.
No, he was a success. I covered the IPL a bit, and when you look at the squads, the sheer quality in the squads, if you can break out of that and be a regular, you're doing something right, particularly for one of the overseas players. And that's cut away, but nicely stopped. Again, a little bit wide from Clark, who struggled with length and line. But we shall leave his travails to Cameron and Andrew. Cameron Ponsonby, Andrew Samson will be taking over from myself and Yas Rana. We'll be back later. Morning, Cameron.
Good morning, Guy. Thank you very much. And thanks to Yas as well. Well, far from me to be preemptive, but Surrey, we fancying trying to wrap this game up today if everything goes as well as it can do for the home county. Sam Curran to continue from the Vauxhall end. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon. How are you going?
I'm very well, thank you. Our first stint together, my first stint on this fixture, I've just been up in Nottingham for the women's test match.
Oh, of course, that was good, wasn't it?
It was an excellent test match.
Yeah.
I've grown in frustration that England kind of had this kind of opportunity to win. They've, I wouldn't say quite thrown it away, but I don't think they expected to run Australia as close as they did.
Yep. That's pretty difficult to run Australia close in women's cricket at all at any stage, isn't it?
I've had that. There's the most remarkable stat that so now England have to win 5 of the 6 white ball matches to regain the urn. And so they need to defeat Australia 5 times in the next 6 matches, and Australia have lost only 8 of their last 110. So it'll be a sizable task.
Odds are against it.
Clatters into the Will Williams thigh pad, and they trot through for a single. Beg my pardon, it's been given as runs. So Will Williams moves on to 23. The night watchman so far immovable.
It looked quite leg byish that, but anyways, good effort by the night watchman. It's usually quite fun, depending which side you're on, obviously, when the night watchman hangs around for a while. We had the old Plunkett Shield together at the beginning of today. Yesterday we had the Sheffield Shield adding 130 for the last wicket against the Kookaburra ball.
It's wonderfully pulled out to the sweeper by Phil Salt. A very confident shot. You normally expect to get 4 for that, but as it happens, Jamie Smith tidies up on the boundary. So as you mentioned just before we came on commentary, it was Smith who put down Phil Salt on 1. It had been a shot. I placed it in the good catch, bad drop territory. We'd have all been praising him for a kind of very sharp take.
It was pretty straight, but fairly sharp, yeah. But it's not one you'd want to be dropping.
Edged and through the slip cordon and away for 4. Will Williams continues his slightly charmed life. Sam Curran with his head in his hands, not his hands in his head. It flew past Tom Latham, who took the most spectacular catch yesterday.
That's right, yeah.
Ball was cut incredibly powerfully to him. A very kind of short gully.
And that would have been pretty spectacular if he'd caught that one too.
Williams on the drive.
Carry? Yes, it did.
Just flashes past the left hand of Latham. But given the stand of catches we've seen in this innings, you wouldn't have put it past. Sorry, for that one to stick as well.
Yeah, I mean Latham's always been a top catcher. Keeps wicket quite not a bit, but he does keep wicket when New Zealand have an injury or whatever with their regular keepers.
Curran into complete is over. It's defended into the ground, and Sam Curran punts it on the half volley in frustration with his right foot. I had Sam Curran down as a lefty with his football abilities. Maybe he's ambidextrous and continues his many fine qualities.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he was ambidextrous and a few other things besides. Yeah, he's many fine qualities, doesn't he?
I think we if news hasn't reached you yet, Daniel Bell-Drummond has successfully completed his triple century.
It was
for Kent.
But nerve-wracking that, wasn't it? I was following the events at Northampton. The 7th, 8th and 9th wickets fell quite quickly, and he was still in the 290s. Number 11 came in.
That must be, I'm sure you'll be able to let me know, if not immediately then. How many triple centuries have there been in county championship history? Well left alone. We obviously last year had Sam Northeast scoring 400, which was an obscene amount of runs if you ask me. Far too many for any self-respecting contest.
Well, it didn't stop Brian Lara, but yeah.
Quite right.
Let's go to all the championship game. It's the fourth first-class century for Kent. And a little bit of interesting story around that. Did I say century? I mean triple century.
Triple century. Fourth century, they'd have been having a tough time with the bat over history.
They would have been demoted 150 years ago, but yeah.
They scamper through for a single as Phil Salt rocks back and blocks the ball into that offside. Surrey bowling to a very straight field at the moment. They have one catcher in play, and they they have a mid-wicket, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, and two sweepers out square. The field changes for Will Williams. We have a leg slip in, which is why I was mentioning just off air why Jordan Clark so often seems to kind of push his line down that leg side, is they are targeting that caught down the leg side dismissal, a la Harry Tector at Lords against Matt Potts in the Ireland Test. There we go. How's that for memory?
That's a very good memory. I mean, back in the day, if you got caught leg side, it was a strangle and a bad ball and things. But increasingly, it looks like they're actually bowling there on purpose these days, and that was a good example. One by Clark earlier.
There was to go back to Bell Drummond. Incredibly satisfying and of massive relief when he reached his 300th run. He really celebrated. His teammates all decided to get out once he was in the 290s. Then the very next ball, Arshdeep Singh, his number 11, has run down the wicket, charged and stuck it up in the air and got out. So it's around 300, which is very satisfying. An appeal, looks high, no interest from the umpire.
The umpire's right there.
Jordan Clark, Dom Sibley scratch their heads, but I think in their heart of hearts they know that it would have been well on replay. It doesn't look. I can see why Surrey were interested, but my initial reaction was not as accurate as I would have so wished.
A couple of hit just above the knee rolls in the recent Australia Test, which were interesting. So maybe that would have been, the height might not have been too bad, but it also looked a bit leg-sideish, didn't it?
Enough doubts for it to be not out.
That's right.
We're seeing evidence here of Surrey, and in particular Jordan Clark's ploy of bowling just gun barrel straight, really homing in on those stumps with a catch down the leg side for interest. Clipped away as that line just strays over towards leg stump. I believe it's Sean Abbott who does the fielding, and that is the end of the 65th over. The score is 172 for 5.
So there've now been 66 centuries in total, triple centuries. We'll get it right one day. Triple centuries in the history of the county championship. This is the fourth for Kent, and those are a bit of interest in there because Kent, Sean Dixon.
Of course.
A few years ago against Northants again. In 2017 at Beckenham got the 100. And the other two were both scored by the same guy.
Okay.
W.H. Ashdown, Bill Ashdown, who has a unique distinction in the history of first-class cricket, which is that he's the only player to have played first-class cricket before World War I and after World War II.
It's a fantastic piece of longevity.
Yeah. So he was 15 when he made his first-class debut.
That's remarkable, and so he must have been
playing at 50 or whatever it was 35 years later.
Another appeal. Surrey want this one, but the umpire does not provide them with the answer they are looking for. It's a good period of pressure from Surrey here. Will Williams living a charmed life, 2 LBW appeals and an edge through the cordon. We have a little look on the replay. No, Surrey. It would have been a generous decision, potentially pitching outside leg, potentially high. But aside from that, hitting all three. How it is, I apologise if I'm putting you on the spot here, but in terms of the gap between Ashdown's 2 triple centuries,
they were in 1934 and 1935.
A good run of form.
So they had a good run, yeah.
Will Williams beaten again. You can really, the frustration from Surrey is becoming palpable, if anything. They do desperately want this wicket.
Just looking at Williams, their highest score is 38, I think. We're aware aware of. And I'm just looking at his longest innings now. And he's about to this is about to become his 4th longest innings. In first class cricket. Yep, sorry.
Surrey employing a remarkable field here. They have 3 catching covers in place. Rory Burns, Jamie Smith. I can't quite make out the third fielder at this point. All in a line, waiting for a catch to be chipped to them. So his 4th longest knock, is that in time or balls?
Yeah,
or
balls
both?
faced, yes. He's up to 92 now. He had a 91 ball innings for Canterbury. That was his 38, his highest score. But he has that. He's
a direct result of those 3 catching covers. There's no mid-off in place, and so Will Williams scampers through for a run. He's kind of forged quite an interesting career for himself here, in that he is one of Lancashire's overseas players, at least, or at least started out as one.
Yes.
As just a kind of jobbing domestic Kiwi cricketer, basically,
Yep.
and now he's almost a mainstay of the 11.
He's done very well. His bowling average for Lancashire in his career is 18, which is pretty good. He's got 160 ball innings, believe it or not, for Canterbury.
Pulls airily and wide of Jordan Clark. They'll scamper through for 1, make that 2. So just need to, I reckon, simmer down a tiny bit here, safe with the knowledge that 1 wicket does effectively, one of those great cricketing words, make Lancashire 89 for 6. They're well on top of this match thanks to that remarkable 10th wicket partnership between Dan Worrall and Sean Abbott, which turned what looked like was going to be a 50-run deficit into the best part of a 100-run lead.
Yep.
Sam Curran looks in sheer agony at the fact he hasn't somehow magicked a wicket up out of thin air in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's gone pretty well for Lancashire this morning, hasn't it? There's fairly high expectation that they wouldn't necessarily last very long and would be done by tea time, but it's not looking like that at the moment.
Surrey will be doing their best to make that breakthrough. As you say, it has been Somerset? It'd be very impressive if Somerset was playing well at the Oval today.
It would be, yes.
And Lancashire will be content with their morning's work so far. Clark continues with that very straight plan. He splits the 2 fielders on the leg side fence. Williams moves into the nervous 30s, quickly approaching his high score of 38.
Yeah, they're definitely nervous 30s for him, I would think. That was a good shot, wasn't it?
Perfectly timed.
Top order batsman would have been happy with that.
With no chance.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Daryl Mitchell, who's one of the top players in the world at the moment, certainly in Test cricket, coming in with Williams, and you get Mitchell out early, or reasonably early, you'd think you'd be able to run through the rest, but the night watchman's still going. What are we, an hour and a half into the day? Yep.
Williams forced to duck under a short ball from Surrey. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I've been watching Will Williams bat for an hour and a half. He's basically Bradman. What's the problem?
Well, there you go.
Keep going.
I used to say Graham Onions was the best batsman I'd ever seen because he went on that 2009-10 series tour to South Africa where England
scamper through once more. Another single to Will Williams total.
Yeah, where England had 2 9-down draws with Onions there at the end. He wasn't out in the whole series. He had 5 innings and wasn't out.
Fantastic.
This guy's the best batter I've ever seen. He never gets out.
It is remarkable. There are those players which you only seem to exclusively do very well or very poorly.
Yeah.
And I've seen Saud Shakil of Pakistan. I've only ever seen him score runs.
Really?
Defended by Phil Sort and Beth Mooney are the two where, as far as I'm aware, they must average close to 200 or 300 because I've never seen them get out for 10.
I suspect Saud Shakil is pretty high on my averages list because I saw him make 100 in Pakistan at the beginning of the year. I finally made it to Pakistan.
Wonderful.
Because I hadn't. It was the only country in the world.
Phil Salt cuts away. Jamie Smith to do the fielding. They just get one run.
That I hadn't seen a test match in. So all the other countries that have hosted test cricket, I'd actually seen a test match at.
So was that for the New Zealand series?
Yes, I managed. Well, it's a long story. I was hoping to go on the England tour, but visa took a long while to get through, and so I missed. I was supposed to go for the first 2 England tests, and I got my visa on the last day of the second test, which didn't help. So I missed all the fun in Rawalpindi and all that. And then obviously having got the visa, I thought, well, I might as well
stay.
Go over and so I watched the New Year's test in Karachi where Shakil got 100.
Solidly defended there by Phil Salt. We both managed to get out to Pakistan over the winter. Then I was there for the England series.
Yep.
And I remember being shocked at the rate of the kind of seeing the turnaround of how quickly the turnaround of international cricket goes. Is that England left on, for the sake of argument, Thursday.
Yeah.
And I went and they left the hotel on the Thursday. Walked into the hotel Friday morning, and all the New Zealand players were there.
Yeah.
Thinking, blimey, it never stops.
Never stopped. Well, it did for COVID.
Wow.
It was, that was one of the things I always said. It never stops, and then COVID came along, and it did.
So all it takes for a break in the cricketing calendar is a global pandemic.
Yeah. There's not much else that'll stop it, I don't think.
I remember the stadium at Karachi was a remarkable venue, but it feels almost vaster than it necessarily is because the stands are so far set back from the ground.
Oh, yeah.
It was a fantastic view from the press box.
You know, I was in those stands as a spectator, basically. So
wonderful.
I was a bit upset when an eagle pounced on my chips. Was it chips? I can't remember. I was eating or something. No, it wasn't chips. It was a biryani.
Lovely.
He pounced it. Well, left the rice, but took the little bits of chicken that were left over. It was a bit irritating. And suddenly you're just sitting there quietly, and whack, up and gone. There's a few of them hovering in the rafters in the stands there.
Phil Salt happy to turn the strike over at this point. Sweep is out on both sides of the boundary when he's on strike, and he's not had to force the issue too much to accumulate his 21 not out and counting.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked very comfortable, hasn't he? He doesn't look in any trouble at all, apart from the one he hit straight to cover. But he's not, as you say, not really pressing it. He's just accumulating nice and easily. Rob Loku, we know, can smack it all over the place.
Those 3 catching covers have just moved straight. You may even see Rory Burns to the left of your screen. Defended away. So, as you can see on your screen here, Rory Burns is just one strip over from the wicket, and then you have Jamie Smith and Will Jacks marshalling a kind of short umbrella field. There's Jordan Clark almost coming to join the party as well.
Aren't you supposed to have 3 on the other side, like England had for Khawaja?
Left alone without interest. Sam Curran grimaces once more as another wicketless overs goes past. His figures are 1 for 41 off 19, just going along. 2 runs and over. Will Williams on 34 off 99. Salt, as mentioned, on 21. And Lancashire 182 for 5 off 68. Just look at some scores in Division 1. Middlesex are 41 for 2, following on against Hampshire. So they still trail by 228. Liam Dawson having the most remarkable match over there. And an unbeaten century. It was 140.
141, I think he was out.
And there he was indeed out. I misspoke for adding 6 for. Phil Salt defends mid-wicket.
He was mentioned in dispatches for coming in as the spinner for the test match, and might not have been the worst option. It's that experience. And
well, even if now we know England's team, they've selected Josh Tong to come in for Moeen Ali. So even had they gone with Liam Dawson in the squad over Murray and Ahmed, it looks likely that he wouldn't have made the final 11 as they went for an all-seam attack. Defended again by Phil Salt. be interested to see if there's any movement from Lancashire here, just as with only 12 overs to go until that new ball, whether Salt in particular senses an opportunity to attack before the newer ball comes in, and Surrey able to bring back their opening bowlers. On the contrary, Salt may be very happy to get that harder ball, that new Kookaburra.
Yep.
Will fly off the blade.
Should do. Where are we now? We've got 20 odd minutes to lunch, so we've got 70. So about half an hour after lunch, the new ball will be available. So
just to continue
balls
those,
should be fresh and everything, so that's good from a Surrey point of view.
To continue those scores, Warwickshire following on against Essex. They are 127 for 4, still trailing by 172. Somerset lead by 327 runs. Their second innings well left alone by Will Williams.
Yeah, that's what Somerset are doing in Taunton and not at the Oval. It is
an easy mistake. It's all various shades of red.
Well, exactly, and they all start with S. Sorry, and Somerset. Yeah, that game was low scoring first innings, but Somerset have run away with it in the second innings so far.
Clark hammers the inside of Will Williams' bat there. Will Jackson bowls one over to Dan Worrall at mid-on, and bowls a second one, whether that's him signalling his intent for a couple of overs just before the lunch interval. Clark in to finish his 15th over. Williams is back, defends. Jacks has the ball once more, and Lancashire continue their slow but steady, I wouldn't quite call it a charge, but that was the word that came to mind.
Yeah, it's probably not quite a charge, but they've had 70 this morning in 25 overs or so.
A slow but steady meander will go for, and indeed it is Jacks who is going to come into the attack.
Entirely reasonable under the circumstances, and a lot of pressure this morning. 27 ahead, it's 4 down already. I think they'll be, well, there's obviously still 20 minutes to go before lunch, but they'll be happy with their morning's work so far, Lancashire.
So this is Jack's first bowl of the innings. He did have 3 overs in the first innings, which went for 25 runs. And you never know, that might kind of be part of Surrey's ploy here, is to get Lancashire, and Phil Salt in particular, play a bit of ego cricket and say, go on then, whack me.
Yeah.
And we have many fielders out on the fence. Bit of turn from his first delivery. We have long on, long off out. Cover point out, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Long on and long off are 15 yards off the fence piece, teasing Phil Salt to go for 6 runs. Got my words in an awful muddle there. Will Williams comes on strike. We'll see how many of these fielders come in off the fence.
Pretty much all of them. Oh, Deep Point's still staying out there for no apparent reason.
Deep Point has changed their mind, but we've had long on and long off come up. Deep backward square leg come into 45. And immediately Will Jacks drops shorts and gets cut out to the deep fielder at Deep Point. Does that prove Surrey right or wrong? I can't quite work it out.
I don't really understand the single giving away fielding positions myself. There used to be single saving positions. It's pretty much a single giving away position, which you wouldn't think you'd want the night watchman to be taking. You'd want to be bowling to him, wouldn't you? Unless you really want to bowl to Sultan, assuming he's going to have a slog.
Very well bowled there by Jacks.
Yeah.
Just getting enough action off the surface that may be indicating to Surrey that Will Jacks could be having a lengthier bowl in this innings than they would have previously presumed.
I was just doing the calculation there, assuming he goes to the new ball, that's 6 overs at least in the spell.
Phil Salt looks to cut, misses that delivery. Phil Salt and Will Jacks would have played a lot of junior cricket together growing up at Surrey. Salt was released by the county when he was a teenager. Started his Professional career at Sussex before moving to Lancashire not too long ago.
Yeah, I suppose fairly similar career paths as well, haven't they? They've both been quite exceptional in the 2020. All franchises all over the place and things.
Both multi-format England players.
Yep.
Salt would have played ODI and T20. Will Jacks the full set. Jordan Clark to continue. And Will Williams with a bit more pizzazz to his force off the back foot there. He's growing in confidence as he ticks over 100 balls faced. I wonder whether he knows that 38 is his highest first class score.
He probably doesn't know it's his 4th 100 in terms of balls faced in first class.
You should let him know. Give him a shout out.
I'll do some semaphore or whatever it is that you do from here. But I'm pretty sure he'll know about the 38, which he made at Rangiora for Canterbury against Wellington back in 2020, February 2020.
We have Nico Reefer on as a substitute fielder for Surrey currently. There's a fielder off the pitch putting on some pads. I assume that is Jamie Smith, who's going to go under the lid for Will Jacks. Will Williams just forcing that ball into the offside. A big call of no. I think Will Williams is enjoying his work at the moment. Wondering why have I always found batting so difficult when I could just bat for 100 balls every time.
I mean, his high score's only 38 over quite a long career, but he does average 13, so he's obviously not the worst tail ender in the history of the game. And he's played some pretty solid looking shots today as well, like nothing wrong with that one. Defensive push.
Also sporting one of the great old school cricket brands in Kipax.
Oh, good old Kipax, yeah.
Doesn't get much of an outing these days.
No, that's a good point.
I think I've got Mark Stoneman off the top of my head who also uses one, or at least used to use one. And aside from that, I'm all out. Williams tucks the ball away into that leg side.
Yeah, Kipaxes were quite involved in Durham cricket, weren't they, in the pre-first class days? There's a chap called Peter Kipax, who was a leg spinner, he was pretty good. So he wouldn't have played. So the minor counties would have played a few tour games and things. He played like probably about 5 first-class games for minor counties in those days, and a lot of the old Gillette Cup and the Benson and Hedges. He played quite a bit.
Surely, if he is called Peter Kipax, there must be that must be a relation. He must be one of the founding. Short ball from Clark. Salt dives underneath it, and before Ben Folkes had even seemingly completed the catch, he was sprinting off to get his helmet. Sorry, 15 minutes until lunch, but they've got a spring in their step. We do see Jamie Smith now coming onto the pitch. Nico Reefer departs, and straight into short leg goes Smith.
Just looking at the scoreboard, they're -3 on the overrate Surrey at the moment, so might be part of what the bringing the spinner on and rushing around between overs and things is. Hasn't been much spin in this game at all.
Right, we have another change of field. We have Laws in at mid-wicket. We have Sam Curran coming into mid-on as well. So we just have those 2 men out, square of the wicket. We have a catcher at slip and a catcher at short leg. Will Jacks to Will Williams. And immediately his cut. It beats backward point. Will that go for 4? It is intercepted by Abbott, and it's just 1 run. So Williams is forced to tortuously wait for his highest score. I'm sure the very knowledgeable crowd at the Kia Oval will rise to their feet in rapturous applause once Williams gets to 39.
Well, the Lancashire fans, you heard. So yeah.
And Salt goes back to Jacks again there. He's really looking to use the depth of his crease there, but in the last 2 deliveries he's faced, one he went to cut and missed the ball, and that ball there, it's skewed off the inside half of the bat. And Salt hasn't looked particularly convincing against Will Jacks so far.
When you said Will Jacks to Will Williams, I couldn't help thinking it's a battle of wills.
Of course. Williams you've actually stolen my line there, Andrew. I'd gone to use that next, actually.
Oh dear, sorry.
Not at all. It shows.
You can use it again.
It shows what a what chemistry we have as a pair, if anything.
There you go. Old great minds think alike and all that.
Williams rocks back, tucks it away, moves on to 38.
38. I'm sure he knows it. He'll be having flashbacks to his great day in Rangiora a few years ago.
Salt rocks back once more, this time finds the fielder at backward point. I'd be interested if Jax is just tempted to get that bit fuller to him, or whether that's the game Salt's playing, that he wants Jax to bowl fuller to him so he can attack on the front foot. Again, he rocks back, defends. That is the end of the 72nd over. And Williams, the game we're all fascinated and focused on.
Unless there's a maiden or a wicket, it's coming in this over, isn't it?
Jordan Clark with a hop, skip and a jump as he gives his cap to Rory Burns. He looked like he was showing to be getting to the top of his mark very quickly there, but he very quickly changed his mind and had a stroll. We've had the same field to Jordan Clark for pretty much the entirety of his spell here. This pair of catches either side of the wicket, and Clark is into Williams. And that is exactly why Dominic Sibley is there. A straight delivery at the ribs of Will Williams. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players are prouder of the achievements in their secondary skill than of their main skill. So
Absolutely.
He might appreciate this more than his career best bowling figures, for example, which were also in Rangiora, by the way.
Defended. What a happy hunting ground for Will Williams.
A happy hunting ground. Looks like the oval's becoming one as well.
But I think you're right, and you almost appreciate the skill set that you don't have more than the one that you do. You kind of look at other people and say, when you're talking about something that you're personally capable of doing, you go, well, it's easy. Surely everyone can do this.
Well, yeah.
And then with bat in hand, you know exactly how difficult the runs are to come by. Is that an inside edge? No, says the umpire. Yes, say Surrey into. Once again, Jordan Clark grimaces in pain.
Yeah. And all of us wanting Williams to get his high score, breathe a sigh of relief.
I think that's a correct decision. It looks like it just flicked the back pocket on the way through. No, I don't think Will Williams got anywhere near that.
I'm also not a fan of players equalling their best scores.
It's a waste, isn't it?
It is, and it messes up the line on the stats when I put out the stats packs instead of just having a nice clean Lancashire versus Surrey. It's got 2 entries now if he gets out.
Defended once more by Williams. We've had another fielding change. We've had another fielder hop over from the offside. We've had cover move across to mid-wicket. So we have a 3-6 field. Sorry, very clear in their lines here, in their lines of attack. You'll see on the screen there, you have a kind of forward square leg and a mid-wicket, and those 3 fielders on the left, the kind of fourth slip gully, backward point and cover, are the only fielders on the posh side, as it was once known. Is it still known? Who knows? Clips away, and that is Will Williams' highest first-class score.
Yay.
Well played, that man.
Well done, yeah.
The key oval didn't quite break into the rapturous applause I was hoping.
No, maybe a few fewer Lancastrians here than you might have thought.
You should be able to have access to your stats pack on entry to the gate, so they know when moments like that come around.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah. When you buy your scorecard, you get a stats pack with it. Well,
Another short ball from Clark.
I suppose these days you want it all on your phone rather than wasting paper.
We'll have the Will Williams app, so we always wherever you are, you know if he's edging into that latest first class high score.
Yeah, there's like that. There's the guy who is Stuart Broad betting on Twitter.
Of course.
Will Williams is Will Williams betting? Yes, he's still betting. He's on 39. They'll never get him out.
You'll see in the background, and talking of fine batting achievements, in the background on screen right now, you'll see a gentleman in a Dom Jamie, and I can't remember who the third name is on the t-shirt. Phil Salt cuts away for 4 as Abbott fails to rein the ball in. And That is a Surrey t-shirt that has been made in celebration of their record chase against Kent, listing the 3 Centurions. Was lucky enough, blessed enough to be given one for free by John Surtees.
Oh, jolly good.
And
where's mine, John? No, he's
quite right.
He's away at a wedding today.
Jacks continues, and Phil Salt almost exclusively playing Jacks off the back foot in, no matter how full Jacks goes. Phil Salt only has one intention, that's to rock onto the back foot. Ben Folkes, of course, he was the 3rd Centurion.
It's a good effort to get the old t-shirts out quickly.
And that's exactly what Phil Salt's been waiting for. Jacks to go that tiny bit fuller. So Muller him over long off for 6 runs.
I suppose he brought those 2 fielders in to kind of halfway.
I beg your pardon, that was not Phil Salt at all, that was Will Williams.
Was it Williams? Oh, you got me there as well.
And all of a sudden,
whoa.
What's happened here is I've seen someone playing attacking strokes, and I didn't appreciate Williams' skill set enough.
Yeah, I think it got me as well.
So now
he's got his highest score.
Forget talk of the nervous 38s. We're now on the nervous 49s as Williams closes in on what will be a maiden first-class half-century. Cutting off the back foot, driving off the front foot, the complete player Williams.
He's definitely telling his grandchildren more about this than his 5 for 21.
Is that out? Is that caught behind? No.
Doesn't really look like it, but yeah, he's played a few shots and some. Yeah, I was saying the fielders have come in for Jacks, but they were the same place they actually were because it was Williams.
Again, Jacks loses his line there, but Williams fails to capitalise. Last ball of the over. And once again, Williams plays inside the line. That's the end of the over. An over that brought up Lancashire's 200 as well. The lead is 114. And the visiting side will be much happier for their morning's work than they were when they walked off the pitch last night.
Yep. I mean, there hasn't been. Normally, when you get into the 3rd innings, certainly if the game's reasonably close, you start talking about what kind of targets and things. But there's certainly been no talk about that in this inning so far for Lancashire. But maybe we're getting to the point where you're going to start saying, well, how much gives them a chance? 114 now, still 5 wickets to go. I mean,
Clark in, and solid in defence from Salt. No, you're absolutely right in that. The lead's 114, so Lancashire can start to just kind of have that kind of wave of optimism floating around them. They've obviously their batting order is all pushed down one further because Will Williams, the night watchman, has decided to do his best Bradman impersonations this morning.
A couple of all-rounders still to come, so that was fancy at least 200 lead at this point, you'd think.
Short from Clark and pulled by Salt, and that triangle of bowler to batter to deep square leg in action once more. Well, the game kind of runs itself for Lancashire. They just continue to bat. They don't have to really think too much about anything.
Yep.
If they successfully batted the remainder of the day at 3 runs and over, they come out the other side of a lead of around 250 going to last day's play. That sounds like a 4-day county cricket match to me.
It does, yes. Yeah.
Williams on 49. He's defended. He looks to potentially pinch one to mid-on. Thinks better of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk last night and this morning as well about the game probably finishing today. It might not at this rate.
Absolutely.
It's going to go quite deep into the day, whatever happens from this point on. Will Williams. Who'd have thought?
And tickled away by Will Williams for his maiden first-class half-century. The Lancashire dressing room stand and applaud their night watchman, who has done nothing short of perfect job. It's an understated celebration, but that's only because you're not allowed to celebrate too much in such moments.
So very, very New Zealandish celebration. The kind of thing Kane Williams would have done when he got to 300. Yes.
Salt back on strike. Jordan Clark running in once again. just loses his line down leg side, but as we're talking about, their plan is to bowl straight, so that's a miss that Surrey will be perfectly content with. Dan Worrall at mid-on sprinted in for 2 or 3 steps in the feeling that he'd heard a noise as the ball had gone through, but he was on his own in that celebration. Clark to finish his 18th over. Dan Worrall does the fielding. Now it's 12:57. If Surrey sprint through and fit in an over of Jacks, they might have time for 2 more, or this may be the last action before lunch.
Yeah, I mean, just before Jacks came on, I was thinking there'd probably be about 7 overs after lunch before the new ball is due. But it's now going to be 4 at the most. I think it probably helps Surrey a bit as well. You don't really want to be dragging out the last few overs with the old ball bowlers. I'm going to try and get to that new ball quickly.
Williams on strike, Jackson to bowl. Defended into the leg side. And I think the new ball will be... Surrey will be very pleased for just a change of pace, a change of tempo, a change of context to the match to inject a bit more energy.
Yeah.
Oh, Will Williams getting the respect he deserves as long off drops out. He decides to rock back and clip one. Clip 1 for 1.
There you go. Yeah, I think, well, unless there's a wicket in the next few balls, I think Lancashire will be very happy with their morning's work.
Defended timidly, I'd say, by Phil Salt. Not much footwork. Well, not to say that he was troubled by the delivery. Just a ball lacking authority. Once again, a gentle forward defensive. Just runs off the outside edge of Phil Salt's bat. He started trotting down the wicket for a single that really wasn't there. And Will Williams sent his partner back. It's fired in quicker by Jacks.
Good keeper, this bloke, isn't he, folks?
I've heard of him. He's played a bit for England, I believe.
He took it so easily, that, down the leg side.
And Phil Salt backs away, whether that's knowing that it's 12:59 on the board.
Yeah.
And just as he's done that, it's 1300. So this will be the last ball before lunch. And blocked. Out into the offside. Jacks takes his hat and his glasses. The players trudge off for what is, for Lancashire at least, a very well-deserved lunch. And for Surrey, a lunch that tastes that bit worse than the opposing changing rooms. Well, we started the day at 213 for 4.
Good effort to be
a very good effort.
Good effort to be 203 after starting on 213, but yeah. 113, yep.
From the 32 overs of today's play, Lancashire have added 90 runs. Will Williams, the night watchman who started today on 1, has brought up his maiden first-class half-century. He's unbeaten on 51 off 126 deliveries. The only wicket of the day was that of Daryl Mitchell, who was dismissed by Dan Worrall, or shall I be more accurate and say Rory Burns, who took one of the most spectacular catches you'll ever see at mid-off. The ball racing over his head. He stuck up the sole mitt, and it's stuck. Surrey will be desperate to make further inroads into this Lancashire outfit after the break. The lead is 117. Phil Salt is unbeaten on 25. We will be breaking for lunch, where we will be showing you all the episodes of Hits Different. We've been documentary features following Surrey's T20 campaign. We'll be back with more commentary shortly before play resumes at 1:40.
First season wasn't probably my best season. I didn't bowl that badly. Probably didn't get the chance. A bit of luck every now and again you need, but probably just felt a little bit unsettled moving to a massive county like Surrey compared to Somerset. But yeah, since then it's been good. We obviously won the championship last year, so can't really complain about that. Obviously played for England last year, which was another one of my big steps, big goals. But yeah, it's gone well, and I can't really complain so far. So I had a scan in January, hoping it was just going to be sort of some like joints or stuff, but it turned out to be a stress fracture, which is not the end of the world because it sort of meant I had a decent amount of time before the summer back here starts. So I've not missed a load of cricket, but it's disappointing when you get an injury, but it's just one of those things now. Yeah, so we're on our way from my house to New Malden at LSE, where the second team play their cricket, playing against Sussex today. It's just another game for me to get back into cricket and hopefully be ready for the blast next week. As a club, we want to win trophies, and the squad that we've got in T20 cricket, we should be there or thereabouts every year. Like you look at some of the players, it's sort of phenomenal the amount of talent that we've got in the squad. We obviously managed to get to the quarterfinals last year, and we didn't quite go over the line against Yorkshire, which was very disappointing at the time. But looking back, not so bad. I think it probably can make us a bit hungrier this year that we actually want to get the final stay and win that trophy. So yeah, it's obviously disappointing losing last year, but yeah, I think the lads are looking forward to sort of correcting that this year and rectifying it.
So we've got a second team game against Sussex today. We played them earlier in the week. We're just sort of gearing up for the start of the T20 Blast next week. We've got some of the big guns back, so Tom Curran, Jamie Overton are back in today. So yeah, good to have them around.
Smile for the camera.
I'd love to be out there, but the reality of the situation is I couldn't lace many of those boys' boots anymore. So for me, the preparation is the key bit, but I certainly live every ball.
What do you think about bouncing the ball over the top of that?
It'd be good if I do it first time.
For me, it's just trying to get back into it and almost feel my way back into the game. It's not a high pressure situation, it's sort of just trying to learn about yourself and what you need to improve on. I say that's probably the biggest thing in these sort of games.
My first time back on the park today, back with the second team, which will be nice. But yeah, we've got a good squad, a big squad, so everyone just building up to that first T20 game.
From what I've seen, they've got quite a few first team players playing as well, so should be quite a competitive game and probably be quite a good run out for next week.
We've had a good side for years now, but I guess you could say we've underperformed to a certain extent. You're judged on trophies, and that's what the aim will be this year again.
Well, we've had a really good start to the championship, so the whole feeling around the squad's really good. So hopefully we can just carry that into the T20 Blast. It's always exciting this time of year when everyone's back together and playing under lights and stuff. So yeah, everyone's very excited.
Oh, there's the chest. Loris.
Ah! Yeah! There is no outstanding football this year. JT is comfortably the worst. So bad. He's got shins for feet.
Get out of here, mate. No way.
Never his fault, always somebody else's, but very quick to pick up on other people's mistakes. He's one of those guys.
Sorry to that. Good luck, Ed. Good luck.
Oh, we won the toss and we'll bowl first. Yeah, we played it the other day and it's quite a small ground. The ball disappeared over the boundary a fair bit, so hopefully capitalise on that, whatever we're chasing.
For these boys, it's moving from a net situation now moving into game time. It's the pace of the game in T20 is such that nothing can replicate it in terms of training. So the only way you can do that is by getting out in the middle. This sort of game time for those boys is going to be vitally important.
Still got it.
Well, first of all, it's competitive games. It's second 11 T20 Championship. So one is competitive nature, and also to see how the youngsters are doing and progressing, who's pushing to get into the first team squad. And then we've got 3 or 4 players coming back from injury who, if fit, are likely then to be, if not in the 11, but certainly in a squad of 14 come the first game.
Yeah, I think we did all right. We only have 5 bowlers, so it can get quite tricky at times with just the 5. So I think we stuck at it quite nicely. We kept taking wickets, which is the main thing we're trying to do in T20 cricket. And you see, it's quite a quick scoring ground, so it's yeah, I think we're in a good place.
There was a bit of a bitter taste left in their mouth, absolutely dominating the group stages last year, being unbeaten for so long. And then unfortunately injuries and call-ups happened. We fell at the quarter-final hurdle, which I know really stung a lot of the guys in there. So there's been a big push here at Surrey, that there always is a push to win trophies and be successful. Obviously ticked off the county championship last year, and we're going to look to do the same, is to regain that trophy this season. But the T20 Blast is very much high up on their priority list.
Start the season aiming to win every tournament that you enter. So we haven't actually lifted the cup since 2003, so we want to be doing that sooner rather than later, and why not try and do it in 2023? But other sides will be saying similar. So we've got to concentrate on what we can do. We know that if we play to our full potential, then we'll challenge everyone else.
And I think just in general, the T20 Blast as a package is just quite sensational. And to be at the Oval, full house, music blaring, lights going up, fireworks everywhere. I've certainly been lucky enough to play some international cricket around the world and a bit of franchise stuff, but Oval on a Friday night, not much comes near it.
Yeah, so at the end of the game, we obviously ended up on 171, 6 short of them, so probably in hindsight we would let them get a few too many. We had them 111 for 8, something like that, and they managed to get 177, so yeah, probably a few too many, and just one of those things which didn't quite get over the line.
Yeah, felt good, felt really good. You know, there's obviously, haven't played in a while, so that sort of lack of game, you know, match sort of intensity and awareness. But yeah, look, I've got out of it exactly what I needed to. Got through it injury-free as well, which was the main thing. Go again Monday, and then yeah, all guns ahead for Thursday.
He definitely did step up from the other day, and that's something I asked him all up. So good weekend. See you Monday.
So our Friday night Vitality Blast offering is Surrey versus Kent. 2 really good sides with superstar players and both confident after an early win in the tournament.
Pretty big win to kick off the season, especially being a London derby at Lord's. So couldn't have asked for much better than that, but certainly a few things here and there to improve on and taken it tonight. So definitely hope that party atmosphere that I've heard so much about is lively tonight. I can't wait to get out there in the Surrey colours.
Obviously first game back in our home, so let's enjoy it and put up a performance for a bigger crowd than Lord's last night. So let's have a fun.
So I'm here actually with Kia. We've got the best seats in the house, like right next to the game, and when the sun's shining, like a great crowd, there's nowhere better to be.
Friday nights at the Oval have become the stuff of legend in the Vitality Blast, and encounters against Kent tend to be relatively spicy ones.
What an amazing shot from Will Jacks. A little bit of movement. Wow. Tries again and dismissed. Length a little different, and the dangerous Will Jacks comes and goes for 17.
Well, direct it, it's always going to be close.
Electric from Jordan Cox.
The wicket's continuing to tumble now.
That's the end of current.
Sean Abbott, I would have been expecting to come in at this stage of the game. Wow, that sounded very good off the bat by Sean Abbott. Whoever's caught it has won £1,000. Not a bad evening out.
And that has been slogged for another 6 to Abbott. Oh boy, here he goes again. It's a drop kick this time. Well, that one's out of here as well. It's gone. All the way, 30 from the over. This is some striking from the big Australian. Oh, it's down the ground. Has he got the legs? It has, he's done it. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome. Sean Abbott, oh, yes. It's that was pure box office.
What a moment for Sean Abbott. What an innings.
34 ball 100. Previous best 41. You mentioned the name of Andrew Simons, the standalone fastest blast 100 in history. That man in your picture now shares that honour with him. The Kent Spitfires will need 224 runs to beat Surrey.
First one.
First 50, yeah.
No, first over.
Yeah, go, let's go.
First 50.
It's going to be the highest successful run chase if they manage it on this ground in the blast, so that just gives a bit of context.
Putting on a show, these two.
He will go to a half century. Congratulations, young man, just 22 years of age, and that is an eye-catching innings. Big shot leg side this time. Not found the boundary, finds the fielder. Slapped away for 4. It is all set up nicely. That required rate is just hovering around 12. Picked up and taken. That man can do nothing wrong. But Muyeye has played really, really well. That's the end of an outstanding innings. Simple catch. Wickets beginning to tumble now. Pressure has built.
Out, gone. Rate spiralling out of control. Surrey winners by 41 runs. A quite astonishing evening, courtesy of that man in your picture, Sean Abbott.
I've heard a lot about Friday nights this time of year at the Oval, so it was the furthest thing from my radar tonight, looking up at the scoreboard and seeing that next to my name. I've been working my backside off with my batting and trying to contribute with all 3 facets. So pretty grateful that Bats and Sammy gave me the opportunity to bat up the order tonight. I'm sharing a record with my hero, so yeah, it's not going to sink in for a while.
For our T20 Blast season, we love bringing families to the ground. We partner with Xbox to run our family zone, which is a great activity for the kids. They come in, they watch a little bit of cricket, they can play some Xboxes, get involved with all the activities there, some photos, some face painting, all those sorts of things. It just gives the chance for families to come in and enjoy different elements of the venue.
It definitely inspires you. You see the emotion that they show off, and it kind of gives a great vibe around the group. This is our last home game for a while now before we go on a little road trip, so it'd be good to win again here and start that trip nicely 3 from 3.
Sorry. Quite significantly, we get a lot of young people in here now, and that's part of us delivering what is a family-friendly atmosphere.
As a club, we've been fantastic. We see some smiling young kids and older kids as well. It's the best place to be watching cricket, that's for sure.
Hello. Hey buddy, how are you? Good?
Surrey Fat first after Ravi Bopara, the Sussex captain, won the toss. It is an absolutely beautiful afternoon out here. There's a nice hum around the ground, people still flooding in, and we have an intriguing cricket match upon us. And that's 4 straight away.
What a shot. Now he's laced that boundaries early on.
That's huge. Gives himself a little bit of room, and that is a big, big hit. Bowled him! That had plenty of gas behind it. Sussex needed that.
No, he's going to go high, and he's going to go very long, and this could be caught in the crowd. Has it gone too far even for that? Dropped. Cameron's gone high on this. Might get away with it. Oh, what a great catch. A really good catch.
Bowled him! That is your lot. Thank you very much. Surrey 148 all out.
We're very lucky to be sort of partnered with Kia, who deliver a lot of the different activations in bowl. There's a Kia high catch and the lap of honour at half time.
All right, we're going to get this underway in 3, 2, 1. Here we go, Zoe. Oh, so close. Oh, I heard that from your fingertips. Go on, I believe in you. Last one. Oh, this is difficult. This is really difficult. Okay, you were both so close. We're going to send you home with caps today. So congratulations. Can we hear it from our competitors?
That's a really good controlled shot from Clark, and that's going to make it all the way.
Short and wide, got him, what a catch! Superb Laurie Evans, a backward point. Here we go, Ravi Bopara is amongst us, folks. 110 to win, 13 and a half to go. They've gone up, and he's given him. Bopara has to go for just 2.
Oh, it's just gone. Fielder underneath it, and it sails over his head. It's Laurie Evans down here at long on.
Balance of power is shifting massively towards Sussex now.
What a game we've seen.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Low-scoring thriller, mid-scoring thriller.
He's it again, Sam Curran. Makes room, that's got to be given! Oh, he's on his hands and knees, Sam Curran. He cannot believe that has not been...
See the umpire signal?
The upshot is it's a single to Tom Alsop. It is Tom Laws.
Oh, what a great opportunity for him here.
Here it comes. You see that hard, flat, one bounce for superb Tom Alsop. Scores are level.
And now, barring not exactly a miracle, but needing 1 off 2 balls, Sussex are going to scrape home.
Tom Laws is in. He's hit it into the onside, and there it is. That is a famous win. And they've beaten the best side in the land here.
As a club, we've been fantastic from the start of the season, and you know, when you play for a club like this, you're expected to win every game, and sometimes that doesn't happen, you know. But there's some great things happening in that dressing room, and it's nice to see. We've obviously got some wealth of individual talent, but we're starting to gel nicely as a group as well.
Finally back home.
Right, lads. Good.
Here he is, the boss.
Hello, Guy.
How are you?
Well.
The flash points that we all look at and go, oh, he's whacked it out the ground, is born out of good basics and born out of a clear headspace. No clutter, try and keep it as simple as possible. You go take on your opposite number. Bat v ball, ball v bat.
What a catch. Yes. Go and have a coffee. Well done. Cut the highs.
Some guys have spent a load of time at the crease in a 4-day game or big overs, so they're bowling less today, so we're managing some physicality as well as some skill. Other guys maybe miss out in a 4-day game, so want a bit more skill. It's very much an individual thing, and it's a trust that we have with the players, that we trust them to get what they require.
It's heads, which means Hampshire have won the toss. What are you going for, James?
Looks a good pitch, generally a high-scoring ground, chance of some weather around. We're going to have a bowl.
This is a mouth-watering affair. Hampshire have lost their last 2, so they need a win. Surrey, you feel they have a little bit more to play with. Straight up in the air. This will be easy pickings for James Vince at deep mid-off, and suddenly Surrey are 4 for 2. Clothed it to mid-on, and that's 4 down. Chris Jordan's played that very nicely, and that does run away for the second boundary.
That is hit to the man at mid-off, and the story of the innings continues. Ellis to continue, Tom Curran facing. Driven well, driven beautifully on the up, through the covers for 4. What is the problem? Asks Tom Curran. It's beautifully played by Curran. There is a fielder on the fence. Will he be able to cut it off? No, 4 more. So many boundaries. And they might have one here.
Bang on cue, Cam.
They do have one here. Second tier from Jamie Overton.
I think we've got a catch in the ground.
Free hit, heaved to the leg side. Is it 6? Oh, my eyes, that's gone. Pulled hard. Does it split the field as it does?
It's gone racing down the square.
And that's clipped away.
Fantastic over for Surrey and Jamie Overton.
It's well bowled, but it is in the gap, and that will run away for yet another boundary for Jamie Overton. He's doing this very well. In the slot, bowled in. Jamie Overton goes with that crucial moment. Surrey's chances go with him. Bowled in, that's your lot. 124 all out. Hampshire have been inspired.
At least Surrey have to bowl Hampshire out for less than 120. It won't go the distance.
That's very clever by Ben McDermott, and that's just a 1 bounce 4. That'll be 4, clubbed straight down the ground. Short, wide, carved. That's gone high, and it's cleared the 2 men on the leg side boundary comfortably in the end. More runs, easy as you like for Ben McDermott. Running it down off the face. He's gone up for it, and he's been given a little feather through, but Ben McDermott goes for 50. Abbott intervenes, short, pulled, and that will be it. Nobody out at deep mid-wicket.
It'll be a disappointing defeat for Surrey. They may get back in the changing rooms and say, chalk it off, move on. We'll run again very, very soon.
We set the stall out to win every game of cricket that we play. That's probably not realistic, but that's our aim. And today we weren't good enough. Hampshire started fast, we didn't, and we never really got a foothold back into it. 2020 cricket, you're not going to go through a competition and win every game. It's how you react to failure, basically. Viali said it the best. You never actually lose, you either learn or you win. And I think that needs to be our mantra. But it's certainly not the world has ended today. We've lost a game of cricket. Yes, we're disappointed, and it hurts like hell, but we get another opportunity on Tuesday. If we win on Tuesday, today will be forgotten about pretty quickly. Yeah, I think Jamie and Tom's little, it was only about 20 balls, but the way they did it and the skill that they showed with it is very impressive, and we all need to just take a little bit of thinking from that. But no, I thought that small period of play and Jamie striking was quite magnificent.
We're headed to the ground. We've got a game this evening against Glamorgan, a pretty important game. It's getting tight at the top of the table, so it's a must-win game, really.
This is a mouth-watering occasion in front of us. All eyes will be on this one down here in South London.
Sunday is probably our worst performance of the season so far, I'd say.
Surrey has been rather turned over on Sunday afternoon, so they'll be expecting to make amends from that defeat against Hampshire.
It's T20 cricket. We're quite easy to forget about that result and move on, so we can put our losses away quickly and move on to tonight's fixture against Glamorgan, which will be another tough game. But yeah, we'll be hoping to put it back to winning ways.
We've got a really good, strong, almost a core now of younger players. Hopefully that will continue for the next 10, 12 years and we can have the club in a really good position going forward.
Jamie Smith's got a bruised thumb, so he's not playing. He's battled through the last couple of games, so great opportunity for Josh. You know, you're never too old, never give up. If you've got a real desire, then put in the hard work and eventually you will get rewarded. And to say, for Josh, great opportunity today.
The crowd is filling out nicely. We're expecting a good 17,000 or so. Just missed the man. That is the first boundary of the day, and Rory Evans is away. Slashed away behind square. No third. Will Jacks. He is a ticking time bomb of a cricketer. What a shot. Cleared the man. That was right out of the screws by Rory Evans. First maximum of the evening. 4 more, easy as you like. Clobbered that beautifully. Absolute classic Will Jacks. Unstoppable. So at the end of the power play, 64 for no loss Surrey. They're doing it well. Effortless by Sun and Ryan. Skewed into the offside, and Will Jacks carries on his merry way, just a single now shy of a 50. That will be his 50. Well batted, Will Jacks.
Cut away and out. Will Jacks just gets a little top edge.
And the fabulous Curran brothers are in. Sam Curran doing Sam Curran things. That's an extraordinary shot. Short. Hook for 6. And it's another big one as well. It's gone way back. 2 maximums, 1 for each brother in this over. That's short, it's clubbed, and it's just cleared the man at long on. And James McElroy there could do nothing to claw that one back. 2 left in the innings. Make that another, my word, that's huge. What has he got left here? Short again, cut past the man extra, that'll be 4 more. Sam Curran, turn it in, please. Oh, that's glorious. Shot of the day. Sam Curran's enjoying himself. Point to prove after Sunday afternoon, and Surrey have done that and plenty. 238 for 5. Sam Curran, having had a 10-minute breather, is back in the fray. Just saw out the corner of his beady eye what the batsman was trying. This is why he is so in demand everywhere he goes in the world. So Billy Root is away. Clothed into the onside, and that is taken. That is the end of Sam Northeast. Conventional dismissal, really. And Josh Blake takes a nice catch there, Chev.
Lovely catch for Josh Blake there. He's worked hard, he's got his T20 debut in a nice catch behind the stumps for him.
Good shot. Billy Root.
6 pieces.
What a shot, though. Gloriously played that. That's cleared the man. That's a cracking shot by Chris Cook. He hasn't quite given up yet. In the slot. Beautiful shot.
Pieces.
We've seen some big ones this evening, and what a shot by Chris Cook.
And had Surrey not already scored 240, Glamorgan will be putting together a very respectable total here.
Spinning.
No bother. Just hit the stumps. Narayan does what Narayan does.
It's been a rather limp performance by an admittedly depleted Glamorgan side here. All done and dusted here. Surrey have won comfortably. The highest score by Surrey at the Kia Oval in this competition's history. Sam Curran, the star of the show, yet another man of the match performance.
Did it in style, we're really happy with that. 240, anytime you score that. Record score at the Oval, we're very pleased with that, and then good performance with the ball as well. It's T20 cricket, you've got to keep being fearless and just play with freedom anytime you play. So I try and do that no matter how many runs I get, and I'm really happy with how I performed. Would have loved a few more, it's always close to getting that 100, but really happy with that, obviously. The last week or so, last 5 games, maybe Sam's been brilliant. He's hit a ridiculous amount of 6s and pretty consistently as well. I think he's really relishing in that role, coming in the back end and teeing off. We know 1 or 2 more wins, we've got to secure our qualification and hopefully home quarters. So yeah, we keep pushing for the derby, and a sellout should be a good night.
Surrey second in the South Group. So this will be a massive challenge tonight here at the Kia Oval in the London Derby. Middlesex, of course, the visitors.
I had the 3 best years of my career at Surrey in terms of enjoyment, even over and above my international career. And it's a special place, it's a special group of players, and it's a special group of people that run the game here. So I don't think there's a better place to come and play your cricket.
It's better to see fireworks, but in a derby, anything can happen. And even though they've lost 10 games, you just never know on the night.
Teams in those positions sometimes can be quite dangerous because of the nature of this game. It's quite a fearless game, and I don't expect them to come out in any different manner tonight.
CJ, you got the coin, give it a spin, please. Heads is the call. Steve, you won the toss, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first and I'll look to chase.
Well, they're 2 very good players at the top of the order, highly aggressive, obviously. Jacks, of course, is in the frame, maybe, for a call-up for the second test, so his name has been in the news the last day or 2.
This is up and over, extra cover. That's the first 6 of the evening. Oh, that's a really good shot. So Surrey off to a flyer here.
And Middlesex are under real pressure here. 50 up for Surrey.
Full toss, and that has been smashed away. Yeah, this is now Surrey's highest power play score this season. And that will be 4 more, and that will be 50 for Will Jacks in just 28 deliveries. That's going to go over deep mid-wicket and land safely the other side of the rope. 100 up for Surrey.
Goes again, sounded wonderful. 5th, 6th of the innings. Another one. That is just a pure strike from Will Jacks. Full swing of the bat, and he's bust the sight screen. Pulled short again into the gap. Has it gone over for 6? It's another. This might be 6-2. Gracious me, it is over extra cover. Oh, this might be it as Fielder's underneath it. Sails over his head. It's 5.
5 sixes.
This is it. The crowd know what's coming. Oh, he's got the ball to do it, and he's clothed it.
What a shame for Will Jacks. 31 off the over.
Gone, bowled in. Finally, Middlesex have a breakthrough. Out. Caught, found the man on the fence, but he has really entertained everyone here at the Kia Oval this evening with some brutal T20 batting. 202 for 2 of 15 overs.
Yeah, well bowled and well caught in the end, and the end of Sam Curran. Slower ball and high in the air. Holden says mine and takes a good catch.
Jamie Overton has to depart.
As Abbott swings away, that's exactly where the other man was. He's not got hold of that, and it should be out. Yeah, good catch. Oh my word, that may just be the biggest of the night. 252 for 7. Incredible hitting from the Surrey team this evening.
I guess they've got nothing to lose. Middlesex 14 on the bounce they've lost. They're chasing a mammoth 253. Guess Eskenazi has said to his team, go and have some fun.
Oh, that's in the slot as well. Oh, that's a pistol crack.
and it's gone sailing into the stand. That sounded better off the bat. That was more off the middle.
Eskenazi is sweeping straight to short, fine legs, a mix-up. It's got to go down to Will Jacks. Short. It's Cracknell that has to depart. Heaved away, put down.
Oh, he'd be disappointed, Jamie Overton. He's such a good fielder.
Does he get another opportunity? No. Thundered down the ground.
This goes high and surely must be out. Oh, good catch. Laurie Evans comes round from fine leg, settles himself, takes a good catch. Surrey needed that because Eskenazi had got away from them.
Sounded good off the bat. It is good off the bat. 50 for Holden. He continues his good form.
Sky looking like a JMW Turner painting, and runs coming off the bat at a rate.
Oh, what a shot that is towards the pod. Nearly in the pod. Get it, Tudor. Excellent. Yorker, can he flick the stumps? He can. He only had to flick it an inch. We're going to have a look. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Length. Has he nicked it? They're appealing, they're running. Nigel Long's waiting. Big cheer. 9 needed from 6. Lovely shot. Scoop for 6. Give me the strike. I'll have the strike. I'll finish it. You stay there, Hen Max Holden.
Unbelievable run chase so far here from Middlesex.
It's lost all 11 this year. Lost 14 on the bounce. Down and out halfway through this game. Goes through the offside. The barren run for Middlesex in Blast cricket comes to an end. They win their first game in 15. They win the London Derby. The highest ever run chase in Blast history. The second highest ever in T20 history.
Unbelievable run chase.
Well, welcome back to the Kia Oval. Players are out. We are ready for the second session. To my surprise, Will Williams is still there, having completed his maiden half-century, the night watchman. Just 1 wicket falling in that morning session, should have been 2. Phil Salt dropped badly on 1. He is 25 not out, Williams 51 not out. The lead is 117. Yas Rana is with me, and Yas, I guess really, if they survive, I was thinking we'd probably finish today, but if Lancashire survive another session, we're back tomorrow. And that is the first ball, sorry, and then I ask you a question, and then, yes.
Absolutely. I mean, I just want to start the session by saying I want to take back everything I said that was potentially negative about Will Williams in the morning session. I was questioning his approach. I was saying that the only thing that matters once you survive the evening session is how many runs you score the next day. And he's been Lancashire's main man with a bat this morning and early afternoon. Who'd have thought that first thing this morning?
Absolutely right. He is now playing with confidence and indeed elan as he plays a very textbook drive to Laws up to Rory Burns at mid-off. No run, but a nice looking shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess 2 things for Surrey at the moment. 1, how much they'll be ruining that drop catch of Phil Salt when he's on just 1. Very catchable for Jamie Smith.
And that's flicked away into the leg side, but straight to the man at short mid-wicket.
And 2, we're just 3.5 overs away from that second new ball. It's just been a bit flat for Surrey for a lot today. Even their 1 wicket kind of came from nowhere. A moment of brilliance from Rory Burns in the field. It wasn't as if that ball did anything different.
For sure.
So they'll be hoping, desperately hoping, that they'll be able to create some more problems with that second new ball.
Well, certainly in the match so far with the Kookaburra ball, the first 4 wickets in every innings we've watched so far have gone fairly briskly, so you feel something should definitely happen. It's whether Lancashire can limit the damage really and leave themselves still in a position to get a couple of hundred ahead at least.
They've done very well to stay in the game. I feel like they've got a very long way to go to get ahead in the game. I think realistically for them to do that, they've got to bat pretty much for the entirety of the rest of the day, build a lead of around 300 and hope to bowl, maybe get a couple of early ones this evening or pretty much bowl Surrey out tomorrow. They're still a very long way from being in a position where you call them favourites.
No, absolutely, and particularly with that second new ball due.
Oof. Tom Latham really does like a Yorker. It's a very accurate Yorker. I kind of think one of my favourite players in the world is Neil Wagner, because he bowls about 80 miles per hour, yet has one of the most devastating bounces, and it's just the accuracy. But the bounce and the Yorker are balls you associate with raw quicks. Wagner makes his bouncer effective by how accurate he is, and I think there's a similarity actually with Lawes' Yorker. He searches for it a lot. I think Simon Hughes described him the other day as quite a speculative bowler, in that he tries to create moments. He doesn't just try and build pressure, he tries things away from the ordinary. Goes for it again there, doesn't quite work, but he again has pretty much nailed it. Looks like Sean Abbott's going to start the other end.
Yeah, interesting. There might have been an argument for keeping him back for the second new ball, which is 3 overs away, but maybe they want to give him a couple of overs to get back in the groove ahead of taking it.
We talked about those fields from the Edgbaston test early in the morning. This one is very similar to what we saw at Edgbaston.
Short. Salt is ducking, who's played very sensibly after that life early on. He is really knuckled down, and there's almost I never thought I'd say this, Phil Salt is playing the support role to Will Williams, which is a sentence that is about as unlikely as they come in cricket.
I wonder if his mode will change should both these guys get to the second new ball, and Salt senses that as an opportunity to actually change the momentum a little bit.
And that's pulled away in the air for a little bit, but actually rolled his wrist nicely, Salt, and just goes through for the single. Has a little word with Sean Abbott, or Sean Abbott has a little word with him as they cross before Abbott goes back down to the end of his mark for the next delivery.
Just for viewers at home or work who can't quite see exactly what the field is, for that first 2 balls the over to Salt, Surrey had a deep fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep square leg just in front of square, and a short leg. For Williams, there's a slight field change. The deep backward square leg has come into a leg gully, so very clearly using the short ball here. No slips, and the deep third as well, I didn't see.
And there is the short ball, and again Williams has rarely been tempted into playing at those, and again is happy to duck.
I guess, sorry, with the new ball they'll probably go back to Sam Curran and Dan Worrall.
You'd have thought. Interestingly, he's going to come round the wicket now, Sean Abbott. Right arm round the wicket to the right-handed Will Williams. Has to duck a little lower this time to get underneath it, down on one knee, but happy to let the ball sail over.
It's the sort of field where you're not really expecting the bat to do much more than fend it. You've got, what, 1, 2, 3 close catches all in for the kind of fend, the glove, where you don't really know where it's going to go. There's no deep backward square leg, so it's kind of saying to Williams, go on, you can have the hook shot.
Tucks that away nicely. Sam Curran is round quickly.
even Sam Curran's fielding at probably shortish mid-wicket.
Yes, there is a strong... I kind of get it to Salt, who might take them on. But the only position really there is short leg makes some sense. In fact, he has a little bit of a waft outside off stump, knowing that that's pretty safe because there's no one there. But it is an experimental over, really, that failed to cause Williams any real problems.
I guess Surrey don't really mind if the game goes into a brief holding pattern before the second new ball comes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Decent figures, tidy figures from Abbott. 1 for 27 off 13. Phil Salt looking around to see who's around. There is deep backward, square leg, fine leg. But this is just played back to the bowler, deep mid wicket.
Obviously there's a slight difference in pace between Laws and Abbott, but I wonder if the boundary dimensions mean that it's quite difficult to bowl the short ball from the pavilion end. That boundary on the gasometer side of the ground is really, really short, so even the top edge is probably 6 most times.
Exactly. And that is smeared into the covers, but only for 1 because there is a deep cover fielder. Not saving the 1, but saving the boundary. But again, because it's the very deep boundary, not all the way back on the fence, Salt more than happy for Williams to have as much of the strike as he cares for. Williams has a little look around. There is a leg slip, a square leg, a short mid-wicket. Short again, but up on his toes. Played pretty nicely in the end.
Just over lunch I was looking at that Daniel Bell Drummond 100 in a bit more detail, and I hadn't quite clocked the drama that came before he reached his landmark. So he was in the 290s when Kent were just 6 wickets down, so we started following it when he was on 293 and there were 9 wickets down, so there was that mini collapse, and I hadn't quite followed what Arshdeep Singh was doing at the same time.
Oh, and that's dug out well. Decent Yorker length again.
So Arshdeep Singh was really not getting the memo. So he hit 2 aerial shots that went to the boundary before Bell Drummond had reached 300. So I'm sure there was immense relief for Bell Drummond once he got to his first career 100.
I saw poor Ben Mike last year, the Leicestershire man, who was on 99 and Leicester were 8 wickets down and was 99 not out.
Oh no!
At the end, as they lost 2 wickets without and you just, here was your chance to go on the honours board at Lord's, and in fairness the number 11 was virtually in tears, and Ben Mike actually had to put his arm around him and calm him down when he went off, which I thought was a nice touch, given you've just seen your century disappear. There was a big shout for LBW that nobody else apart from the bowler was very interested in, particularly not the umpire. That is the end of another over that just sees a single come from it. Williams remains stoical on 51 not out for 140. Phil Salt's the man taking the singles, which is the most we've really seen on the run front since lunch, as rightly Yas says we're in a holding pattern for 1 more over and then the new ball is due. Short, nicely played by Salt, keeping the ball down to deep backward square for a single.
Just amazed at how deep Jamie Smith was there whilst wearing his helmet. Obviously, it probably just saves a bit of time because he's going to be that close as you can see on screen now.
Yes.
When Williams is on strike, so probably just a practical thing, but he was pretty much as deep as the square leg umpire with his helmet on.
So it will be the short stuff, right arm round the wicket from Abbott as they try and continue this bouncer barrage. Williams equal to it. The ball not really rearing off the wicket at the moment.
Just no bite, really.
No.
Looked like Williams had lots of time. Abbott is no slouch with the ball, but Williams could get right behind that one, and that was actually a pretty well directed bouncer.
That's allowed to sail through. Did get decent carry on that delivery, but certainly was never a ball Williams had to worry about as a wicket taker. And he's very happy to see it go through to Ben Foakes.
I think we're 3 balls away from the real action starting. Both sides will sense it's an opportunity. Both sorry to make a few overdue in their minds breakthroughs, but for Lancashire to launch a counter-attack.
Back to over the wicket. Oh, and that was the nearest we've seen to a false shot from Williams since the short stuff started to come. For him, luckily, off glove or body, it went out onto the offside rather than the leg side safely. So 2 more balls with the old ball, and I'd be very surprised if the new one wasn't taken pretty smartish. Again, Abbott bends his back to no real effect in a wicket-taking sense.
In a way, Williams has kind of operated as a night watchman again before the new balls come in. He's taken a lot of the strike. Salt's got off strike. Williams hasn't been in a hurry to score. I wonder what the implications for Williams' batting career are for getting a score like this. Batted at 10 in the first innings. I wonder if he'll be knocking on the skipper's door, asking for a little promotion up to 9 and who knows number 8.
Well, and there's a full toss that was brisk, but down the leg side, nearly tempted. Well, Williams was tempted. He had a swing at it, but he missed it. But that is the end of another over from Abbott, just the single from it. Lead goes up to 120. And immediately the new ball is taken. Immediately Sam Curran is handing his cap to the umpire. Once the umpire has got the new ball and is ready to continue. So to no one in the ground's surprise at all, the new ball is taken.
Let's keep an eye on the difference in field placings now. They've got that new ball. Looks like they'll have 2 slips in, Sibley and Tom Latham in the slip cordon. But other than that, for Phil Salt anyway, the field actually isn't that different. They've still got 2 men out on the leg side protecting that short boundary in the deep third. I think Curran will be looking to attack the pads of Phil Salt with that brand new ball.
Obviously, listen to you. That's exactly where he was angling in, but Salt plays it nicely into the leg side. No run. There's still just a couple of slips in for the new ball, because we've seen very little in by way of thick edges flying to the slip cordon so far in this match. Salt happy to have a look, see what is happening with this new ball before perhaps launching some kind of attack. And it will, while be more dangerous because the bowlers have got something to work with, the harder ball looks easier to hit as well, because hitting the pudding kookaburra has not been easy for the batters so far. That's punched nicely into the covers, should be at least 2. Nicely placed into the deep and open areas of the offside for Phil Salt.
I've been really impressed by Salt since that drop chance early on in his innings. I think it looks like he's identified his own importance, that actually for Lancashire to get anywhere in this game, he needs to take a lot of the scoring responsibility, and he can't do that if he's taking risks when there aren't really risks to take.
Oh, and that's a beauty from Sam Curran. It was quicker, extra bounce. Let's watch that again.
Bit of shape in.
Yeah. Salt did well to avoid it largely. Absolute beauty though from Sam Curran.
It's amazing what a difference that new ball makes. So much harder, so much carry.
Now I was going through the match figures for the first four wickets to fall, and 4 for 119 and 4 for 113 I think for 4 for 112 for Lancashire and 4 for 70 for Surrey. So there have been wickets and there's an edge, but it's short of the second slip, as the ball has often been in this match, short of the slip cordon. This is good bowling.
It's another beauty from Curran. That fourth ball that beat the bat that we showed a replay of a minute or so ago has prompted Burns to bring in deep third. So got a kind of a deepish gully or backward point in Will Jacks now.
This time Phil Salt gets everything behind it and punches it away, but that's a really good first over with the second new ball from Sam Curran. Salt survives and managed to pick up a couple. But now we're going to see how Will Williams copes, and he will be facing Dan Worrall, who bowled nicely earlier today. Probably was the best of the four seamers with the old ball, actually getting it to do a bit. He's getting some swing and some seam movement.
Really shows what Rory Burns thinks of the conditions to only have two slips with Dan Worrall, an away swing bowler, with the new ball against the night watchman in Will Williams. Sean Abbott's sort of lurking in a deepish point that's neither saving 1 nor 4. Is brought in a little bit by Dan Worrall.
Worrall draws the defensive shot from Williams. That is immediately on or around the money on off stump.
Obviously Surrey have 5 very, very good seam bowlers, but have you been surprised at how little Will Jacks has bowled in this innings in particular? I understood it in the first innings when it was broadly going pretty well for Surrey throughout, but this morning and early afternoon
he got 4 overs. Yeah.
Obviously I'm not for a second suggesting that they give him the new ball.
I know, but at the same time, if he's going to have a chance of turning it on this wicket, probably the ball has got to be firm-ish. So after 10 overs it might be interesting to see whether they throw the ball to him, but neither team has felt convinced that spin is the way to go in this match, and it does worry me how we see spin being used so much in the white ball game now, in which nobody ever expected it to, and it seems to be falling out of favour in the red ball game. Full, but allowed to go past outside off stump.
Another catcher in now for Williams, a 4th slip. I think it's Will Jacks has been brought in there.
Yeah, 2 first, 2nd and 4th slip. Quite right. And just try and you can see why, because that ball did shape away. Williams left it, but if he is squared up.
Jack standing really quite close, if you can see it.
Yes.
Slip.
Oh, nicely bowled from Worrall, and he beats the prod outside off stump. And just as he was earlier this morning, he's getting that ball to shape away. That was a beauty.
It's one of those where you've done pretty well not to edge it.
Yeah, too good.
he had to play at it as well with the angle that Worrall's got coming in, angling in to the batter. He has to play at it. Swings away late, but swings away too much of anything.
Absolute beauty. Well bowled, but Williams survives. Hit on the pad, but no one really was sensibly appealing for LBW.
Feels like we've had more moments in the first 11 balls of the second new ball than we did in probably the 11 overs preceding it.
I think you're absolutely right. These two enjoying themselves. And Williams, who looked so comfortable against that ball, is suddenly finding he's having to readjust again. But he must be seeing it well. And that brings to an end a very good over from Worrall. But Williams is still there on 51. He hasn't scored since lunch, I don't think. We've had 5 overs, so he's now 51 from 151 deliveries.
It's an extraordinary innings. I mean, just look at the scorecard now. He's the only batter in the game to face 100 balls in an innings, and he's faced 151 of them.
Oh, that is interesting. Yes, of course, because everyone else, if they've got going, has been motoring. That's a lovely, lovely drive, and he's found the far distant part of the boundary, but the ball flew there from Salt. A little bit of width on that occasion from Curran, and Salt was on it very quickly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's raced across the practice strips as well, so I don't think the bowlers will like how that's presumably roughed up the ball a little bit early on, which the Surrey team won't enjoy.
And this is on the stumps and is played defensively. Just offered a little bit of width with that first ball of this over Sam Curran, and taken full toll by Phil Salt. Now moves on to 34. The lead 126. There's an LB shout, but it's be interesting to see what the umpire signals. It is leg byes. Sam Curran is trying to attract the umpire's attention to ask why that wasn't out.
There's no real interest from anyone other than Curran, really.
Than the bowler.
It's quite a dismissive turn down by the umpire as well. He's walking away, showing very much that he was not considering it.
I'm wondering if it pitched quite a long way outside the line of leg stump, which is why no one else was particularly interested. Short. Oh, this could be trouble. And it just falls short of Sean out, who dived to try and get a hand on the ball. Did well to stop it, and they're through for 2. But that drew the false shot.
Sort of caught between two minds there, Salt. That's the short boundary, and as we were saying earlier, if you play that pull shot with conviction, you actually don't need to do that much to hit it for 6, but he kind of pulled out of it halfway through, so he doesn't follow through with it. Have a look again.
Yeah, checked his swing really, didn't he? And Abbott got desperately close. It was on the half volley. Oh, and that squared him up.
Really good battle here between Curran and Salt.
Isn't it? Salt surviving though.
But scoring at the same time. He's putting the bad ball away.
You're right.
So the game is moving forward in a way it wasn't 15 minutes ago.
And he's even scoring off the good balls.
Yeah.
But that one had him in all sorts of bother, including a bit of leg collapse. Just watching it again. Oh, I see why. It got the inside edge into himself, and then from his chest it went out into the offside. And Williams happy to see that go down the leg side. doesn't take the bait. Curran's 50 comes off, up over from 21 overs, 1 for 50. Scoreboard ticks over, the lead's now more than 130. Salt is beginning to catch Williams up rather quite briskly now.
There's not really much you can do to replicate the feeling of bowling 20 or so overs a day, and I do wonder with Sam Curran how he'll be feeling after a year without a first-class appearance. Never bowling more than 4 overs in the game. He's played the odd ODI in that time, but not many of them.
But even then, it's still only 10,
yeah.
So yeah. It's a morning's work in red ball cricket. Salt. You can hear that he middled that defensive shot. But after that really good battle between Curran and Salt, it'd be interesting to see how he takes Worrall on.
Still a reasonably defensive field here for Surrey. Only the 2 slips. You've got a man out protecting the short boundary, and you've still got 3 ring fielders on the offside. So you're saying to Worrall, keep it outside off stump, but at the same time, still not attacking as much as they could be.
And that's allowed to go through outside the off stump. You feel sorry, in patience mood at the moment. It will come. We have the bowlers. And in fairness, we've said it before, I can't remember a slip catch. Onto the leg side, played nicely, without any power. They think about a tip and run 2, but stick to 1 as was Sam Curran, who raced in to keep them to a single. Now we get that man in at 4th slip, short 4th slip for Williams, where they obviously think the edge is more likely.
I'm just surprised that there's a cover fielder in for Williams. With the new ball, I'd almost say to him, go on then, have a go.
Yes. Though the way Williams has batted, have a go isn't really kind of how he's gone about his business. If the bad ball's been there, he's hit it. If it's been on the leg side, he's tucked it away.
Yeah.
But otherwise, leaving has not been a problem for him. Brave leave. Didn't miss by a lot. Just watch that again, see how close it was.
That one's just shaped in. Brilliant bit of bowling from Worrall, unlucky. We've not seen a lot of bounce today, so for that one to
actually go over the stumps, yes,
unlucky.
You're right. Yeah, that's the new ball. But he just keeps you on your toes all the time, Worrall, doesn't he? With that swing away, swing away, swing away, and the ability to. And that one just goes away.
I guess what I don't like about the cover fielder for Williams is that you're almost taking away the decision making for Williams. He's a tail ender. He's not going to be thinking about the cover drive when there's a guy there to stop the cover drive and you've got 3 slits behind him. And I think Surrey will probably want him to be trying to cover drive because, you know, the way that Worrall's bowling, he's not going to give too many loose balls away, but you kind of want Williams to almost premeditate that anything slightly full, slightly outside off stump, I want to attack. And at the moment, I just don't think he's going to be thinking about it too much.
Curran in again to Phil Salt, who just plays it back to the bowler, who lets it go through to Jordan Clark at mid-on. Just hurries Salt up a touch there, but perfectly comfortably played in the end by Phil Salt. Who, after that life on one, when he was on one, has batted really nicely. Oh, I talked him out almost then. Ball bounced a little bit more than he was expecting. He went for the cut shot and the ball just kept coming at him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the replay. I didn't think that was particularly wide.
He's practiced the shot a couple of times.
It's a shot you associate a lot with modern English players. Duckett has got himself a lot of runs, but also got himself a lot of trouble playing the cut shot to balls that really aren't that wide.
Yeah. You can, however, drive if the ball is pitched up and you can turn it into a half volley. And that's exactly what Salt has done. Absolutely glorious shot. And just striving for a little something extra there. Current gave him the width. And Salt, if there has been any width, has been on it really quickly.
It's quite interesting, a trend you see in T20 cricket recently is actually some of the best power play batters, and Salt is a very good power play batter. They actually get their runs through very classical shots a lot. It's just playing good shots through the ring field.
And that is allowed to sail through. I was watching Will Jack's innings yesterday, who not necessarily in the power play, and I understand what you're saying, but known as a big hitter. But all his shots were just really well hit classic cricket shots. They went like a tracer bullet, most of them, but he wasn't trying anything hard, difficult, clever. He just played cricket shots with exquisite timing. And that is just tucked back to the bowler. Pretty decent over. There was one loose ball in it. That went for 4. Salt went to 42. Now just 9 runs behind Williams, having faced the small matter of 70 balls fewer. But the lead goes up to 136. 2-2-2 for 5. Double Nelson.
I guess that when you're talking about modern T20 players, there are almost two types. There's the ones like Salt, who have a lot of expansive shots, sure, but actually in the power play back use fairly classical shots. And then there's the other type, which is actually, I guess, someone at Lancashire like Liam Livingstone fits the mould. They're almost more six hitters than they are conventional batters. Their game is almost about how many sixes can I hit in my innings.
The old Chris Gale approach.
Yeah, exactly. And Chris Gale's a good comparison, because I think Andre Russell credits a conversation with Gale once where they're talking about bat sizes, and Gale's like, just use the biggest and heaviest bat possible and make sure you're strong enough to throw your hands through it and get good bat speed. And if you look at the size of some modern T20 players, they are huge. You know, and individual players are just getting bigger themselves. Livingstone looks just so much physically stronger than he was even a year or two ago. Look at a young T20 player at Somerset who doesn't play first class cricket at all, in Will Smead. He's a physically really strong guy.
Harry Brook is not a small bloke.
I mean, Johnny Bairstow's a much bigger man than he was 4 or 5 years ago, and I think a part of that is trying to develop his power game. He was never short on power, sure, but to really take it to the next level in white ball cricket.
Williams plays that out into the covers. Still hasn't scored since lunch. 35 minutes so far we have played since lunch.
Jordan Clark warming up at mid-on again. Wonder how long it'll be before he comes into the attack.
Well, these two are still bowling pretty well, but they'll be disappointed that they haven't made the breakthrough as yet. That's very correctly played defensively. And this is a Dom Sibley-like innings that Williams is playing currently. And Surrey like those, so...
It's brilliant. He was less assured, I think, for the first couple of balls against a new ball, but I don't know, something clicked. He's like, actually, no, I can do this. Stick to the same game plan. Yeah, it's bouncing a little bit more, coming through a bit quicker and swinging away, but the game plan doesn't change.
And there are his first runs since lunch, and that should be a nice clip away off his legs for a couple. Nice shot.
And as you said earlier, when it's straight towards his pad, he's been very happy to just flick it into the leg side for a couple.
Yeah, I quite like players like Will Williams who just, they know their strengths.
Yeah.
They don't try and play shots they can't, which means they can be becalmed for some time, but if you bowl at the one or two shots they have got, they'll keep the scoreboard ticking over. And boy, has he played a vital innings for his team today. And he forced bowlers into trying something a little bit too much, and Worrall was cross with himself then because he knew he'd wasted the delivery. It was short, it was wide, he could leave it. Well, we say a little farewell to Yas Rana, who'll be back later. Podcast recording here at the Oval today. Andrew Samson comes in to join us. So if you have any stats that you need or would like Andrew to answer, then you can contact me on email at GuyWSC, and I will pass on the questions to Andrew, who is looking rather scared now. I've actually offered to do that.
Not again.
I know, but it's all right. Nobody will write. And that's played nicely up to mid on no run.
It's all right. Mr. Williams is still there.
He is.
He's been there all day, the night watchman. Extraordinary.
Do we have any stats?
Well, he's just gone. Obviously, I think most people were aware earlier on of his passing his highest score when he got to 39. He's just now got past his longest innings as well in terms of balls faced. I was looking at that one earlier.
In again, and that's just played backward of square. So he has faced an enormous amount of balls before.
160 was his previous longest innings.
Was that for his 38? Which
No.
No?
That was for a 37.
So that wasn't even his highest innings before. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
But that was 160 balls, so he's just gone past that as well.
So he has form at this.
He can stick around, yeah.
Dropping anchor. And that is outside off stump and allowed to stay outside off stump. As, we should have mentioned that Clark is now into the attack.
I mean, Williams' career strike rate is just over 30, so he's guys under 2 runs and over as a general rule.
Yeah.
So despite the 38 being his high score, he does average 13 and has the ability to stick around. Looking at that strike rate.
Well, he's certainly done that today. Salt up on his toes, plays it back. At the moment, Jordan Clark is proving difficult to attack. He's found a decent length in line.
Even this new ball doesn't seem to have made much difference to him at all, really. Neither of the batsmen much of an impression.
No, there were a couple of deliveries very early on from Sam Curran, and Worrall got one to hoop back that only just went over the top of the stumps, but not as many opportunities as they would have expected. Played back to the bowler. Phil Salt happy to wait for the right delivery.
Yeah, Salt's played well, hasn't he? Just batting sensibly. And
yeah, after being dropped on one, he is just, okay, I'll keep my head down, team need me.
I suppose that drop has made a big difference to the day at the end.
It has.
I guess sorry, he could be batting by now if it wasn't for that.
And that's stroked nicely, but not past Rory Burns at mid-off. So it's Clark begins with a maiden, 1 for 41 from his 19. And Andrew, are you feeling a bit better? Poor Andrew, just to let you know, had pneumonia last week and has come into work. Are you feeling better?
You're getting there. It's a long, slow process.
Yeah, but your voice sounds slightly less.
I think so, yeah. Not quite Barry White.
Yeah. You've gone up an octave.
As you suggested yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday you were quite.
But it's a long, slow process, but every day you seem to feel a little bit better.
Yeah. No, I've had it. It's horrible. Worrall will continue, though, as will Williams, playing a very solid forward defensive.
I mean, he's hardly looked troubled at all either the whole day. And of course he had a bit of fun when the spinner came on, having blocked all day. And I was commentating with Cameron earlier when that happened, and he hit the 6 and we both said, well, there's a good shot by Phil Salt. Oh, wait a minute. That wasn't Salt.
Yes, I missed that section, so all I have seen, obviously was watching it on the stream, but all I have seen live is Williams just playing defensively.
Well, it was a very short period, because he got to 39, his highest score, great excitement, and then went, I think it was 4.6 off the first 3 balls of a Will Jacks over, and to 49, and then it's gone back into hanging around a bit all afternoon.
Yeah, he's scored 2 so far this afternoon.
That's right, yeah. What's that, 11 overs already.
And that is almost the nearest he's got to being in trouble with that new ball. Well bowled by Worrall again, who has impressed in this spell, but and usually he's been bowling to Williams as well. So Worrall will be cross. He would have expected to pick up the night watchman with the second new ball, but at the moment he's being frustrated.
It's a very frustrating thing for the fielding team when the night watchman's still going after lunch.
Oh, and that's a brave leave. That's the ball Worrall brings back. We've seen him do this in every over so far. Shapes away, and then brings the ball back. See how close this one was to the stumps. The others have been pretty adjacent. That wasn't a million miles away.
Oh, he's just confidently leaving it on length there, knowing it's going to bounce over, isn't he?
Yeah,
proper batting.
I know. Old-fashioned, but effective. Rory Burns and Worrall having a bit of a chat, which results in a deep. The man at extra cover moving to deep cover to give him the single, presumably. But he can't beat the man at point, so it won't be a single.
What's this partnership up to now? 79.
It's pretty useful, isn't it?
It was a reasonably early wicket that Surrey got when they got rid of Mitchell. It was
112.
Yeah, well, must have been 145.
No, you're right.
113.
For 5, that was for 5. That's sorry, I'm being daft.
So you would have thought you've got the proper batter out.
Yeah, 145, and that goes through to the wicket keeper. It's another maiden. Williams remains on 53, and Salt will be facing. Interestingly, Ben Foakes is having quite a lengthy chat with Rory Burns before getting back to the other end where he now needs to be to keep wicket, but he had a lengthy chat with the skipper.
Has he spotted something? Coming up with a new plan.
Nicely bowled. Salt though plays it defensively. I'm just trying to think of it if Dom Sibley's actually touched the ball in this innings at first slip. Won't have been very often.
No. Other than maybe on the way back to the bowler from the keeper, I suppose.
And another defensive shot.
Nice job if you can get it, just standing in the sun all day. But it's also one of those things, one of the kind of more interesting little things of cricket where you stand and slip all day on a day like today and nothing happens. You never see the ball, but when it does come to you suddenly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for the first time,
yes,
you've got to catch it. It is a skill actually to keep that level of concentration.
Nice forward defence, which Dom Sibley has, though. We know he's got the powers of concentration.
Yes, the longest ever county championship 100 in terms of minutes. Not last week, the week before last, wasn't it?
Yes, in that
Last
memorable
game.
victory against Kent. 3 very different centuries.
Yes, well, I mean, he did his job. He kept batting, and the other guys around him scored the runs.
And that stroked nicely away, and there should be 2. They trot back for an easy couple, but didn't try and hit the cover off the ball. Phil Salt just very happy to just ease it backward of square for a couple. He continues to impress. It's the first runs off Clark in this most recent spell. Run rate hovers around 2.5. Bit of a tempter from Clark there outside off stump, but it was too close to the batter to look to rock on the back foot and punch it away, so allows it to go through to Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
We're in danger of having to start speculating about what kind of target Lancashire might think they've got a chance of defending.
At least we've been talking probably 300.
Yeah, although I mean, but even then we weren't really talking that all day. Certainly not at the start of play when it looked like fairly regulation.
Yep.
Lancashire would be knocked over and Surrey would knock off the run, so I mean, probably a little bit away from Lancashire being in a really, really good position overall in the match, but they're certainly much more comfortable than they were at the beginning of the day.
Absolutely right. It was interesting. A lot of us, I think, thought that the match would be over pretty briskly today.
Yep.
But the players themselves, knowing the Surrey wicket evens out a bit, and the Kookaburra ball goes soft and quite quickly, they were all expecting to be back on day 4.
Yep.
And that's played defensively up to Rory Burns, the Surrey skipper. Quite a decent spell this from Worrall. In again and met defensively by the bat of Phil Salt. Worrall must feel like he's bowling to Williams again, with Salt playing as defensively as his partner currently. Both of them seem very happy just to see Worrall off, it must be said. Man who has probably made the ball move a little more than anyone else, whether new or old ball. Oh, and that is a big-ish outside edge. It was pretty safe and it's gone for 4, but wasn't entirely convincing and wasn't entirely where Phil Salt wanted the ball, but he moves to 49. We'll just watch this one again. Yeah, it goes backwards of square and was obviously in the air for a little bit because Point certainly was regretting the ball wasn't a little nearer him.
Yeah, it's pretty rare for him in this innings to really throw the bat at the ball, isn't he? He's been all calm and nudging around most of the time.
A little bit of width, I think, and that's flicked away, and that will be Phil Salt's second 50 of this match. Boy, has he had a decent return to red ball cricket. 100 in his first match and 2 50s in the second. Leaves his bat for a minute there.
It's the second time he's got 2 50s in a match in first-class cricket.
And when was the other time, Andrew Samson?
47th game, he got 68 and 80 back when he was still playing for Sussex against Hampshire at Hove in 2020.
Well, it's been a good knock. He got a life on one, and he has made Surrey pay. And that's not really timed. And Rory Burns can get round from mid-off. And he's giving the ball a good polish on the sleeve of his shirt.
It's also quite comfortably, actually, his slowest 50 in first-class cricket. He's got to 50 18 times now, 5 of which he's gone on to 100. And his previous slowest 50 was 77 balls.
This was what, 101?
101, yeah. So it's quite a big jump.
It is. It's nearly, well, it's 23%, just over.
Just over. Good maths.
Yes,
good
yeah.
maths.
Got my O-level many moons ago.
Many moons ago. You won't tell everyone how many moons ago.
No, well, the fact that I was doing an O-level and not a GCSE gives it away quite...
It is a bit of a giveaway as well, isn't it? Yes. But,
should have fibbed.
He's got four of his 17 times he's got to 50. He's got it there quicker than a runner ball. But most of his 50s have been in kind of the 55 to 65 ball range.
Yeah, which is pretty much true for the first innings here as well, wasn't it? He's 56. Actually, that was slow for him. He's 56 coming off 89 balls.
So he reached his 50 off 69.
Okay, so it was quite slowed down afterwards.
Well, in fact, 69 was his second slowest prior to this one. So he's now got his first and third slowest 50s of his first-class career in the same game.
I'm trying to think of something profound to say about that, but I can't really. It's
probably nothing profound to say about it.
No, absolutely.
Well, obviously it's been more of a graft for him than usual.
Yeah.
And he's done well.
And Williams continues to play defensively.
I mean, we often wonder about these modern 2020 superstars, whether they have the capability to play long, slow innings if they need to, and there's enough evidence around that they can when it's needed.
Yes. I remember Josh Butler playing a couple for England in crucial positions where he needed to just drop anchor and could do so.
So it hasn't taken that skill out the game completely.
But what's been impressive about Salt is if there has been a loose ball, he's spotted it. Like that. It was short and wide and has been cuffed away, and that's really the first loose ball Jordan Clark's bowled in this spell. He'd been pretty tight up until then, but Williams rocked back and powered that away.
57, is he going to get 100? I don't believe in commentators' curse, by the way, so I think I'm allowed to
Okay,
speculate.
at the rate he scores, when would he get to 100?
Well, I mean, he was 1 not out overnight, wasn't he? So he got 50 before lunch. So at a similar rate, is not. Well, he slowed down. I mean, that's just 6 runs now since lunch.
Yeah, and we're nearly an hour in.
Nearly an hour in.
He's going to need the spinner to come on. Oh, and that just woke him up a touch. But he managed to lean nearly everything out of the way. We'll just watch that again. Followed him a bit. Yes, did follow him a bit. Well bowled, but
good ball.
He did well to drag gloves, bat and everything else out of the way.
He's looking more and more like a proper batter the longer he sticks around, doesn't he?
Must be frustrating bowling to someone like this. Oh, and there's a huge appeal, I think, for LBW. Or was it caught behind?
I think it was a bat on ground. I think we'll look now.
Yeah, bat on ground. You can see why the bowler was interested. And that was through him rather quicker than he was expecting. Full length, York length delivery just outside off stump. Oh, and very nearly pops up back to Jordan Clark, who hurled himself at the ball in an attempt to make Corton bold, and he covered 18 of the 22 yards on the pitch to get there, but just couldn't grab it, and that's almost the closest that Will Williams has been to getting out so far.
Pretty much, yeah. He just needed that to stay in the air for a tenth
Really
of a second
good effort
longer.
by Jordan Clark. Look at that. Well, we've had a couple. Both of these players have seen possible catches just fall short. We saw Phil Salt nearly pick the man out in the deep, and it just was shy of Abbott, who again, like Clark, put in the dive and picked up the ball virtually on the half volley. Talking of Sean Abbott, he's now into the attack after that long and decent spell, but wicketless from Worrall. Punched away nicely. Phil Salt was onto that very quickly, up on his toes, and takes two.
Talking of catches and things, that dropped catch when Salt was on just one is looming larger and larger in this match. I don't think people thought too much of it at the time. But,
no, I know. Well,
could be making a very big difference.
Punched away again. The man is out sweeping on the cover boundary, so it will only be a single that they amble through for. Abbott just checking he knows where the front line is to avoid any possible no balls. Umpire just kicks a bit of grit out of the way. Field moves in for Williams. Short, Williams up on his toes. Just plays it comfortably this time back to the bowler, unlike the one that spat and nearly went back to Jordan Clark in the last over of this match. Salt now just 3 runs behind Williams. So what was Dom Sibley's slowest 100? Was that in set time or balls?
Yeah, so 513 minutes he took to reach the 100, which is the longest.
Okay.
In a county championship innings.
So that's more than 8.5 hours.
Yep.
Oh, and that's probably going down leg side. Sean Abbott has a optimistic appeal, but does not pressurise the umpire or continue it for very long. We're looking at it again, and I think that would have comfortably missed off the leg post.
368 balls it took him, which is, I think, is the longest in balls faced where known. But there are a couple of innings, certainly one where the guy definitely faced more balls to score his 100.
So Will Williams is on kind of target for that kind of 100, isn't he?
I mean, guys, my longest innings is 160 balls before this. It'd be a good effort if he took 368 balls to get 100.
Well, he's already faced 175 for his 57.
Yeah.
So double that and drop a bit. You're looking at about the 340 mark, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the interesting things though in terms of slowest innings and slowest hundreds and stuff. So obviously, for most of the county championship history, we don't have balls faced.
No.
But there was a guy called Dobson, W.H. Dobson, who took 7 hours to score a century, and he would have faced.
Oh, that's sharp from Clark.
He would have faced probably around 450 balls to reach his 100. In those days, because he batted virtually through the innings. He was last out in an innings that lasted about 160 overs. He was out with eighth out, I think, but there were only 3 more runs added. So he batted for pretty much 160 overs. So he probably faced in the region of 460 odd balls for his 100. But we don't know and never will, obviously.
Oh, and that's bowled in. Salt's gone. His good innings comes to an end, and Clark has finally made the breakthrough with his second new ball. He'd probably been the pick of the bowlers as well. He's certainly been hurrying the batters up more than the other bowlers so far. And that's a big wicket. A big wicket. Yeah, it went across him, didn't it? Salt was looking to move outside off stump and flick it to leg. He moved too far and actually gets bowled round his legs.
You don't see that every day.
You don't. And Phil Salt can't quite believe what's happened to him.
A long-awaited breakthrough, that partnership of 95. I was just starting to get excited about the fact that it could be the third 100 partnership of the match, which would have been 2 for the 6th wicket and 1 for the 10th wicket. The bottom order's outdone the top order in all 3 innings of this game so far.
We were at Middlesex, I think, earlier this season, when Middlesex kept collapsing up at the top.
Was that the top 4 got noughts?
Four's got noughts, but then the last 4 got nothing either.
That's
and it was
right,
only
yes.
5 and 6
Higgins and Samson
who got this enormous percentage of runs, and then did it again in the second inning.
I was running around looking for slightly arcane stats around that.
Oh, we found that was stat heaven that day.
It was quite fun, yes.
Andrew was in his element. Well, Balderson comes to the wicket.
Yes, I mean, obviously with the night watchman having come in, there's actually still a bit of batting to come.
Yeah, because Blatherwick's no mug with the bat either.
And Balderston's pretty much a genuine all-rounder, I suppose. Close enough.
Scored 33 in the first innings.
And Williams has out-survived both Mitchell and Salt now, which is a good effort in itself.
Yes, he has. Just check Balderson's figures this year. Yeah, coming into this match, 265 runs at 44. Handy man to have coming in.
Yep.
Made 91 against Notts. 350s already this season. Oh, and that's sharp, and he's gone first ball this time. Or has he? He is standing, the umpire's not sure. Surrey look convinced. They think it's come. Okay, interesting that.
Yeah.
Clark, with a massive smile on his face, says, actually, I think it was off his forearm. Certainly, it was a really good take by the wicket-keeper.
Good ball as well, wasn't it?
Well bowled as well. And we just watch this one again. Yes, it was off his forearm. Brilliant take by Ben Folkes. This will show us. Well, we'll see it in a minute. As this time Balderson, with a little more confidence, plays that ball out into the leg side. Here we go for that possible caught behind. Lovely angle for us to see. Yeah, well done, the umpire. And that's short, and it's cut away. And a nice response as well from Balderson, who gets off the mark in very nice fashion. And that's probably the shortest, widest delivery that we have seen.
Emphatically put away.
It was, wasn't it, by Clark in this innings? Clark, who's having a decent match, is now up to 6 wickets in the game.
Yep.
I think takes him to 34 for the season. Oh, and that's with no one in at short leg. That's a perfectly safe shot to just paddle the ball round the corner for a single. End of a decent over from Jordan Clark. Got rid of the big wicket, bowling Phil Salt as he goes too far across and sees his leg stump pegged back. Then puts real pressure on Balderson with his first delivery. And figures of 2 for 53 from his 22 overs so far for Clark. He didn't bowl that well earlier today, but has bowled absolutely beautifully with this as first change from the pavilion end with the second new ball. Sean Abbott to continue from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, Clark 34 wickets now. He's right up in the mix of the leading wicket takers of the season.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at this is just before this round of matches started, but Chris Rushworth was top of the list with 35.
Oh, and that's sharp. And Balderson has to take evasive action, which in the end he does pretty well, down on one knee.
Mohammed Abbas and Joe Leach both on 32 before this round of matches. I don't think Abbas has taken them, and he's been a lot of wickets to spin in Southampton in this match against Middlesex.
Oh yes, we should have a look at the other scores.
Michael Atherton's lad, Josh Takira's taking 7 for, and then Liam Dawson got a 6 for to add to his 141.
He is bowling nicely this season, Josh Takaris. That's wide, but not really timed by the batter, and the ball dribbles up to mid-off. Yeah, check out the other scores in the county championship, because there must be. Right, yes, Essex are on the verge of victory, you would have thought. Warwickshire are 270 for 8 in their second innings, still 29 runs behind with 2 wickets in hand. Oh, and that's a nice delivery from Abbott. It will give the benefit of the doubt to Balderson, who I think dropped his hands and let the ball go through. Middlesex trail Hampshire by 132 runs with just 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. Out for 150 in their first innings, 137 for 6 in their second after Hampshire made 419. We've been hearing about Kent and that treble century for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Nice forward defensive shot from Balderson. After they were all out for 621, they had a lead of 384 over Northampton, with 79 for 3 in their second innings, still the small matter of 305 runs behind. Somerset against Nottinghamshire, after it was they had a 23-run deficit on first innings. Somerset at 441 for 5 in their second innings.
Yeah, unusual after 2 low scores in the first innings.
They lead by 418 with those 5 wickets in hand. And here, well, we've got a gripping period of the match. The Lancashire lead is now 159, which, while you don't think is enough to really put pressure on this Surrey side, is certainly more than they might have feared when the play began this morning.
Yeah, I mean, with 6 down, there's still power to add a fair amount to that.
If they can get the lead up to 250, they'll be pleased. And that's another forward defensive shot from Balderson. It's a maiden over from Abbott, who's bowled very tidily, 1 for 31 from his 16. Yep. Balderson, after almost a racy first over, which saw boundaries and singles, has gone much more into Lancashire second innings mode.
And appeals and all sorts of things.
Oh yeah, we had everything going on. This time we're back to the forward defensives. Now, Will Williamson, the king of the forward defensives in this match. And the leaves. Let's find out how many dot balls he's faced at some stage in this innings. There's another one.
Can probably check that if I do
If
this
you
carefully.
could, Andrew.
I see, just back to Southampton quickly, Dawson's got 4 of those 6 wickets in the second innings, so he's up to 10 in the match to go with these 100s, which is pretty good.
Yes, yeah, the man who, one or two of us were thinking might get the England nod.
He certainly mentioned. Let's see if we can do this. Dots for Williams.
And that, I think, comes off the hip. They get 1. Just see what the umpire signals. It will be a leg by, so Williams will remain on 57, but the score goes up to 246.
And collect another dot ball for
and
himself.
Another dot ball. just to make your job harder, Andrew.
Let's see, where are we? 2. I'm just going to search for the dots in this commentary. Run 100. No, that's 149 dot balls. Yeah.
149 dot balls?
Well, actually, no, 149 dot balls, but I haven't checked for the extras. So the leg by, so it's at least 150.
That's out of 179 balls faced, at least 150 have been dots. But this night watchman innings has also included 7 4s and a 6. That 6 seems a long time ago now. He scored 6 so far in an hour and a quarter after lunch. Bending his back on that occasion, Jordan Clark gets a bit of bounce, but nothing that will trouble Alderson, who's very happy to duck underneath it. Alderson, another one of these young talented all-rounders in county cricket currently. Oh, and that's a good ball. That is a good ball. It climbs past him. A little bit of lateral movement as well.
There's been a little bit more happening in the last over of 3, hasn't there?
Oh, that is a beauty. That Balderson did well to drop the bat. A few more people coming into the crowd as well. Word's obviously got around. And that's played by Balderson back to the bowler. There is no run. It's yet another maiden for Clark, with the only run from the over coming from a leg by. Williams is on strike. The score 246 for 6 and a lead of 160, which just keeps creeping up. Batter's having a decent chat in the middle. Abbott is making sure that his impressive locks are all tucked behind his ears.
We're getting pretty close to the stage where it's almost certain we're going to come back tomorrow. A lead of 160 with 45 overs left in the day.
Yep.
When most people, I think certainly most people, didn't think we would be back tomorrow when we arrived in the morning.
No, I know, I was one of those, but I do remember various matches when people were certain there wouldn't be a 4th or 5th day. And I remember the whole TMS team, I think, checking out of their hotel as a team was following on, and then I can't even remember the match sadly now, and of course it went into the 5th day and they were all rattling around on booking.com, desperate to try and find, the other websites are available, desperately trying to find a last minute deals
and things. It's never been my policy to check out before the game's finished.
Never check out before the game is finished. Wise words from Andrew Samson. And that is nicely bowled again. I'm going to do one more over, and then Cameron is going to come in and relieve both me and you listeners of having to hear any more from me this afternoon for a bit.
Relief. Being relieved.
You needn't join in.
No, well, it's relief for us as well, being relieved of sitting here the whole afternoon.
I don't know. I think this
That's
doesn't
right.
feel like work, really, does it?
No, there's worse ways to earn a living.
And that is full, but wide enough for it to be an easy leave for Williamson as his dot count continues to rise.
He really just does, what's it, the 3 scoring strokes since lunch, and that's what now. What are we on, an hour and 20 since lunch?
Yep, 3 scoring shots.
3 scoring shots. How many balls did he have at lunch?
It's all right for us because we've got nice pictures, but I'm feeling for the radio boys at the moment who have had to keep describing every dot ball. But well played, Williams, who's now probably batted for just under half an hour last night, 2 hours this morning, hour and he's heading towards 4 hours fairly briskly.
Yep.
And that's a decent defensive shot into the covers. Sean Abbott, just a slightly weary look to his trudge back now. With that brilliant 87 yesterday that turned this game on its head, and in the first innings he took 4 for 71 from 18 overs, bowled really nicely. Oh, and that hits him. It followed him and it hit him. Suddenly he looked like a tail ender again with that delivery. It's the end of Abbott's 17th over. Oh, out.
Oh.
But he was shaking it off. Oof. Yeah, that hit him on the back of the back. But I'm going to leave you and let Cameron take over with the score 246 for 6. A lead of 160 runs.
Yes, Williams was 126 balls at lunch, so he's had 60 of them for 3 scoring shots since then. So rather slow going, but Williams is still there, as he has been the whole day.
Thank you very much, Guy. Thank you very much, Andrew. And I'm to be joined by my esteemed colleague and very good friend, Taha Hashim. One of those statements is true. Which one? Which one? Or is it both? I'll let him put his microphone on. No, Will Williams there struck, and the ball didn't quite so much bounce off him as stuck to him. It looked a really painful blow just on the inside of the arm. Receiving medical attention as we speak. Some electrolytes and a painkiller. Taha, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Lost for words by that introduction, Cam.
I know. In a good way or a bad way?
A good way, yeah.
Okay.
The two of us here. Who would have thought?
Who'd have thought, eh? Who'd have thought? Look at us. Well, the physio is running off. Williams is to continue. I feel like Williams is more of an irritant than and being particularly damaging to Surrey in this match at the moment. Well, he has of course accumulated 57 runs, but he's not taking the game away with his time so far. If anything, the value of his innings may be seen in the overs to come once he's gone, and the fact that he's seen off that second new Kookaburra ball. Tom Laws has come into the attack.
I did not expect to still be commentating on Will Williams, having been here in the morning. He was looking, he was looking pretty solid. He was clipping off his hips, but Daryl Mitchell was the man at the other end, and you thought, yeah, this is going to be the man who's going to set Lancashire up today. But it's Williams, well into his first-class best. He might even double his first-class best.
Laws straight and defended away. No, so his first class best was 38. It's now 57 and counting. It's 185 balls. The story of the day. Who'd have guessed? Who would have ever guessed? But with that lead only standing at 160, if Williams or Balderson goes, effectively Lancashire will be 160 for 7. Tucked away for one more. Jamie Smith does the fielding out the square leg. That brings the much revered Will Williams back on strike. It'll be interesting to see if Laws goes short at Williams again straight away. We have the field for it. We have 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, and we have a leg slip in the shape of Will Jacks. In comes Laws. He's beaten on the outside edge. Never going to be comfortable facing up for the first time again after suffering such a painful blow. Tom Laws into his 11th over. And again, another short ball is, well, it's played in some form of adjective way.
Oh, he's just, now he's,
helmet's off again.
He's seen off 187 balls, but at the end of the day, he's not used to being out there. So he might be seeing it all right, but to deal with this sort of sustained barrage of short ball bowling, he's not used to that, so it's going to be tough for him.
He's watching it very closely into his body. Just have a replay here. And this time it's caught his shoulder into his grill. From live, it looked as if his gloves had taken the impact. That was incorrect. He's now been struck twice in the space of 3 deliveries. His countryman Tom Latham shares a encouraging and supportive word, and Will Jacks had a little look at his bat to see what he thought of it. It's a mighty fine effort from Williams so far, and continues to be.
He's watched that straight onto his grill.
He's kept his eye on it.
Yeah. So an improvement from the previous bumper, but tough going out there. But he's got a smile on his face. He's been, he gets straight back up. He's still going. It's been a mighty effort from Williams. I said earlier in the morning to Guy that, when you have this, the night watchman who survives the night, you don't feel like the game's properly started until he's out the next morning. But Williams is part of the game now. I think I can sort of fairly say that.
He is, well. I think as we've just sitting down, Andrew said there've been 3 scoring shots from Williams in the entirety of the afternoon session. So he's been struck on the body as many times, well, almost as many times, one fewer time. And he has had runs come off the blade of his bat. We had that bizarre moment, which looking back on it was I could scarcely believe it was Williams, where he launched Will Jacks for a 6 back over his head, having 2 balls previously cut him away for 4, and that was very much not in keeping with the rest of his innings. And what do you know, Surrey, having seen Williams struck twice, now have Jamie Smith at short leg. I expect this will be short again. And that is the end of the over. I really enjoyed him. I think it was one of the first fixture of the season here, or one of the earliest ones. Will Jacks was on commentary in the studio, and Keith Barker came out to bat for Hampshire, and as soon as Barker came out, the helmets came out, the leg slip was in, fielders out on the fence, short leg, and Will Jacks just went, yeah, we've done this for years. Just how horrible that must be to have a reputation on the circuit as someone who doesn't necessarily like the short ball and spend your summers being absolutely peppered. I feel that's what Will Williams is in for very shortly. Sean Abbott in. That's clipped away by Balderson. That will be 4 runs. It won't be 4 runs. Does Nico Reefer get there? It's a phenomenal dive. An ultimately doomed and failed dive, but it was a failed stop. It was a very successful dive. He had an excellent kind of slip and slide.
It was a McCullum-esque effort.
Very much so.
But this is a lovely shot for Balderson. Nicely timed, clipped through mid-wicket.
It was a substitute, Nico Riefer, who made great ground. Got the Jurgen Klinsmann out to ill effect. To good effect, even. Balderson defends once more. I very much enjoyed the Surrey celebrations when they thought they'd nicked him off first ball. Balderson gestured furiously that he'd hit his arm, and then Jordan Clark, almost cross-examining the defence, asked the umpire whether he thought it was off his arm as well, just to check that the stories were aligned.
I mean, they convinced me. It was a very strong appeal.
I think just the joy of finally having taken that wicket through Phil Salt. Everyone was a bit giddy in the moments after. Just a change of angle from Abbott there, coming round the wicket. Into a very straight field with 5 fielders on the offside, a slip, a gully, maybe 4th slip, ring field, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 fielders out on the fence. So expecting Abbott to be bowling nice and straight with the protection in place that he can go short if he wishes. It's a cricket field, fairly conventional cricket field.
I do think if Williams is kind of not going anywhere, then Balderson does really need to play a few strokes now.
There is that short ball. That field allows Abbott to go for a little stare back at the batter. Of course, Sean Abbott will be very familiar with the Kookaburra ball, having played, well, being an Australian international and having played so much Sheffield Shield cricket. I think Surrey do have an advantage in that respect. In this fixture, that 2 of their bowlers in Worrall and Abbott have played so much with the Kookaburra ball, so they won't be the ones particularly learning how to use the different ball seam.
Australians good with a Kookaburra ball. The revelations from this trial.
It was. I enjoyed. It was announced that they were doing this trial during England's series away to New Zealand, and Ollie Robinson was asked what he thought of it. He went, "Yeah, all right." He was almost kind of incredibly apathetic. He just went, "Yeah, I guess it's good if you want to get some skills with the Kookaburra ball, have a couple rounds of it." As simple as that for Mr. Robinson. That edged and caught. Sibley holds on at first, and Balderson goes for 10. And all of a sudden, Surrey will be up and about once more. Williams remains, as Lancashire sink to effectively 165 for 7.
Big booming drive from George Balderson.
We see the replay here. Perhaps Abbott just getting a little bit of movement with that Kookaburra ball, although the replay suggests to me that Balderson's just played inside the line. Maybe it's held its line a touch and snuck off away from the batter. But all in all, a fairly straight delivery that Balderson will not be best pleased to have nicked. And Ben Folkes giving his mate at first slip a big old cuddle and a pat on the back in celebration.
Well held by Dom Sibley. I like the slow-mo tumble back, just to take it all in.
With Tom Bailey will be coming to the crease. Made 10 in the first innings. And, well, made a half century. Oh, I was reading Tom Latham's statistics there. Tom Latham is not Tom Bailey. I know that much for a fact.
I feel like Balderson plays that stroke because Williams is, you know, just hanging on at the other end.
Potentially, I don't think there's. I don't think the shot selection was necessarily wrong. It was the shot execution. It's a pitched up delivery wide of off stump. As you say, Lancashire are looking to potentially force the rate on a little bit. I would be reluctant to lay too much of the blame on Lancashire's others batting failures at the door of the tail ender who's going above and beyond and outperforming himself.
Yeah. I wasn't.
Well, it sounded like it was.
No. I want to apologise to Will Williams and his family. There was no offence intended there. I think he's played very well.
You just want him to get a move on, don't you, Tar? That's what you're saying. Williams back on strike, and another short ball. There's been another fielder placed in a catching position. Surrey aren't quite going body line, but we have a fine leg, we have a deep backward square leg, then you have short leg just in front of square, so that it's not a no ball. They don't have 3 fielders behind square on that leg side, and we have a deep forward square leg. So I think the change there was where there was previously a leg slip. They have dropped all the way out, which, well, they're going short. They're going short at Mr. Williams. It's 1 for the over. Signals the umpire at point. I wonder if word will get to Mr. Williams that Surrey live stream comms are asking him to get a move on from Taha. I think that's
I can't believe he didn't hook that for 6, to be honest.
Defended into the leg side. I wonder how in Williams feels, or if he's kind of feeling like this is a kind of fever dream. You'd kind of expect that after 190 deliveries you might feel you're seeing the ball a bit better. He was playing very nicely towards the end of that morning session. He's found it a bit more difficult this afternoon, but he's still there. Tucked away off his hip for his 4th scoring shot of the session, and that wasn't too far away. Bailey trotted through for what was a very gentle single, but it's quite a short boundary over there, and the fielder wasn't all the way on the fence. So I believe it's Will Jacks had a shy. I don't think it would have been out had it hit, but Bailey close to looking a little bit silly, but he's fine, he's in, and about to face his first delivery. Played out into the offside for no run. He's had a number of not outs this year. He's averaging 38 with the bat, but it's a bit of a misnomer. He's only scored 150 first class runs, but 4 not outs in his 8 innings. He's had a mighty fine time with the ball. 23 wickets at 20. 23 wickets at 23, very convenient of Mr. Bailey. Smith fields in the covers once more, and that brings an end to the 99th over. Lancashire 252 for 7. The lead standing at 166. It is an interesting point you raise of whether Will Williams is now kind of batting in the territory he's more familiar with the side 7 down. Whether he feels kind of licensed himself to up the ante a little bit, or whether his strike rate is standing where it is at the moment, because that's just his natural game. His strike rate in first class cricket across his career is 30, so it's not like he's one known to be really pushing the rate along. We have a short leg in for Abbott as well now, and those 3 fielders waiting for the top edge, the catch, and they're quite a long way in from the boundary, so I don't think they're really thinking Williams is going to catch that much of the ball. Both deep backward square leg and deep square leg are a good 30 yards off the boundary, and we also have backward point going out. More short stuff expected from Surrey. Williams ducks underneath the ball and lays his hand back to prevent himself tumbling all the way to the ground.
This is a tough beat.
This is horrible.
You've done an incredible job. You've done your hard work. You've got yourself in. But they're still going to pepper you.
Well, this is kind of his punishment. Surrey are going, for everything you've put us through, we're now just going to bump the life out of you. That's a phrase I'll go for. Abbott goes again, and it's a fantastic length that, because it doesn't count as 1 for the over. So Williams does not get halfway to the short balls having to come to an end.
I suspect a Yorker is coming soon. Or are they not bothered about that? I think they just want to keep bumping in.
That's well played by Williams. Again, back of the length, shorter delivery, but about chest high. So Surrey still have 2 balls available to go upstairs. Abbott in once more. And that's that fuller delivery Taha was referring to. Just pushing the batter back and then having the stumps coming into play. This is fantastic bowling from Abbott. He's been immaculate with that length. But well played by Williams. Surrey's field really is remarkable at the moment. You have mid-wicket and cover kind of stump high, so there are no fielders kind of in the V at all. Just kind of either side of that V that you'd expect, and everyone else is square of the wicket. Abbott finishes over here against Williams. And Williams survives another over. It really is a remarkable innings from the Kiwi national, and Laws is to continue.
And he played that really well, kept it down.
He is, he's playing in a way where you almost appreciate it more, because you almost recognise it a bit more. When you see Joe Root kind of ducking, diving and pulling short balls, you go, I cannot relate to that at all. But Williams is playing it well with a very definite, noticeable element of discomfort around him.
This is the everyman innings.
The everyman innings. This is one we all thought maybe one day we'll get to play.
This is for your average Joes out there.
I reckon I reckon we'd do well to face 200 balls against Surrey out of the Oval.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Laws to continue. Bailey on strike and yet to get off the mark. And that is a woofed outside off stump. Well, 100 overs up for Lancashire's innings. And they are just, as you say, they're hanging on in there, and it is a really kind of admirable effort from their tail end. And that is 4 runs. Convincing, short and wide, and Bailey hammers the ball through the offside. But as you say, they are still really needing that lead to get up to around that 220, 230 mark. We see a replay. Not too wide, but just rocks back onto that back foot. Great weight transfer from Bailey. And of course, how important has that partnership between Worrall and Abbott been in kind of defining this match? Lancashire were on top. They had a considerable lead in their hands, and 2 batters had a day out. Ooh. That races through point. Whether that was a chance for Jordan Clark at backward point, I'll have to see the replay, but the result is 4 more runs to Bailey. See the replay here. Short, and it would have been spectacular. I think you'd be a cruel man to put that down as a missed opportunity.
A couple of wider deliveries there from Laws, but you just get the sense that Bailey's going to try and throw his bat to the good ones as well.
I think those are 2 missed deliveries there. With sometimes the boundary goes and it's a bowler bowling to their plan. Those 2 deliveries with that field, they're having that same field that they had to Abbott, where they just have a ring field on the offside and they're 2 men out, their protection's on the leg side, which assumes you're going to be bowling a lot straighter. So I think from Surrey's perspective, you're much happier if Bailey drives you down the ground or perhaps clips you away through the leg side, and it beats the 2 men out on the fence, he'll be frustrated, and Laws will be frustrated that the boundaries he was leaking were wide of the off stump. Short again. It was Dan Worrall's second first-class 50. And he's threatened to do it a few times this season, but I do know that Surrey's other batters don't particularly have the most faith in him to hang around. So when he's there, it's almost a double whammy where Worrall's swinging for the fences, so his partner does as well. Well bowled by Laws. Really full. Gets that Yorker length in. That's the end of the over.
In a way, he brings out the best.
Brings out the best in his partners, because they know, they go, God, this guy's not hanging around, so I've got to get going as well.
He frees them up.
So maybe what we're saying is Dan Worrall's about maybe 4 or 5. It's a Bazball era.
I do enjoy the flourish of his cover drive.
Oh, it's wonderful.
When it comes off. Because he gets the bat right high up, and it's, you know, it's
aesthetic.
It's almost textbook stuff.
Well, Abbott is going to continue. We have Williams on strike, which has basically been a byword for bouncers in the last half an hour. We still have that field. Men out square on both sides of the wicket. Abbott continues to home in straight.
That one sort of just died off the surface, really. I think even took Williams a bit by surprise by how low it kept.
I think that's always a bit of a kind of double-edged sword when, as the fielding side, you see a delivery behave differently, because obviously it's immediately good news for you. It's good news for you in the short term, but it's not necessarily good news for you in the long term when it's your turn to have a bat. Will Williams operating from a slightly new age textbook at the moment. Just rocking back on the back foot there. The flamingo back foot defence.
Well, he still played it pretty well because he's kept the ball down. That's the most important thing here.
Take a look at this. Rock back, foot in the air, Brian Lara, get the ball down. Perfect from Will Williams. Ducks under this one.
Like you said earlier, this is a fascinating field, you know, with the way you've got extra cover position and mid wicket and just no one in that V. I mean, the only way he's playing down the ground is if he plays some sort of tennis shot, really.
Runs at him. Runs really far. Abbott in. He does go for that fuller delivery, and that did not miss the stumps by much at all. Surrey all kind of screaming despair in unison. Williams is epic. I'm gonna call it an epic now. I think 200 balls counts as an epic.
Yeah, I think that's fair. No, it's been a monumental effort, and just one that you can't help but admire and respect, because he's really, I mean, the last few overs he's really taken the brunt of it.
Another short ball. So there's one delivery to come. Abbott has been given one for the over. That was over shoulder height, which means he can still bowl that final ball. Can still be a short ball. If you're Williams, you're almost desperate for Abbott and Surrey to get their lengths wrong. Just go a bit too short early on in the over, and you know you might have a bit of a respite at the other end. It's why in white ball cricket, when you're only allowed one for the over, it's kind of, if you use that too early, you really limit your options. Very full, and Williams drives out to deep point to nab the strike, and the short ball marathon in the face of Williams's marathon will continue from Tom Laws's end. I believe we should have 6 more overs until tea. 32 to go it's taken, isn't it? It's one of the great malleable mysteries of life, because tea's never taken at a particular time of day, it's taken a particular number of overs, and given Surrey were behind the rate, they've been scampering along. We should actually be taking tea roughly as scheduled around 3:45. And Tom Laws, see, that's exactly what we're talking about there. Laws and Surrey will be very frustrated to have missed high from the first ball of the over, because it really limits what you can then do for the rest of the over. So Surrey will want to go short, but Laws can't now afford to go too short this over, for instance this delivery, because then they have to change their plans for the remainder of the set. And there's 2. So now Williams gets a little bit of respite, because they know it will be a no ball if he gets anything above shoulder height. So Laws is going to have to be forced to push his lengths a tiny bit more further forward. I don't necessarily know that will lead to a change of field, because you can still pepper the rib cage. Williams, well, he has one more bit of information for him before he faces up. There we go, a big appeal from Surrey. I wasn't convinced from up here.
There was a woody sound there, wasn't there?
There was a woody sound. If there was a sound for something being high, I'd say there was that sound as well.
Sounded high.
Sounded high. See the replay here. Oh, it would be a rough day for it to be a batter and see the umpire's finger go up for that. I'm very interested to know what Surrey's celebration is going to be like when they finally dismiss Williams, if they ever do.
Yeah, you're getting a bit presumptuous there.
I know. How dare I? How dare I consider such a reckless thought process as Will Williams not batting forever?
Feel like the Yorker is on its way. I think this might be it.
Here we go, a Yorker coming up from Tom Laws. It wasn't too far off. Run out opportunity missed. Williams, in his desperation to make sure he faces every single ball of this match, sprinted through. Took one to mid on. I must admit, I looked away because from my eyes there was not one run there. But he managed to just get through. It was to Sam Curran's left as well, so it was his favoured hand. That was a piece of commentary for the socials there, to preempt the Yorker.
I think he missed it just slightly.
He missed the Yorker, but had the wicket fell, it would have been fantastic. Barely walks away. Tom Laws, you can really sense the frustration coming out of Laws at the moment. He really wanted that LBW decision to go his way earlier in the over, and it really wasn't out. It was a very passionate appeal for a 1-2. You might get that decision 1% of the time. But Laws is in to finish his over. And a swing and a miss from Bailey.
Oh, he put everything into that ball. That was a proper effort delivery, and yeah, he's slightly ticking. But that's what you want in your quicks.
You want your quicks to be angry. No, it is remarkable. Just the reality of the game is that Surrey are ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Like, they are in the driver's seat to a certain extent. They're in the driver's seat, but kind of someone else is just sat controlling the kind of acceleration pedal, whereas they want this game to be moving on a lot faster than it is. But in reality, they are fine. If 176 for 7, they'll be more than content to chase anything below 250. Not that that's a given, of course, on a fourth day pitch. More your subsequent caveats. I think Surrey just need to. Well,
they've been in control all day.
They are in control,
but they've been frustrated all day as well.
They've been frustrated. I was about to say, I feel like Surrey needs to calm down a little bit, and I don't think I agree with that as a sentence. I think they're fine. They're just frustrated at the current situation. Dan Worrall into the attack, and what do you know? He's gone short. He's gone short at Will Williams, and that's one for the over as well.
Do you think, say the score is exactly the same, but Daryl Mitchell is on 60,
Yes.
Do you think they're less frustrated?
I think they probably are less frustrated because they feel more in a contest that is in context. They are used to playing a match where an opposition is 170 head and you've got to get that key wicket of the set batter. When that set batter is the night watchman who's turned himself into the nocturnal batter, it's a bit more annoying. It's not nocturnal because he's batting throughout the day, but
you can see him batting through the night.
I could see him batting through the night. Night vision goggles on. We have a slightly different field of Worrall bowling to this short ball plan. We have a mid-off in place, so I can't... Yes, short leg has come out, and so we have mid-off and cover. The fielder out at deep point is having a rest up against the Xbox Game Pass advertising hoarding. I'll be very pleased that they got a little name check there.
I have an image of Will Williams now. Stumps his call today. And Will Williams, sort of Wolf of Wall Street style, is just—he's not leaving.
I'm not leaving.
He's not leaving.
I'm still
He's
batting.
batting.
Do you reckon he's having fun at the moment? I'm not sure. He scored 9 runs in the best part of 2 hours. It'd be really tough going.
If he's not having fun, I think he's still enjoying the contest.
Wow. What a poet.
Yeah, you can put that on a cushion.
Worrall in. And goes for the slower ball. Williams looks to flick the ball away. Perhaps not best advisedly so, given there is a leg gully in place and a fielder down at fine leg and a deepish square leg. But if he's not having fun, he's enjoying the contest. I think he's got a tattoo of that on his arm, actually.
I don't think that actually makes any sense.
I think it does make sense. I don't think it's profound, but I think it makes sense.
Not profound, but makes sense. I think that's probably my commentary style.
You're It's good. Is it better than the other way round? That is profound, but it doesn't make sense?
Lancashire 262 for 7. As we get to the end of the 104th over.
Goodness me. The things Will Williams does to a commentary box as his epic continues. He's on 60 off 214 deliveries. Dan Worrall to finish the 104th over. And a big swing for 1 run. God, that was a disappointment. I thought that was flying off into the covers. But Williams once again steals the strike to make sure he is at the striker's end. It has been the most phenomenal innings.
It's turning into a one-man mission. Just nicking the singles at the end of the over.
It's like kind of inverse 5 and 1 rather than you kind of attack for 1 and get yourself down the other end. Just hope that the opponent, your other batter, doesn't get out. Williams takes 5, gives 1 ball to his partner. Well, Laws is going to continue. He's a long way into this spell now. We still have that same field, a short ball plan, and there we go. Just that option that Laws has and Surrey have to sneak one through in the hope of getting one to kind of crash through Williams' defence as he's sat on the back foot.
He was starting to tick a bit in that last over, Tom Laws.
See on the screen there, Jamie Smith under the lid, a heavily strapped hand, missed the last few T20s with a badly bruised thumb. And straight in the action he is, very well timed. Thank you very much, Tom Laws. Yeah, he dropped Phil Salt on 1 in the covers, and what was a tough chance, but you really would have expected kind of players of Jamie Smith's quality to have held on. I've no doubt that his kind of bruised thumb would have had an impact there. Short again from Surrey, and 1 for the over. Solid in defence from Williams once more.
Starting to worry for his neck. Short ball comes, he's having to look high up, and then suddenly he's got one coming at his toes, he's got to get it down.
I think it is remarkable in that. So he scored 50 runs in the first session, and he's now added a further 10 in the afternoon. So he's crashed back down the gears. Is that out? Is that finally caught? He is gone. The short ball works. And a tiny bit of gloves bounces up off into the hands of Jamie Smith at short leg, and Will Williams, well batted. His epic ends 61 off 220 balls, and Surrey breathe a massive sigh of relief.
What a magnificent effort that is from Will Williams. 61. Laws, he was ticking that last over, and look at him go.
He is one of the great celebrators in this Surrey team. He bowls like a man but celebrates like a child, is the way I've always thought of him. As we see the replay, and just that bit of glove onto the thigh, and Williams can hardly believe it.
I mean, he's seen off so many short balls, and this one is just that. It's not threatening your helmet, but it's making you uncomfortable. You've got to prod at it, and gets enough, and it goes to Jamie Smith.
It did, whether this is overly harsh on Williams, it did feel like a matter of time. It was just a lot more time than anyone anticipated. And Surrey will be, once again, as we were talking about, yes, they were being frustrated, but also, yes, they are in control of this match. Lancashire are only 170 or so ahead, 177 ahead, and they're 8 down. Jack Blatherwick comes to the crease. What a fine innings from Williams. Blatherwick, just his second first-class match this season. He got a 35. He's got a 35 to his name this year. And that was in the first innings of this contest. So Surrey he'll feel in some form. I think 35 counts as form for number 10. I count 35 as form. Laws in. Again, that short ball plan. Sorry, look like they're going to persist with it. Whether this is a direct result of the kookaburra being used and the feeling that there is just that little bit less of kind of natural prolonged movement that you get with the Dukes, or Surrey, they're not shy of using that short ball strategy. They often do it. They do it with Gus Atkinson in particular. He's often used as the bowler to kind of pepper the middle of the pitch. But now we have 2 new batters in at the crease. We have Bailey, who's on 8 off 9 balls. Blatherwick just faced a single delivery. And as you referred to earlier, will we see a potential kind of going through the gears? And to answer my first question, we are going to see a change of plan, because we have got a more conventional field with a ring on the offside, with a deep backward point, but otherwise Surrey look as if they're going to return to top of off stump bowling. Clipped away beautifully by Bailey. There is a fielder out there. Laws will run around to cut off. 2 more runs to Bailey, who enters double figures.
Looked somewhat comfortable so far. Tom Bailey, 10 off 10 now.
Just flashed away those 2 boundaries, and that was just a bit straighter. The short ball goes up. Run out opportunity. I must admit, it was very difficult. There is a tiny bit of gloom over the oval at the moment, and myself and Laws out at square legs really struggled to pick that up. There were shouts of catch, and Tom Laws did not move until the ball bounced a few yards in front of him. But Bailey, having just praised him for starting so comfortably, looked in a little, not quite full, if not with discomfort, not in control.
It got a decent bit of bat on it.
Bladwick forward in defence.
But yeah, if Laws picks that up clearly, then he's probably moving forward and going for a catch. I think, yeah, he was quite late to move there and just reacted well to it on the bounce, really, to then pick up and throw.
I don't think there was ever really any threat that Bailey was going to be out. It's not like Laws will be sat out on a deep square leg feeling guilty, but just a little bit of gloom. That is very full. And skews off the outside edge of Bladwick's bat and goes off to cover. He was absolutely not aiming, but dot ball nonetheless. Rory Burns, the sole bucket hat wearer of the Surrey team. Maybe that's a rallying cry to Ben Stokes to get him back in the England setup. Could well be.
You can't call that bucket hat, right?
No, floppy, a sun hat.
Slightly different things, I think.
There we go. Picture perfect for Bladwick. No run. Solid in defence.
It does feel like England have been a couple years late on the bucket hat.
Yeah, I'm still making my mind up about them. Bucket hats and golf. It's a hell of a two personality traits. I think I speak out of jealousy there because I've never been one who's been able to pull off a bucket hat. So if I could, maybe I'd be more on the trend. Bladwick defends well once more. They really have. They've swept everywhere. I know the Oval Invincibles, who obviously play here, in the 100, their bucket hats and their merchandise, they've almost been shorted. There was being like a run on the market. People were paying absurd prices for them because they'd all sold out. England got them in. The men first debuted them, but then we saw them with the women as well at Trent Bridge. And every player to a T sporting the bucket hat. Rory Burns going with the floppy ears. I've not been allowed to classify that as a bucket hat, unfortunately.
I've been impressed by what Moeen Ali's done with his.
Yeah.
Kind of sort of flipped the edges up.
Nice.
And it's just a slightly classier look, I think. You'd expect that from
an added bit of flair. That is Moeen down to a T. Laws. Another short ball.
That was particularly sharp, that one.
That did look, it kind of skips off the pitch that little bit quicker. It has been given as one for the over, but not so much of an issue now that Surrey aren't exclusively deploying this short ball plan. Just as likely to bowl full now with that conventional ring field. Finds the outside edge where Tom Latham is, who took a phenomenal catch yesterday in the gully. It flew to him in the blink of an eye, and I don't think he had much choice but to catch it, really.
It's been interesting watching Tom Laws in the last few overs, have that kind of real aggression about him, almost a bit of frustration. And he's frustrated because he's not had any failure in his first-class career so far. Do you know what I mean? He's just...
I think it's an excellent point in that Laws was wicketless for 14 overs, and that is probably an experience he's not actually felt too often as a professional cricketer.
Because he's just been so good for Surrey. Probably gone slightly under the radar because he's part of a gun attack. But yeah, the start of his first-class career has been extraordinary.
It's been so. He's averages 20 with the ball across his 10 first-class matches, and last year he is an all-rounder. During the Royal London, he was batting for Surrey as well, and had a very good season with 4 half-centuries. I don't think Surrey quite realised the calibre of player they had when he kind of came into the team. I think they obviously knew he was a good player, otherwise he wouldn't have been backed at such a young age. But to have the results they got out of him immediately, it was kind of further added to Surrey's kind of embarrassment of riches here, that they have the pulling power to be able to sign a Kemar Roach, and then a teenager can pop out of their academy and be a ready-made all-rounder. Laws just dropped short there, and Bladwick fends away. It won't quite reach the boundary as Will Jacks cuts the ball off. And they turn for 2, but no more. Laws, of course, not the... I think you have Dan Worrall and Jordan Clark who've really been the mainstays of the two seamers who are the mainstays, and then Laws and Atkinson tend to kind of flip and trade matches, and then someone like Sam Curran comes back in. Beautifully driven by Blatherwick, but just straight to mid-off by Bailey, I beg your pardon.
And then you've got Jamie Overton, who's out with injuries at the moment, and Reece Topley.
Of course.
So yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's been talked quite a lot about the depth of this Surrey bowling attack, but it's hard to not marvel at it pretty constantly.
Well, Dan Worrall to bowl what should be the last over before the tea break. Bailey on strike. We have a short cover in place, no slip. Expecting Dan Worrall to go straight. Straight he goes, 2 straight, drifts down the leg side. Slower delivery.
Nice little change up, just didn't get the line right there. Took all the pace off the ball there, Dan Worrall.
I think I wanted to say something intelligent there about like the pace of the pitch, but I do often find it quite hard to judge without the players' inputs. You believe it was a touch on the slower side given, and that is laced through the offside. Worrall with a variation, a slower ball that just loops up and invites well, I think there are quite a few club cricketers who might fancy their chances clobbering that through the offside. As he goes for the variation, gets it just too full. Bailey throws his hands to it for 4 runs. But the fact that Surrey are going with this type of plan where you have catches in front of the wickets, it gives the impression they're not getting that much movement off the straights, and they're trying to change the pace to get catches in the ring. And that is a fantastic change. When the 2 deliveries there to go from a very slow and not the greatest delivery that kind of looped up earlier, to remind the batter that you can actually send it down at 80+ miles an hour and in the direction of your head. It's
I mean, it's probably a variation of 15 to 20 miles per hour quicker.
It really would have been. Worrall returns to that slower ball. He's almost bowling like Dwayne Bravo at the moment, where you bowl slower balls and your change-up is the quicker one.
Yeah.
I've always thought of someone like Tamal Mills, whether that's how viable an option that is to bowl cutters at 75 miles an hour, and then for someone's body to adapt to then a delivery that's 15 miles an hour faster. How much harder is that then to adapt the other way down? Short. Could it be caught? No, just dropped short of Curran. It's been a really fascinating over by Dan Worrall here, who's gone exclusively slower balls are full or quicker, shorter deliveries. Bailey just got a top edge into that. I feel like it almost flicked up off his body as well, because there was pace that came out of the ball, but it still travelled a hell of a distance down to Sam Curran at fine leg. This should be the last ball before the break, but I do add I've been wrong before. And here with Blatherwick on strike, we have a slip in place, so more conventional field and plan for Lancashire's number 10.
Is he going to stick to a conventional ball though?
Full and straight, fielded by Jordan Clark at mid-on, kicked up into the air by Dan Worrall. The players turn and head to the pavilion for a cup of tea and a sandwich. Well, another session which I almost intrinsically give to Lancashire, whilst in the kind of macro, in the overall scheme, Surrey are still ahead. They finished on 274 for 8. Tom Bailey on 17, Jack Blatherwick on 2. We had 3 wickets to fall across the session. We had Phil Salt, who went for a very well compiled 54, as he was clean bowled by Jordan Clark. We had George Balderson, who was caught in the slips by Dom Sibley off the bowling of Sean Abbott. And then Will Williams, the great Will Williams, his epic came to an end, as you can see on the scorecard there. 61 of 220 deliveries, a career best for the night watchman, who started the day on 1, reached his half century just before the lunch interval, and then in the afternoon session was absolutely peppered by barrage. I don't know which one's the right one is there.
Barrage.
Barrage? We'll go with barrage. A barrage of short balls.
I don't know how to say it anymore.
There we go. We all get confused by Surrey, and eventually succumbed as he was caught at short leg. Play will resume in 20 minutes time. I believe 4:11 is the official time. We'll be back just before then with more commentary.
Welcome back. Andrew Samson alongside me, Guy Swindells, for the start of this third and final session on day 3. Lancashire have done well, given the position that they started in this morning, to have made sure they're still batting come the third session of the day. You'd still make, I guess, Surrey favourites. At the moment the lead's 188, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, as we've been discussing, a lot of us didn't expect to be back tomorrow, but that's clearly going to happen now with the lead 188. 32 overs left in the day's play. Surrey aren't going to get those, even if they, well, I think they're very unlikely to get 190 in 30 overs, even if they get 2 wickets with the first 2 balls here now.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. If Dom Sibley opens, I haven't seen him go at a runner ball very often in his life.
No, he doesn't tend to. So I suppose if he got out first ball and Jacks or someone came in at number 3, it might just be possible, but I doubt whether they're necessarily in that kind of a rush anyway.
No, I don't think so. Well, Sam Curran might be in something of a rush. He is leading us off from the pavilion end. Oh, and he gets a prod outside off stump. And he thought he heard something. I have to say Bailey looked ever so slightly guilty. But no, he's happy now. He's not going back to complain. We'll just watch that one again. Oh no, he doesn't.
Yeah, there's more interest behind the wicket, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. There was obviously a sound, but didn't seem that close to the bat. So Bailey has done pretty well so far. Scoring quicker than anybody else so far today. Happy to leave that. And of course, we've seen quite a lot of runs from the later wickets so far in this match. Of course, the 130 that the 10th wicket put on, a little bit of an exception for the Surrey team, but certainly these days teams bat a long way down. And that's cut away nicely, just over the diving hand of the point fielder. It's 4 runs, and for a second though, it might have thought he was in with a bit of a chance there, because that was played on the up. And we saw Rory Burns take a catch, not entirely dissimilar to that earlier today.
Bailey scoring a bit quicker than the other T.E. Bailey to have played Test cricket.
Yeah, very
good old
good.
Trevor Bailey was a very famous blocker.
Yes, the Boyle did not rush. And that is a super shot. Minimal foot movement, but he timed the bat absolutely perfectly, Bailey, and he's raced along back-to-back boundaries.
Good shot, that one.
Wasn't it just?
So Lancashire first innings were 5 for 119, so they added 155 for the second 5 wickets. Surrey were 107 for 5.
Yeah.
And made 360, so that's 253 for the second half of the innings. And in this innings it was 145 for 5, so we're pretty much on the verge of doubling that as well.
Bailey's going to be going pretty well with the bat this season. Coming into this match, he was averaging 47. He'd scored 142 runs, had been not out several times, including 48 not out, which he got against Notts.
Yeah, not outs help, but he is pretty useful lower order batter, that's for sure. What's his career average? Is 18 in his career. Championship.
And he's certainly keeping the scoreboard rattling along and taking that lead to near the 200, which will begin to put a bit of pressure back on Surrey. Short, it's pulled away, could be a catch, is a catch. It was well taken down in the deep. I think it was Latham who's no, trying to work out who took the catch, but
Worrall?
It is. Well spotted, it's Worrall, and he had a quick look round to make sure that his back foot hadn't touched the boundary rope.
Yep.
And he did very well to stay inside it, because that was, what, 2 feet away from being a 6?
Yep. It was pretty straight to him, so he didn't have to run too much, I don't think.
No.
Just went back a step or 3 and was quite safe on the,
Definitely.
safely inside the rope.
Absolutely, definitely didn't touch the rope. Good catch, well taken by Worrall.
Yeah, it's not your standard Sam Curran wicket though, is it?
No, the bouncer and the hook shot into the deep fine. Wasn't quite in control of that hook shot either, was he? Played it above his head rather than... Didn't really need to play it perhaps, but Bailey was in a bit of a rush. And he has gone though for 25 at a runner ball. So Jack Morley comes out to join Blatherwick, who scored 35 in the first innings, Blatherwick, but it's whether Morley can stay with him. He just got the 2.
Yeah, he hasn't got much first class pedigree yet, just his 5th game.
He's got 6, yes, until I think he's only had 3 innings so far, and this is his 4th. He's got 8 runs.
Well, the good news for Lancashire, of course, is that was the last ball of the over, so Blatherwick's at least on strike.
No, he's got 8 runs with an average of 4 in his 5 first-class games. Worrall, after that catch, is now steaming in from the Vauxhall end. But that is wide enough, short but wide enough to leave. Better possibly than the 261 he currently has. Oh, that's a good ball. Actually, really well played by Blatherwick, as that spat out at him, and he managed to play it down.
Just dropped the hands and not too bad.
Yeah, did well.
There was a bit of talk while Williams was still going about how many night watchmen have been not out at the end of an
Oh, I
innings.
know. Mark Church on the radio got very excited about
He was,
that.
yes.
That's cut away, and that's going to be a couple, that's for sure. It won't be 4. There are 2 men out for that shot. That's good running by Blatherwick. And the lead is now up to 198.
Yep, almost the 200. Which still doesn't seem like enough, does it?
It doesn't, but at least you've given your bowlers something.
Yep.
200,
Yeah.
batting last.
Yep. Anyway,
yes, did you
I
find
thought I'd better
some?
have a look, so see if I can
Oh,
find
yeah,
some.
yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things is that I don't have a lot of details of who were night watchmen outside of Test cricket.
Okay.
I think I've got a list pretty much of, if not all, most of the night watchmen in Test cricket.
It's just played in front of him, no run.
A couple of fairly recent incidents in Test cricket involving England, actually, when Liam Plunkett at 2014 at Lords against Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah.
Sri Lanka or India? It might have been India, actually, sorry. Went in at number 7 as night watchman and was still there at 55 not out when England were all out.
Yeah, he was a good bat, actually.
He was a good batter, yeah. Jimmy Anderson, slightly less likely, but Jimmy Anderson did that.
As a night watchman?
As a night watchman, yeah.
That's tickled round the corner nicely by Blatherwick, which means there's just the 1 ball left to face as far as Morley is concerned.
That's a good single off the 5th ball, yeah. So Jimmy Anderson was only 8 not out though. He went in at number 7 as a night watchman in Mohali in 2008, and England collapsed the next morning.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he was the not out batsman, having come in as the night watchman. Yeah.
But perhaps one of the more interesting ones, which actually was in a county championship game, was in 1931. Titch Cornford, you heard of him?
No. Should have done.
Played for England. Did play
I know,
Test
I'm
cricket.
sorry. I missed Titch.
Yeah, well...
It's well bowled, but well left in the end.
Yeah, survived. That's all he wanted to do.
So Titch Cornford.
Titch Cornford.
Cornford,
yes. He was... he's, I think, was allegedly the shortest man ever to play Test cricket. And the Titch might be a bit of a clue there.
Okay.
I think he was 4'11". He was a wicket keeper. And he was playing for Sussex against Somerset and went in at number 4 as a night watchman.
Yes.
And those, wicket keepers in the 1930s, mostly, apart from Les Ames, couldn't bat much.
No, they were
not
specialists.
Not like the modern days, they were real specialists. And he was still there at 50 not out when the innings ended the following day.
Oh, well played, Titch.
Having seen, obviously 7 wickets fall at the 8 wickets fall at the other end, which is a little bit more impressive than coming in at number 7.
I agree,
and
and just seeing the collapse of 8, 9, 10. Oh, and that's a swish and a miss outside off stump. Not a pretty shot from Blatherwick on that occasion from Sam Curran's delivery.
Because also by definition of a night watchman, the guys coming in after you are better players than you are. Presumably overnight you're also with the guy who's a better player than you are, like we were here with Mitchell overnight with Williams. Mitchell got out, Jacks got out, so it was beginning to look possible that he might bat through.
Oh, and a swish and a miss again. And Blatherwick is obviously trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but at the same time, you can do it steadily. You don't have to crash it around.
Yeah, it's a kind of tricky situation for him, isn't it? Because he does have to. He can't just stay out as long as possible. He's got to keep the scoreboard moving as well.
True. And that's better. And punched out to deep cover point where they go through for a single. The cursory applause you can hear through the effects mic is the Lancashire fans who've made their trip down to the capital, applauding the 200 lead that has now come up for Lancashire, and they've done really well to dig that out. It's been steady from Surrey though. They've just kept chipping away.
3 balls for Morley to survive though.
Yes, and Curran has looked quite useful in this spell after tea from the pavilion end. That is too high.
I was just thinking we might be looking at a more conventional Curran dismissal, maybe a little bit of swing and a nick off, and what does he do? Bowls another bouncer.
Yep, that one must have been fairly close to a wide, actually.
Yeah.
Wasn't given, it's just the one bouncer for the...
I suppose he wants the guy on the back foot, so fair enough, and might pitch this one up. Try and swing it a little.
Oh yes, keeping short leg interested as well. He wanted to get off the mark there, Morley, but was sent back. It would have been a slightly suicidal single. Floodlights on. It's pretty cloudy. Pretty high grey cloud though. I don't think we've got any real chance of bad light ending things early.
It's quite similar yesterday, wasn't it? The floodlights came on quite early.
But there was one big grey cloud yesterday.
Yes.
And that's nicely played, and they decide to take the single. So at the moment, Blatherwick saying, fine, you can nick the strike, I don't mind. It's better we get the runs on the board. There's an argument. Trusts Morley.
Yep.
287 for 9. No, yesterday was strange. There was just one period in play when there was a massive black cloud that made very stately progress over us as the wind dropped. But eventually it did clear, and then we had bright sunshine. But today looks altogether... The cloud is much thicker. It isn't just the one. There is a solid ceiling of cloud above us here.
Thicker but a bit gentler. Not
Yes.
as angry looking as the one yesterday.
As we're seeing here. And there is a bit of breeze as well, as we can see from the flags on the pavilion. And that's nicely played by the number 11 Jack Morley. This is played for the England under-19s, just 22 years old now. Looking to break in to the team. First time he's played this season. Played 4 matches. Oh, he gets himself in a bit of a tangle, but nothing bad happens because of it. And coming into this one, he'd taken 17 wickets in these 4 matches at 25, which was a pretty decent start to his career. Hasn't really had a bowl in this, though he might well be important in the 4th innings if this wicket ever does take a bit of spin. But Will Jacks has barely bowled. He's had the 4 overs, which went for 16. And that's the only spin we've seen so far from Surrey. And that saw Will Williams hit him for a 6.
Yes, that was quite amusing, that. Having just got past his highest score, he
Yes, he celebrated in some style.
4 and a 6 in the space of 3 balls, and then went back into block mode.
Yeah, it was his maiden first-class half-century, 61 he made from 220 balls. Will Williams coming in as night watchman. Down the leg side, and he thought he glided it past backward point, but he had not. And in fact, it didn't bounce a million miles away from said leg slip backward point. Leg gully possibly would be a better description.
Leg gully. Just seeing if Morley's got any. I mean, he hasn't scored any runs in first-class cricket or list A, but I'm just having a quick look at his second 11 career to see if he's got anything. And he's not too shabby. In 29 games, the average is 15. With the help of quite a lot of not-outs, but a highest of 47 not-outs. So he might have a bit more potential than what he's shown so far in first-class cricket.
Well, if they could just hang around for another 20 runs, they'd make life interesting, you feel? Pitching it up that time, but well defended.
He's looked pretty solid so far.
Yes, isn't he?
It's 83 wickets at 21 in the second 11, which isn't bad.
That isn't bad. But it is a big step up, isn't it, from second to the first team?
Do the spinners have more of a chance in the second 11? I don't know.
Maybe the pitches are a little more spinner friendly.
Spinner friendly, I don't know.
Oh, Curran beats him outside the off stump, and it kept a little bit low by the way that Blatherwick prodded at the ball. Oh, beats him again.
Pretty much action replay almost, wasn't it?
It was. Tried to pay a bit more of a shot at that, but the result was the same, beaten outside off stump.
It's a pretty good spell from Curran so far since tea.
Couldn't agree more. He's been a bit in and out in the match, but mainly in, but every so often the pressure would slip a little, but bowling very nicely at the moment. Took that, what could be, big wicket as well. Tom Bailey, who had begun to play some nice shots. This time, however, he does manage to get a thick outside edge. It's all along the ground.
Yeah, I mean, the other issue with a guy like Curran now, 24 overs is something that he's not used to bowling anymore. Spending most of his time bowling 4 overs a day these days.
Yep, absolutely right. It's 24.2 so far in this second innings.
That kind of makes it a bit more impressive, even that he's bowling one of his better spells of the match.
Yeah.
And he's into his 25th over now.
He only bowled 12 in the first innings, which only lasted 74 overs for 274. So they've scored 14 more runs this time, and it's taken them about 40 more overs.
Yeah, definitely been slower going than the first innings. Night watchman blocking it for almost till tea time on the day.
Absolutely. Morley gets forward well on this occasion to smother that delivery.
Well, that'll probably go. I mean, the Williams innings will go down as the highlight of the match. Probably, certainly something I'll remember longer than most of the rest of the match. I remember I was there the day Will Williams made 61 as a night watchman batting for.
I have that down as number 2 after the 130 for the 10th.
For the 10th wicket, yeah, that's the other thing. I'll remember it. Yeah.
That is allowed to shoot past the outside of the left-hander's bat. Again, kept a little bit low.
Yeah.
Difficult take for Ben Folkes. So just the 1 run off the over. Curran's figures 2 for 65 from 25.
It's a good question as to which is more rare, a night watchman batting till tea time or a 130-run 10th wicket partnership.
I wouldn't know.
Neither would I.
Okay. I thought I'd try and prod you into actually the sheer. I don't know what the algorithm to find that out.
Yeah,
would be.
I mean, you could know. It's easy enough to find how many 10th wicket partnerships of 130 there are.
But
But the night watchman's a little bit more well defined and less well recorded.
I understand. Oh, and that's pulled away, but is safe. And goes all the way for 4. Well played in the end by Blatherwick. Took it on, the short ball from Worrall. And there's only one man out there, in fairness.
Well, it is the long boundary as well, then.
Yep. They did well to make it. Now there will be 2 men out there. As I think Dom Sibley, who spent his entire time standing at slip and did actually take 1 catch eventually. But he has now been sent out into the deep. And that's cut away, but straight to backward point. And there is no run, but Blatherwick got on top of that nicely. Worrall, who's had to work in the second innings, this is his 26th over. Yeah, Jordan Clark 23, Sean Abbott 20. Oh, it's a swish and a miss. A little lucky he didn't get a little touch through to the keeper or a top edge to deep fine leg, but he survives. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket and a deep fine leg for the pull shot, which he looks slightly disappointed with himself as we watch the replay of the shot. This time he's happy to get up on his toes and play it out into the colours.
Well, I can tell you there have been 139 partnerships of 130 or more for the 10th wicket in first-class cricket.
Which, when you consider how many matches there have been...
Yeah, that's the next point. There have been 61,600 or so.
So that's not a very big percentage.
So it's one every about 400, call it 450 games.
So yes, so we watched what would be in a 0.25%. So I think that was quite a big thing.
It is, yeah. Night watchman batting for 200 something balls might be more rare, I don't know. Could be.
Could be. I'm glad we've seen some things that have triggered your stat.
Things that we'll remember, really.
Exactly true.
I was there.
I was there.
Will Williams batted till tea.
You really enjoyed that, didn't
Everton.
you?
Yeah. Oh, it's good fun when the night watchman gets stuck in, isn't it? It's unexpected.
Oh, and that's it. He can't keep the ball down, Morley. It just plops into the hands of short leg. It's a third wicket for Worrall. He couldn't survive the last ball of the over. They're all out for 293. Blatherwick is left on 12 not out. And Surrey's target is 208 for victory. So nicely bowled by Worrall. Coming round, it's interesting because when he bowls to the left-handers, he comes round the umpire, which is they see him quite late, but that was, in the end, a very straightforward catch. Nicely worked.
Not quite Colin Croft, but yeah.
No, but
it is a late sight of the guy, yeah.
It was catching practice in the end. So we just watch it again from Worrall. And he doesn't over-celebrate. A little punch. He's had a pretty good time in the field.
Yeah, it's also all been a bit more harder work for Surrey today than I think they might have anticipated.
Oh yeah, hit the gloves. One was easy in the end. Well bowled. A decent delivery to a number 11. And Jack Morley follows his first innings 2 with a second innings 1.
His average has gone down then.
Yeah, it has shot down quite a lot. It was
on 6 at the start of the game.
It was 6 from 2 innings. So now it's 9. It's
down to 3.
Yeah, but no, I think it's less than 2.5.
Yeah.
It's 2.3 now. Okay, but let's see if his bowling figures can continue. Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at this scoreboard. Difficult start. We saw Wells and Bohannon going well, but when they were out, they were still behind at that stage, Lancashire.
Yep.
Then Villas went early. Mitchell did well. Brilliant catch by Burns. Please look at it. If you can find it anywhere, it's one of the great catches. And when he went for 30, they looked in trouble. Williams, though, the night watchman, as we've been talking about, 220 balls for his 61. There was a second half century in the match as well for Phil Salt after he was dropped on 1. But all that means is that they have managed to set that target of 208. Surrey will be red-hot favourites.
I think so, yeah.
Just checking how many overs we've got left for today.
Yeah, I mean, that innings is pretty similar to the first 2 innings of the match, where there was really no particularly big scores. A lot of guys got in and didn't really go on. So Abbott's 87 is still the highest in the match, and the next highest is 64 still. And yet there hasn't been a particularly low scoring game. 274, 360, 293 is pretty reasonable scoring.
Now I think there's 26 overs left, but I don't know whether that includes the 2 for the changeover. So there's 24 or 26 overs left.
I think it'll be 24. There were 44 at the end of yesterday, weren't there? So they had 70, so it should be 24.
So they're not going to score. Well, it's unlikely that Surrey will score 208
and 24.
That's T20 scoring.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, in theory they could claim an extra half hour if they were close enough, but I don't think they're certainly not going to bother to try and finish it today. You wouldn't think.
That's at more than 9 and over, so I don't think so.
No, there's no point. I mean, I think the forecast is all right for tomorrow as well.
And the win, it doesn't matter. You don't get extra points for winning in 3 days.
No, exactly. So you might as well come back and finish it tomorrow.
Well, the Lancashire chaps are coming down from the pavilion, the dressing rooms.
The man of the hour's out ahead of the rest of his teammate. Williams already warming up before the rest of his teammates get out onto the field.
Oh, he is too. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I can't quite see where the wickets are going to come from, though. I'm going to be honest. Will Williams bowled pretty well in the first innings, 3 for 86. He was so he's having a pretty good match. He's taken wickets, scored runs.
Yeah, but it is, I mean, as you say, I think it's hard to see any of the Lancashire bowlers blowing Surrey away with some spell of 5 for nothing.
Exactly.
They might end up taking 4 or 5 wickets on the way to Surrey getting 208, but probably not much more than that, you'd think.
Actually, looking at the bowling figures from the first innings, if Daryl Mitchell bowls, there may be a chance of Surrey, because he bowled 7 overs for 68 in the first innings. He took 2 wickets in 2 balls. He was on the hat-trick. But that's pretty. That's taking some punishment. That is
fairly ugly. 68 in 7 overs in a first-class match.
Yeah, it is.
Again, he'll be like the 5th bowler, though, won't he? 4th or 5th.
Yeah, but let's see who.
Lancashire are going to need Bailey and Williams to make an early breakthrough. Yeah,
they really
have
are.
A chance.
Yeah. Blatherwick they'll also be hoping they can get something out from him. He took a couple of wickets in the first innings, but again was expensive, 67 from his 12 overs. Or maybe it's Jack Morley. Maybe we'll finally see spin play its part.
I mean, Jack's got a couple to turn, didn't he, when he had his short spell with the old ball? So it's not impossible.
Yeah. He's, as I say, in the 4 matches he's played in hitherto 4, he'd taken 17 wickets at 25, taken a 5-fer.
Yep.
Still marking out the pitch, the white lines being reapplied. And it's good to see so many people in the pavilion. There's a decent crowd in there again today. There has been throughout this match, and the other stands have filled up as the day's gone on as well.
I think it's generally the case for championship matches. There's a good scattering of people in the pavilion, and also not too bad outside as well in the general stands.
You know, the Surrey members have turned up in good number for this, and why not? Their team is sitting at the moment 36 points clear at the top of the table. If they win this, there'll be 6 wins and 2 draws. This will be Lancashire's first defeat.
Yeah, Lancashire unbeaten, but with 5 draws to start with, so it doesn't help them all that much.
Let's have a little. Well, that's a good idea. Well, we've got a little gap. Let's have a look and see how the rest of the cricketing world is getting on. Right. Warwickshire did well in the end against Essex. They made them bat again after they scored 381 in their second innings. Essex are 25 without loss and require another 58 to win that one. Middlesex are in a heap of trouble against Hampshire. They're 185 for 8 in their second innings, and they're still 84 runs behind with just those 2 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire, I think listen to this. Somerset,
yes.
okay, 163. Nottinghamshire, 186. Parity, okay?
Yep.
Somerset's second innings, 514 for 8. Nottinghamshire, 12 for 3 in reply. So Notts in real bother there. And
Bartlett got another 100, and so did young James Rue. He looks like a good young cricketer, the young keeper for Somerset there.
It's a pretty big turnaround.
Yep.
Well, some interesting and the other one, of course, is Northants against Kent. And Northamptonshire are 176 for 4 in their second innings, so they're still 208 runs behind with those 6 wickets remaining after Kent's first innings finished on 621 with Bell Drummond 300 not out at the end.
176 for 4 sounds like a fairly reasonable score, but when you realise they're still 208 behind. It's in a bit different perspective.
Mayai 179, Bell Drummond 300, and the next highest score in that 621 was 41. So those two young men.
Well, it's nice to see, because Mayai's been spoken about quite a bit as a really talented youngster, but he hasn't really produced much yet at this level. But so that's good to see.
It is.
That's 179.
Now I saw him. I was at the Middlesex Kent T20 the other day, and he impressed then, as did Bell Drummond.
Yeah, Bell Drummond was another one who was in England under 19 and all that.
Yeah, he looked as if he was going to be. He was England Lions as well,
England
I think.
Lions, he kind of then faded for a couple of seasons, but he looks like very much on his way back now.
Yeah, this season he's scoring for
well.
fun. Oh, good to see.
Yep.
Well, the batters are now out, Burns and Sibley. A faithful opening pair as far as Surrey are concerned.
The pair you'd send in if you're planning on getting the 208 by sometime tomorrow, as opposed to Dutay, and no reason not to.
No reason not to. There is no rush.
Exactly.
Tom Bailey, who was in a rush with the bat earlier on, he scored 25 for 25 from 25 before he was caught on the boundary hooking Sam Curran. Will start proceedings from the Vauxhall end. And Surrey are off the mark immediately with a tickle around the corner for a single. Rory Burns. Both of these Surrey openers, of course, have had pretty substantial England careers. Not currently fitting the mould, but
nope.
Rory Burns, he played 32 tests. Pretty good, average of 30.3.
I mean, that whole era since Strauss retired, with England been looking for a opener.
To go with Cook, and then when Cook retired, they needed two.
They needed two, and these two have actually got as good a records as anyone else, quite frankly, as openers in Test cricket in that time.
Couldn't agree. They both averaged about 30. Interestingly, they both have a high score of 133.
Same high score, yeah.
Same high score.
Burns made that 100 at Edgbaston at the start of the last Ashes series, didn't he?
And Sibley's was in South Africa, I seem to remember. I saw it actually, it was fantastic. And that is flicked in to the cover area. Lucky enough to commentate on the first couple of test matches for TalkSport.
Oh, okay,
on that tour.
I missed the first two, but I was there for the last two of that series, 2020. I was in Australia for the first two, doing New Zealand in Australia.
Okay, nice.
So I saw Ollie Pope's first century at Port Elizabeth.
Yes.
As it was then called. Can you say Kabacha?
Kabacha. Close?
Probably really. A bit of practice will get you there.
Okay. I'm not very good with the guttural.
It's Xhosa as opposed to Afrikaans. So it's
okay.
It's a slightly tricky one.
Do you speak any? No.
Not really, no.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well.
There's not much call for it in Chester, is there?
Well, not much call for it in Chester. No, I suppose it's one of the things about being English speaking. You get a bit lazy if you're not English speaking. You need to learn to speak English and second languages and things, whereas you don't need to so much as an English first language speaker.
No, I wish I'd been.
Yeah, I should have been
better at languages and worked harder at it.
Yeah, same, yeah.
And that is just fended backward of square by Sibley, who's, as Sibley does, faced 5 balls, 5 dots. It's 1 without loss after the first over. Another 207 runs are required.
Duolingo is the way to go, apparently, to learn other languages.
Is that what's
It's
that?
an app. The rest of my family all use it. learning French and Spanish. And
oh, that's cool, really, and it does work?
It's pretty good, yeah.
All right. 23 overs remaining. There are some extraordinarily useful apps. I've got one that tells you what plant you're looking at, and that's quite handy. Yeah. And another one that someone put me in touch with the other day, that you can point it at a bird song, and it will tell you what the bird is. I haven't tried that one yet. I've downloaded it, but it's slightly more complicated.
Well, does that not take a bit of the fun out of birding?
Well, not really.
But I suppose if you're not
you don't know,
intense birder,
and you don't want to spend time with other intense birders to tell you, if you don't fancy twitching.
Yes.
And that is a nice, comfortable defensive shot from Rory Burns. There's Williams looking to build on 3 wickets in the first innings and his career high score of 61 in Lancashire's second.
Burns could probably do with a few runs here. He
hasn't had the best season, has he?
It's not terrible, but it's not quite up to his normal standard, averaging 29.3 before this innings. It's just the 250s.
Yes, I was quite surprised at a high score of 88. Hasn't got 100 yet this season. Yeah.
Into his 16th innings. I suppose there's a decent chance for him 80 not out or something in this one, which would turn that around a bit.
Well, if they win by 10 wickets and he's batting with Tom Sibley, he'll get a ton.
Well, yes, yes, that's true. If he's batting with Sibley might not be 80 not out. Burns might be 130. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
But I do like a Sibley innings. I mean, I'm going to look forward to watching him play doughtily, as that is left outside off stump by Rory Burns, who feels in no desperate need to get the hurry up going. And to be honest, he's right. See off the new ball.
Yep.
Wait till it gets a little bit softer, and then put the foot down on the accelerator a little if necessary.
I think I'm with you though on the kind of Sibley type players these days. The more the game goes at 8 runs and over, the more I appreciate the guys who can bat all day for 67 not out.
I agree. I think we're in the minority there.
Yeah, we're definitely in the minority, yes.
It's played out nicely by Burns again.
There's also, some guys can look fairly attractive while blocking all day, and I wouldn't call Sibley one of those.
No,
he's not aesthetically pleasing as one or two of the other blockers actually are.
Who is your most aesthetically pleasing blocker?
I shouldn't have said that. Now I've got to answer the question.
I'm trying to think as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a half shout, but I think height and several other things were against it as an LBW.
Well, I'm going to give you one, but you'll never have heard of him. But if there's any South Africans of the same era as me listening, they might remember a chap called Brian Whitfield.
Right.
Opened the batting for Tal, as it was then. In fact, opened a couple of times in the rebel era for South Africa, and he was a blocker, but a quite attractive left-handed blocker.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
So,
and that's just turned around the corner nicely. There'll only be a single there.
I suppose the classic might be Roald Dravid.
Yes, that's a good shout.
Yeah.
That is a good shout. I'm trying to remember, there have been some English pleasing blockers.
I mean, obviously you go back into the Tavares and things. I don't think he counts, as he wasn't that pretty, was he?
But it was interesting when we were picking this team yesterday for players who would have thrived better under Bazball than perhaps they did. Tavares came up and I immediately pooh-poohed it.
Yeah.
But it had come from Dan Norcross, who knows about cricket. He knows more than I do about cricket. He knows more than just about anybody I know about cricket. And he, of course, knew that, I'll wait until the end of this delivery. Yeah. You know this, but I didn't.
Yeah.
That Chris Tavares, who was quite possibly the most boring batsman I have ever watched at any length of time, changed his grip and everything. When he was first at Kent, he was an attacking cricketer, and he changed his game deliberately to become a doughty opener. And if he'd been allowed to play his natural way and not to change his grip, he would have known a completely different Tavares.
Yeah, I mean we don't have strike rates from those days, unfortunately, but
Oh, and that is an absolute ripper from Bailey. And that's the first delivery with that new ball. We've seen just short of a length, on or around off stump, tempting Burns and just flying past the outside edge. Lovely delivery.
There were certainly stories of Tavares playing some quite dashing innings on Sunday afternoons.
Yes,
back
yeah,
in the 70s.
yes, in the John Player League. This time, though, Burns does get bat on ball and plays it nicely up to mid-off.
I'm going to stick with Dravid.
I think Dravid's good. There were some sort of John Edrich nearly qualifies for English fans of a certain, but he could score runs as well. But,
I didn't see enough of him.
When you saw him, he and Jeff Boycott opened quite a lot together.
Yes.
And Jeff Boycott was over my dead body.
Yeah.
And Edrich had a slightly more pleasing, although if he needed to defend, he could.
Yep.
And that goes past the outside edge. This time, however, Burns had moved his bat inside the line and was just leaving it as it sailed past. But we have seen one very decent delivery from Bailey in this over. But Burns, I have to say, is looking pretty comfortable out there at the moment. Just that one little flirt outside the off stump. He's had most of the strike.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be looking to be there at the end, just to bolster the season that he's had so far.
Too wide on that occasion from Bailey. Burns happy to leave it. He's wearing his hair quite long these days.
Yes, is it a bit incongruous, I would think. But anyway, I shouldn't talk about hairstyles.
I wish I could.
Well, I grow it on my chin to make up for the lack of it on the top.
I know. Can't even do that successfully. Full, driven, fielded, nice over. End of the play. Now I can see the chaps queuing up. We'll do one more over, take us up to 5 o'clock, and then we will let Yas Rana and Taha Hashim take over from us, and Andrew and I will go and eat more cake, probably. No?
I probably shouldn't.
I know I shouldn't.
I'm quite proud of the fact that I do have more hair on the top of my head than both of my younger brothers. So there is that. It's a minor compensation.
Apparently, your hair gene passes from your grandfather. So my father had quite a good head of hair, but both my grandfathers, one had virtually none and one was pretty thin. So I was always onto a hiding to nothing. But if I'd had kids, they could have had hair. But my grandchildren would have suffered.
Okay. Well, the pictures I've seen from both of my grandfathers doesn't suggest that I was ever likely to have much hair.
Oh, okay. They were.
Yeah.
Overrated hair. You need expensive hair products and things.
Yeah, well, I mean, how much does Rory Burns spend on that?
No, it's true. Tom Sibley plays that with the big stride forward. He's one of the many players who has come to join Surrey. Dan Lawrence, the Essex batter, will be here next term.
Yep.
He got a century in the match that Essex should go on and win. He's certainly batting well on his farewell tour for Essex, but I know they were very disappointed to lose him, but
I can imagine,
he's a very good signing for Surrey.
Gives you more problems of who does Surrey leave out next season as well.
No, I was looking at the squad.
Assuming everyone's available.
Just the 2 slips, and we haven't really seen more than 2 slips for either team throughout this match. We've only seen 1 slip catch that I can remember. driven nicely by this time by Sibley, but can't get full power as he reaches away from his body to connect. It goes up to mid-off. Sibley adjusting trousers, helmet.
So we're not going to go into the list of, we don't have time to go into the list of the batters who were great adjusters.
Oh yes. And that's thickish outside edge. It's all along the ground and nicely played, but it certainly excited Williams for a moment or two.
Certainly been a few of those with routines over the
Yes.
years.
Jonathan Trott stands out the hand most.
Yeah. It's just as well we don't have time to go into a list.
No, thank.
Can hand over to the youngsters.
I think the viewers will be delighted that we won't go into a list of
Get the youngsters
twitching
on.
cricketers.
Get the youngsters on, they can up the level of commentary. Or
Certainly be
the
faster.
subject matter anyway.
Quite. One more ball. Oh, and that's quicker than Sibley was expecting. I think that's hit him on the arm. And that might be. He seems all right, but that would have smarted. Right, Andrew Samson, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
I'm going to make way as well, as Taha Hashim and Yas Rana will take over on the commentary spot.
Thanks, Guy. Surrey 2 for 0, 4 overs into the run chase. Taha, I feel that this is, if Lancashire are going to do something and turn this into a really tight contest, a tight finish, you feel like this little burst with a new ball is going to be huge. They took a few new ball wickets first time round. Bailey and Williams both averaged low 20s in their career and this season. I feel this is the session, slightly gloomy.
Yeah, it's as cliche as it is, yeah, an important first half hour with the new ball. Yeah, Williams bowled, Williams had a very fine match. He bowled well with that new ball. Surrey's first innings. Getting one to nip away from Rory Burns and take the edge. And then he obviously batted very well. But yeah, Lancashire really up against it here at the moment.
Sibley and Burns are two openers who won't require any encouragement to just see out the new ball, but I feel like the way in which this match has played out, where new ball wickets have been such a premium, you saw today how much Surrey toiled just trying to get rid of the night watchman Will Williams, who resisted admirably, but at the end of the day he's a guy who before today never scored a first class half century, and Surrey's excellent bowling attack has caused every batting lineup in the country problems this season. Found it really hard to cause some indents in the Lancashire lineup.
And the other thing is, here, both teams go into this knowing just how good Surrey have been chasing this season. Like they've got that confidence. They're coming on, off the back of the match where they, pulled off a record chase more than 500. And this time round, they're at home, favourable conditions really. So they're properly backing themselves, to pull this off.
Quite interesting to look at the field already. You've got a guy in a leg gully. When I was on with Guy earlier today, we were talking about how, especially when the ball ages, there's a pretty similar feel to what it was like in the Edgbaston Test match, in that you don't really feel, different with the new ball, sure, but you don't really feel like slip catches is the way wickets are going to fall. Burn plays and misses at one just down the leg side. Lancashire fielders briefly interested, but the umpire ignores their appeals.
Yeah, they've got that leg gully and the fine leg behind him as well. And that leg gully there for a little catching chance of a ball, similar to that, perhaps a bit straighter.
going a lot finer. He's coming into a more conventional leg slip, and the man at fine legs going a bit squarer. Another maiden over, 2 for naught after 5 overs. I like on the graphic that we've got balls remaining just in case. Williams and Bailey really drive the runs.
Sam Curran and Will Jacks blocking out for a draw on the 4th and final afternoon.
Have you noticed anything different with the Kookaburra ball compared to the Dukes in the early rounds of the season?
No, I think it's one of those things where you've got to just take the player's word for it. What I find fascinating is, you know, imagine trying to explain this ball change to someone who doesn't know too much about cricket.
Reasonably big appeal. Turn down again.
Looked a bit high, I think.
Have a look at the replay here. Williams into Sibley. Yeah, I think you called it straight away. Probably a little bit high. But not a million miles off. Not a million miles off at all. I know you're saying it's difficult to explain to someone who's not into cricket. I think it's difficult enough to explain to someone who is into cricket. It's a good carry from Williams. Phil Salt taking that chest high. Good carry is not something we've necessarily seen throughout this game, and I wonder if that's actually one of the differences between the Dukes and the Kookaburra. It loses that hardness just a little bit earlier, and it's almost noticeably earlier in the innings that the ball goes soft, the carry's not quite as good, and you made the point earlier in the day that actually that makes run scoring harder.
Speaks to a lack of movement as well, that for both batters really they've got a slight short ball plan. With Burns, there was a leg slip. Dom Sibley, there's a short leg in there.
It's been noticeable all day that both sides have deployed something close to ring field, even with the newish ball, trying to really dry up the scoring rate. Williams in again to Sibley. Again, causing a little bit of trouble for Sibley, following this stump-to-stump line. I know Sibley is so strong through the leg side, but he's just holding it just on middle and off stump at the moment, and Sibley yet to score north of 15, which of course won't faze him, but an encouraging start from the Lancashire new ball pair. Williams challenging Sibley's inside edge again. This time Sibley picks up a run as it goes down to fine leg. He's off the mark, but far from convincing.
Yeah, Williams perhaps trying to replicate how he got Tom Sibley out in the first innings, strangled down the leg side. You know, straight lines, just getting a bit of movement inside to the right-hander. Just cramp Sibley for space, see if that causes any problems. To Burns, he'll look to take it away from over the wicket. Or maybe not.
Maybe it's just because he also played for Lancashire, but I think Will Williams looks a lot like Simon Kerrigan. Again, Williams straight this time. Burns confidently defends, ended the over, 1 run off it. Sorry, 3 for naught of 6. I guess if you don't have faith that Nick's going to carry to the slips, bowling stump to stump makes a lot of sense.
Got any other cricketer lookalikes with other cricketers that pop into your head?
Not immediately. Not between cricketers. When I was much younger, I thought that Yas Rana looked a bit like Chicken Little. Don't know if you ever watched Chicken Little. Anyway, Bailey in. Big appeal, but given not out again. Bailey looking for a very similar line to what Williams was bowling towards Sibley in the previous over, and that's the fourth time the last over really that stump to stump line, Sibley collapsing ever so slightly over towards the offside, has caused the Surrey opening bat a little bit of a problem.
That's more like it from Tom Sibley.
Interesting though that we associate Sibley being so strong through the leg side. It's actually when they veered slightly straighter that he's looked in more discomfort.
Yeah, I mean that's what he's renowned for, right? Clipping off the pads, hoovering the ball up there with that slightly open stance.
And again, slightly outside off stump, Sibley very confidently plays forward. I like this from Lancashire. They're making run scoring really, really difficult. Bowling straight. They've got a ring field. It's not immediately obvious what the scoring options are here for Sibley and Burns. Bailey in again. Defended again. But it's always been the pattern of the day really. Both sides, whilst fielding, have been very content, almost in acknowledgement of the conditions, to just hold and kind of forcing the batting side to do something. I mean, arguably the moment of the day is that Rory Burns catch to get rid of Daryl Mitchell, but that was following a period where Mitchell, who looked to be aggressive in the first innings, wasn't really getting going. So he plays a aggressive shot off a decent length delivery and ends up caught it off. Again, appeal from behind the stumps. Slipcord and Phil Salt acting like they heard something, but Bailey barely went up himself. Sibley looks unconcerned. As you see a replay here. It's a very, very late lead from Sibley. It's a very similar line to the balls that he was defending earlier in the over, but this time he makes a very late decision to let it go past him. And the ball passes very closely to the bat but doesn't quite touch it. Another inside edge off Sibley with that stump to stump line. Another maiden for Lancashire. 3 runs from 7 overs. Those balls remaining coming right back into it, Taha.
But you know, that being said, if you're already on the containment route with the new ball, I mean, even when you get to those overs later on, how are you looking to take wickets? That's the question for Lancashire. They did get some movement with the new ball in that first innings. They're not getting it here right now. It doesn't look like they're getting here even under lights. So the question comes, you know, who are they going to look to after this new ball pair? You know, who's going to actually deliver? Because they lack that kind of express pace option to really eliminate the pitch.
Again straight, Burns tucks it into the leg side, no run.
And then they've got the young spinner, Jack Morley, as well. And you know, part of this Kookaburra experiment is to bring these spinners into play. You know, does he become crucial? But then again, we've not seen spin play much role in this match at all. So yeah, I just wonder what Keaton Jennings is thinking right now. Who's gonna take him the wickets? Is it all going to be just about building pressure?
This time Williams goes a little bit too straight and Burns is very happy to clip that through to the leg side. It won't quite go for 4. That's fielded by the left arm spinner that Taha was talking about, Jack Morley. 2 runs for Burns, he moves on to 4.
Yeah, that's very much Rory Burns areas. Likes to guide through mid-wicket. This was behind square leg. But yeah, tucked off his pads pretty nicely.
I suppose it's interesting with Surrey that the top three are going to go about it in a completely different way to the rest of the order. Burns, Sibley, Latham, classical opening batters. Again, a little bit too straight from Williams. He's clearly trying to bowl stump to stump, but that's flicked off Burns' hip for one. Brings Sibley back onto strike. But you know, as soon as Jamie Smith comes in at number 4, the whole feeling of the game is going to completely change. And I think Burns, Sibley and Latham will be thinking, given the way this game has gone, they'll be thinking, we don't really care about how many runs we score in the first 15, 20 overs. The new ball's been so much harder to face than the slightly older ball. But also Lancashire at the same time will be thinking, if Surrey are 30 for naught after 15 overs or 20 overs or whatever, they'll be thinking, well, they've only scored 30 runs.
Yeah, but you're right, there's such a significant change in tempo you get from moving from the front three to the next. I think Smith in the first innings might have walked down the wicket first ball and clipped through mid-wicket for 4. That's how he plays, and then you saw how Sam Curran played. Well, Jacks was patient to begin with in his innings, in the first innings, but yeah, then he so easily catches up. Again, pretty decent carry there from Williams. So yeah, it's not straightforward, and that's why Sibley's been so patient. 1 off 24. Still not a great deal of sideways movement or any sort of hints of the pitch helping out beyond a bit of carry.
Talked about Jamie Smith there. What have you made of his season? Obviously been talked about for a long time, but there were periods last season where he wasn't actually making the Surrey first 11. Has a decent season when he gets on the park last year. Picked in the England Lions squad for the tour of Sri Lanka, scores a 70 ball 100. Obviously we know he keeps wicket very well as well, and this season his game seems to have gone to another level. He's now a real core member of this Surrey side, and I guess that was underlined more than ever in that knock against Kent, the 70 ball 100. I mean, he scored 2 70 ball 100s in 2023, which is pretty good going. You can see why people are so excited about him.
Yeah, and you know, when he walks to the crease now, there's a bit of strut about him, there's a bit of aura he projects. You know, he's got a good record to back up the talent he has as well. And yeah, he's been spoken about for a long time. I think first class debut was against the MCC in 2019, him and Ollie Pope put on a monster stand, and he's been spoken of with promise for quite a few years now. It's a stacked middle order.
Again, Bailey bowling very straight to Burns, who picks up another run to fine leg. His wagon wheel is basically just a straight line at the moment towards the fielder at fine leg. I do like this from Lancashire. I think it's easy. I initially thought that at points today Surrey should have been a bit more attacking with more slips, but there's so rarely been carry. You just said it there. There's not been that much movement even with a new ball here. And there is a catch in the slips. Dom Sibley prods at one outside off stump. Tom Bailey has a breakthrough. Surrey 7 for 1 in the 9th over, chasing 208 here at the Kia Oval. Bailey rewarded with his patience. Lancashire's overall ploy to dry the runs really paying off here. Suddenly, Surrey are 7 for 1 in the 9th over.
Really, really uncharacteristic of Dom Sibley. They've done that through the pressure they've been building. Sibley was 1 off 25. Bailey getting on wide outside off some. Here's a replay.
Gets a hint of movement there. It held its line. Sibley was defending balls that were outside off stump. This one slightly wider. It's a very good catch.
Really good grab.
Very, very good catch at second slip as well.
Keaton Jennings pretty impressed with it as well at first slip.
Kind of reaching out for that. You've got to say, for Lancashire, when the ball's not been doing that much, suddenly we're analysing this game of cat and mouse and we're like, well, nothing's really happening, the game's not really moving, but suddenly you're 7 for 1 chasing 208. It's overcast, still a new ball, the lights are on. Tom Latham coming in. You feel now what an opportunity this is for Lancashire. Bailey and Williams have really stuck to their plans there, and we were just talking about how few slip catches there have been today and across the match, but Bailey with a beautiful outswinger.
Despite all that pressure building, that ball still has sort of come out of nowhere, and that shot from Sibley has come out of nowhere because he's a man who's happy to resist, and he was doing a pretty good job of it as well. But yeah, he just got tempted by that line from Bailey.
And I think Lancashire are really sensing that this is the moment to attack. Got a man under the lid. There's a conversation over the number of slips they want. Looks like they're going to go from 2 to 3. Bailey into Tom Latham. 2 and 2. Bailey strikes. Tom Latham gone. First ball. Tom Bailey has completely changed the feeling of the game. Surrey 7 for 2 in the 9th over.
Game on. Another really, really good catch at second slip. Tom Bailey got one to move away from the right-hander. Now he's done it to the lefty. Tom Latham gone first ball. That is a massive, massive wicket.
208 suddenly looks very far away, Taha. Look at those figures from Tom Bailey. 2 for 2 or 4.4 overs. They've done so well to dry the scoring as we have a look at the wicket again. Again, it just really holds its line. It doesn't move hugely off the straight. Tom Latham kind of defending it towards mid-on when it's on off stump. Doesn't quite get his alignment right and offers a much more straightforward chance for the slip cordon than Sibley gave a couple of moments ago. But here we are. Surrey 7 for 2. Tom Bailey is on a hat-trick at the Kia Oval. Jamie Smith, who we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, who walked down to his first ball in the first innings, will be the man facing the hat-trick ball. What an impact substitute fielder Rob Jones has had. Two catches in 2 balls, the first of which was genuinely brilliant. Rory Burns has a word with the new batsman Jamie Smith. 3 slips, forward short leg, catching short mid wicket.
We were talking about that tempo change between the top 3 and the men that follow. So it's going to be interesting to see how Jamie Smith holds up with this pressure that's been building from Lancashire. Hat-trick ball. Tom Bailey suddenly getting this ball to move around.
Smith advances down the wicket again, but confidently defends. Back to Bailey. Hat-trick ball negotiated with. But Taha, the game feels so different to what it felt like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you just feel with the lights on, the quicks have started brilliantly here with the new ball. And Surrey have been masters of the chase this season. Face a really tricky period now.
Bailey digs it in short. Jamie Smith pulls it confidently towards the mid-wicket boundary and picks up 4. He picks a boundary off his second delivery at the crease. Surrey moved to double figures at the end of the 9th over. 11 for 2, but what an over it was from Tom Bailey. 2 wickets and 2 balls gets rid of 2 very well established international openers in Dom Sibley and Tom Latham. Tom Latham has got to be right up there as one of the best openers in the world game at the moment.
Jamie Smith, having opened his account in the first innings with a shot through mid-wicket for 4, does it again, this time off the back foot. Lovely shot that was.
You felt that this little session against a new ball, the game could really have slid away from Lancashire quite quickly if they weren't quite on it with a new ball. But they've been brilliant. How do you think Smith plays it now? We know how he likes to play, but as we say, it's overcast, the lights are on, the ball's still new, it's still hard. We now know it does carry to the slips.
Well, the first signs have been positive. Even that first stroke, a dot ball, he was looking to get himself down the pitch, negate any movement really.
Again, Williams beats a Surrey batter on the inside edge. You know, just quietly, it's not been Burns' most profitable season so far, averaging just under 30 in the county championship. Normally so consistent for Surrey at the top of the order. That's well left. What an opportunity this is for him to register a big score, an important score.
One of those passages of play now where every time the ball passes the bat, you know, there's a gasp from the fielder. Something's happening every ball. The fielders are feeling like they're on top now. And so Burns has to deal with that pressure.
Burns blocks it down the ground. It's interesting that Bailey went to the short ball, second ball to Smith. I mean, I don't think it was a drag down. He's been so accurate today. Maybe he was put off by Smith advancing first delivery and he wanted to catch him by surprise, but Williams in again. Big shout, not given. You can see the plans are for Rory Burns, stump to stump. I know we've had 2 slip catches, but that's clearly what the plan is to Burns in particular. It's a pretty good shout, you know, maybe just outside the line of off stump. We'll have another look at it here.
Impact potentially outside the line, yeah. A bit high as well.
But again, a little bit of movement from Williams. I've not seen a lot of it, but that definitely came into Burns. Dispatch for 4. Williams drops short. And Burns wasted no time into sending that to the mid-wicket fence. He moves to double figures. Sorry, 15 for 2 after 10 overs.
Yeah, real authority in that stroke, really, from Rory Burns. Having faced the testing over there from Will Williams.
You feel like Williams and Bailey could be bowling some pretty long spells here. Not just tonight, but first thing tomorrow morning. Still 14 overs left in the day. Bailey will continue to Jamie Smith. 2 slips and a forward short leg. Huge appeal and given! Bailey picks up his 3rd wicket in 2 overs. Jamie Smith, the dangerous Jamie Smith, going for 4 off just 3 deliveries. Surrey 15 for 3. 208 looks a really long way away, Taha.
Tom Bailey's changed the complexion of this game completely with the new ball. Jamie Smith, who pulled for 4 with his second ball, is already walking back.
It's a very slow walk back from Jamie Smith. He's left a straight one. It does feel like just in the last few overs the bowlers have been able to get a little bit more movement than they were before. Huge appeal given. I guess the only question really was height. As we see the replay again here. Sharp movement in.
Once he's offered no stroke, he knows he's in big trouble.
What a spell this is from Tom Bailey. First he has Dom Sibley caught superbly by Rob Jones at second slip, prodding at one that just moved away ever so slightly. Then Tom Latham from around the wicket, one that just kind of held its line, and Rob Jones, a substitute fielder, taking another smart catch. And then the third one, Jamie Smith, leaving a straight one, but to be honest, is not really a straight one because it started well outside off stump and really came in, I think, off the seam rather than through the air. But Smith offers no shot, and as we know from the last round of games, Smith is so dangerous in a run chase because of how quickly he can change the whole feeling of the run chase.
It feels like the movement of the ball's just become a lot more exaggerated in the last couple of overs.
100%.
It seemed like initially Lancashire were going to have to pursue a mantra really of pressure, straight balls, you know, short leg in, leg slip in, a leg gully in. Now there's movement on offer for Tom Bailey, and he's really making good use of it.
Right, Ben Foakes joins his captain Rory Burns at the crease. Bailey continues. Full and straight, and Foakes clips it through mid-wicket. The fielder runs in pursuit and just about hauls it in. Foakes picks up 3 to get off the mark. First ball, but you can see that Bailey is just looking to be slightly fuller, slightly more attacking than he was earlier. I think Lancashire will really sense that this is the opportunity, that if they're going to win the game, use this new ball and properly run through Surrey. We know how dangerous their middle order can be. Foakes, Jackson Curran completely changed the momentum of the Surrey first innings. Bailey's asking deep fine leg to move a bit squarer and then to bring in a leg gully again. Yeah, that deep fine leg's not just gone square, he is now in front of square. And mid-on's moved more towards a short-ish mid-wicket. Straight again. It does seem like that's the plan to Burns. Stump to stump. Maybe hope that he flicks one aerially to the man at mid-wicket.
Stump to stump, but then hopefully maybe just move that ball across him and bring those 2 slips into play. Rob Jones has held on well to 2 catches there already.
Another field change. The man at deep square leg has basically moved to where the square leg umpire is. A bit too full, but Burns can't quite punish that half volley. Inside edges it straight. I guess with this current field, you're kind of saying to Burns, if you bowl the short ball, go on, take the short ball on. There's no one down deep. But if you get it wrong, we've got 3-4 men even waiting to pounce on the leg side in reasonably short.
Slower ball there. Potentially trying to get Rory Burns playing a bit too early with a flick across the line. An edge perhaps popping up to those men who are close by on the leg side, although one man's moving back now. It's deep. Square leg.
Burns defends it into the leg side and picks up a single to keep the strike. He moves on to 19 for 3 after 11 overs. Talking earlier about Bailey and Williams perhaps bowling pretty long spells tonight. You think those 3 wickets in 2 overs will give Bailey the extra energy required to keep on going? Who knows, he might bowl unchanged this evening, such as the way he's bowling. You know, this almost feels like that England-Pakistan Abu Dhabi test match where not chasing that many and England just go absolutely nowhere in the run chase, and you're feeling suddenly, where are the runs coming from? Even with those 3 quick wickets, it is just 2 slips in for Rory Burns off the bowling of Will Williams. We briefly had 3 slips during Bailey's over a couple of overs ago. Briefly, a little bit of confusion, but they scamper through for a quick single. Burns under 12. Talk so much about the ball in this game, but at the end of the day, when it's 19 degrees, cloudy, bit of wind, the newish ball under lights, it's still going to do something.
Something's never changed.
Folks defends confidently off Williams. Still got that pretty much ring field. 3 men on the offside, 2 in front square on the leg side, 3 if you count forward short leg. Folks drives but finds a man at cover. I feel like this passage of play, you almost want to package up the whole thing and just give it to coaches around the country for them to use as an illustration of what pressure can do, eh? Surrey really not going anywhere, which I think they were very content with doing. They wanted to get through the new ball.
And it felt like, despite that pressure building, with the nature of the players that were at the crease, that's not an issue. You know, if that's happening with 2, really aggressive attacking players, then it feels like you're really on top as a side. But Burns and Sibley, the type of players you can kind of take all of that in and then release it later. But then for Sibley to pour that one outside edge, like we said earlier, was uncharacteristic.
And also not just uncharacteristic in Sibley statistically is the hardest man to get out in the country against the new ball. He faces, his dismissal rate against the new ball is the highest or the best out of any opener in the country. But especially to get him nicking to one that's moved away late, that's kind of the one thing his game is kind of built around. He's so good. His judgment outside off stump is impeccable. To get him drawing at one that just moves away is quite something.
And then with Tom Latham as well, a guy who doesn't just leave on line, he will leave on length as well. To get him playing at 1 and edging to second slip. Yeah, it's a passage of intense pressure with the conditions favouring Lancashire's new ball pair.
Williams, as soon as that over ended, walked straight to his bowling partner, give him a bit more, maybe a bit of advice, a bit of encouragement. Two slips, a leg slip and a leg gully for Rory Burns. Bailey makes a very, very late decision to come around the wicket. He started his run up and then 2 or 3 strides in, he made the decision to go around the wicket to Burns. This is how he got Latham actually. He asked leg slip to move a little bit squarer. Burns cuts it straight to the man at backward point. What do you think the plan is here, Taha? He's bowled straight, but now you've got 2 men catching behind square on the leg side. Is it trying to get one of those that Burns has been tucking away? Got no man at deep fine leg at the moment, so almost tempting him to thread it through that gap and hoping one just goes in the air?
I wonder if, those fielders on the leg side are there to invite a bit of indecision and then hopefully just try and get the same ball he got Latham with and getting him prodding outside off stump for that nick.
Sorry, going at less than 2 and over here, but every ball is utterly absorbing. You really feel that the remaining 11 and a half overs in the day or so absolutely pivotal. You really feel the way that Bailey and Williams, I know Williams not got a wicket yet, but he's bowling superbly. The way those two are going, you can really see them thinking, yeah, let's get 5 or 6 here tonight. Again, Folks not in the mould of Sibley, but a more orthodox player than, I guess, the guys around him, immediately around him in the order: Smith, Jackson, Curran. A little bit straighter, angling in. Folks looks to tuck it away into the leg side, but goes straight to the man at mid-wicket. Another field change, the man from covers coming across to the leg side. So we've now got 2 slips and 3 men catching just in front of square on the leg side. You'd imagine Bailey will be targeting the stumps for Folks just as he has been for Burns. But Folks manages to tuck it away into the leg side and he picks up 2. He moves on to 5, Surrey 23 for 3.
Brilliantly guided by Folks there, crowding the field at mid-wicket, but he gets it square enough to pick up 2.
I guess when you get fields like this that are more attacking and targeting particular areas, you do get vast spaces to kind of just drop the ball into. And Bailey strikes again. Folks goes for 5. He edges behind to Phil Salt. Surrey 23 for 4, chasing 208. And in the space of just 5 or 6 overs, Tom Bailey has put Lancashire as favourites, really.
Crowded the field on the leg side, but it's the ball outside off that does the damage.
You called it. Folks, the latest Surrey batsman to trudge off very slowly. As we look at the ball again, you wouldn't say a huge amount of movement, but maybe just angled away a little bit. Folks sort of tentatively prods at it. It's one of those that even if you middle, what are you getting from it? But Bailey just changing his line. He's been bowling very straight to both batters, This one just a little bit further outside off stump. Maybe it's kept a little bit low. That's put folks off potentially. But what a spell this is.
It's an inspired spell of bowling from Bailey. He's been on it from the start, but he's been really on it in the last 3 or 4 overs. And Lancashire, they just keep on, getting Surrey to second guess themselves really with these fields, with the pressure that's building. And then Bailey, he's finding these balls that are just hanging them outside off and just letting Surrey's batters prod at them. And they've been ruthless with their catching so far as well. 2 great grabs at second slip, and this time round Phil Salt holds on behind the stumps.
And I guess credit to Lancashire as well for being flexible with their mode of attack, that they've got the field for bowling straight, but that's not the only type of delivery they're bowling. So you've got the field there for the aerial flick, but that delivery markedly different to what had been bowled before. As we have our first bowling change of the innings, George Balderson comes into the attack to replace Will Williams from the pavilion end. You can imagine Tom Bailey will keep going.
I think so.
Flicked into the leg side again by Rory Burns.
Burns at the other end has looked pretty comfortable, really. Clipped off his pads well. He's managed to get himself off strike.
Yeah, I don't think he's looked particularly fussed by or phased by the plans that Lancashire have clearly set for him. I think even in the shot that folks flicked for 2, a couple of balls before his dismissal, you could tell that he really had to manipulate the ball to get it there. The field was really in his head, he was very aware of it. It was a very good shot. But you could tell that was a guy who was very aware of the field being set for him. Balderson into Will Jacks. Balderson errs straight. Jacks flicks it towards the short gasometer side of the ground boundary. He picks up 2 to get off the mark off his first delivery. I mean, similar question, Taha, to the one I asked you about Jamie Smith. How do you think Will Jacks is going to play it?
Well, he was patient to begin with in his first innings of the match, and then caught up because he has that ability to do that.
Little step down the wicket and blocks the mid off.
Yeah, it's a real interesting phase for Will Jacks here. We know he's a fluent stroke maker. We know he can play any shot he wants to. But this is the type of passage of play where you have to be very selective about which shots you want to play. And with someone who can do it all, it becomes even more tricky for a more limited player, really.
Change of bowling, but Balderson very much a similar profile of bowler to Will Williams, perhaps a little bit quicker. Looks to be operating with a very similar game plan. The field's not really changed. He's bowling straight. It is interesting how many of Surrey's runs in the last 45 minutes have been kind of behind square on the leg side around the deep square leg region. If they've erred, it's generally been straight. Jacks drives it down the ground but doesn't quite time it right.
Feels like these overs from that end, you're just waiting for Bailey to get back. Because that's where the drama is.
Here comes Balderson again. Jacks looks to drive. I think we know how he's going to play it, but he can only find Luke Wells at cover. What a little session that has been. Tom Bailey has completely changed the course of this game. Myself and Tar are going to leave you. Guy Swindells and Cam Ponsonby are going to take you home for the end of the day. 10 overs remain. Surrey are 26 for 4 in pursuit of 208. They still need another 182. And the way the last 45 or so minutes have gone, that looks a very long way away.
Cameron, we missed a bit of a spell there, didn't we? The boys done good. My goodness me.
It's been a remarkable passage of play here and a remarkable spell of bowling from Tom Bailey. I've been a little bit surprised by Surrey's approach. How, given the confidence they play their cricket with and have done for more than just this season as champions, I wasn't sure if they were being tentative in their opening exchange, or it was just quality bowling.
Down the leg side. I think he has bowled beautifully, Bailey. Also, after Burns and Sibley, no one's been in long enough to actually
absolutely
wrench the initiative away. So it's been tough, and Burns must wonder what on earth is going on at the other end.
Sorry, scampered through there. I'm not convinced Will Jacks was convinced there was a run.
No, I'm not sure he thought it was entirely necessary, that's for sure. I suppose if you're chipping away at 208 and you've got 6 wickets in hand, any run's a useful run. Let's just watch. At least Jacks set off immediately, but it was tight.
No, this is completely a hypothesis, a theory more than anything rooted in kind of fact. But whether Surrey, with this Kookaburra ball, had this idea of, you know what, if we get through 15 overs, it goes soft.
We'll attack them.
We'll wait for our moment, and that kind of, if that was the thought process, well, it's been a counterproductive one, because, well, people get out in Australia too, and Surrey have lost 4 top order wickets.
Well, if you go through the cards, I think Lancashire were something like 117 for 4 and 112 for 4, and Surrey was 70 for 4. So you're going to lose wickets early on with the Kookaburra ball. Surrey have rather overdone it on this occasion with the 4 for 20 odd, but this is the period. So I hear what you could, but I can understand why they were trying to see it off, if you like. It's fuller that time, but it's wide and it's an easy leave, and this is his 8th over, Bailey, and I'm wondering how many more he can put in at this stage.
I think it might be a case of just telling himself one more.
Yeah.
Another one. Oh, go on, Tom. Go again for us.
But this over has looked slightly looser than the previous 7.
Something that I've noticed, it's got a bit brighter out there actually. I wondered whether Surrey would almost be a bit put out given how dark it had been whilst they were losing those wickets.
No, very true. Easy leave in the end.
We have a no ball as well. Bailey just overstretching his mark.
Yeah, just trying to put a bit too much into that one, I think.
It was noticeable. You cannot. The telltale sign is when you can see the foreshadows of players from the floodlights, and often you can see it better at the ground than you can necessarily on the telly, on the screen. But on the monitor here, you could definitely see the foreshadows. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd been pulled off.
No, absolutely. The light wasn't great. That's a better delivery from Bailey, but a good leave from Jacks. You're absolutely right. You notice that, and now when you're looking at the shadows, they're nowhere near as pronounced as they were 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago. And the weather from the west does look altogether lighter. Coming from, we're based at the Vauxhall Lane, Vauxhall End, and towards Clapham and points west of Wandsworth. Everything is looking rather brighter as that's flicked nicely off the leg. Should certainly be 2, possibly 3 if they get to hurry up. 2 will do.
Trying to get my internal compass calibrated there.
Yeah, west, east, north, south.
Perfect.
South over the pavilion.
I've recently become a North London boy, having been a South London boy all my life, so I'm I'm so sorry, Guy. I don't know. I don't really know. I had it for the first time the other day. Someone asked me where I lived. I went, "Oh, South London." I went, "No, that's not true."
It's all right. We all flirt with it. When I spent a very happy couple of years up in Kilburn, West Hampstead, before obviously coming south again. And,
absolutely. Well, we all make mistakes when we're young.
Yeah,
so
and it's you need to find these things out for yourself. You can't just rely on reputation. You'll be back. Good bounce from Balderson. He is of the 4 Lancashire seamers who are of a similar-ish pace. He is the one who seems to just have the little extra yard every so often, and that one carried nicely through to the keeper, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns. That's flicked away nicely by Burns. He keeps ticking over. He's got half his team's runs now, 16 of the 32 for 4. The for 4 is the bit that Surrey are struggling with at the moment.
It is. It's feeling a bit cricket cliches at the moment that the sun's come out just that's slightest bit. Bailey's later into a spell. There's a new bowler at the other end, and all of a sudden I'm kind of wondering what the fuss was about. I don't quite understand where these 4 wickets have come from.
But I love those passages of play that you get in cricket where someone becomes inspired. That was almost like one of Stuart Broad's spells, where Bailey was almost making things happen by keeping the pressure on. Certainly you felt that was the case with Ben Foakes' wicket, where he could have probably left that one, but when the pressure is building from everywhere, those slight mistakes can start to occur, and it was only slight. Nicely played on this occasion by Jacks, just dabs it backward a square. Good run, but they'll get 2 very comfortably.
I thought I felt quite willing to give Foakes the benefit of the doubt with his dismissal, just because of how much the bowlers had been kind of targeting the stumps and getting the ball to kind of nip back into the right-handers off stump. Your natural inclination is to make sure you defend your wickets, and that was kind of what Foakes got suckered into, only for the ball to leave him. And although it looks a bit kind of tepid. I've lost track of a word.
Timid.
Timid's the one. Tepid is lukewarm.
Correct.
And timid isn't a word.
Timid isn't a word.
Well,
no.
It's luckily I'm not on the radio, so it's fine. It's all good.
I will now have to look it up because it's the kind of word that could crop open a crossword clue that would be very annoying. You're looking it up, aren't you?
I have looked it up.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to confirm it doesn't exist.
Yeah. I'm with you, and I think that the other thing was Bailey did get the ball to nibble away. There's no two ways about it. There wasn't much movement, but there was just enough to take it away from Foakes. The other 3 wickets, so well, all 4. It was just really good bowling. He was right on the money. But can anybody else back him up? And that's going to be the big thing for Lancashire. And Surrey, if these 2 can see out the final, what have we got left?
8 overs to go.
8 overs. They'll still fancy their chances. The winning target, 208.
They chased 500 a matter of weeks ago.
And their 10th wicket pair knocked off 130 in the first innings. So this is not over yet. Oh, it does look as if Bailey is going to battle on for number 9.
I wouldn't be letting him come off if I was the skipper. Just a sheer force of personality.
Yeah, I've seen Ben Stokes do those crazy 12 over spells and things like that, but Tom Bailey's 32's not old, but he'll be feeling it tonight. And that just airing down leg side, and Rory Burns sees a horrible misfield from Wills on the boundary. That is very annoying for the bowler and for the fielder.
that flew down just in that vacant area where earlier, when perhaps they felt the ball was nibbling around a little bit more, they had that second catcher behind the wicket, behind square on the leg side. And, well, as we see, Luke Wells' finest rondo attempts.
Absolute horror. You feel for some... We're in the age of TV streaming for county cricket. No one would have remembered that the ball went through Luke Wells' legs for 4. However, it will be clipped. It will be whizzed around the interweb.
It's been to the great horror of many, if not all, club cricketers across the country now that our matches are filmed, and you realise just how bad at the sport you are.
Well, now there is this whole kind of club cricket content, isn't it, with how club cricket is this, when you watch the ball. Larger than life character, and I count myself in among those who fall over horribly when they're trying to get a catch or run or turn.
I remember a good friend of mine who is a very good club cricketer in his own right, describing to me that he'd taken one of the best caught and bowls of his life. And he went, I can't wait to watch that back on the stream, and in his head it'd been laced back at him, an unbelievable reaction catch, and he saw it on the replay and he went, that was so slow, everything was so slow. Of course I should have caught that.
And he's really straining now, Bailey. You could actually hear the sound as he threw his body into that delivery, but it passed safely outside the off stump.
I don't know if Lancashire particularly planned or legislated for this kind of second part of the evening session we've got here. I really want to stress just how dark it was getting, and it felt like Tom Bailey was going to bowl through to the end, and if Surrey it was a matter of clinging on until the light went. The lights got better. Bailey will have to come off eventually, and I think we'll probably see Blatherwick come on to replace him.
Yep. Decent delivery, but Rory Burns has played really well since he came in. While he's watched the carnage at the other end, he's looked largely unperturbed. I can remember one occasion when he was beaten, but not many.
It was... I wonder if Surrey will be kicking themselves just about how kind of circumspect they were at the beginning. They were on 7 off 8.5 overs. And I know we spoke about that theory of seeing off the new ball, but if that theory is rooted in the idea of it gets easier against the Kookaburra, or against the Dukes it remains difficult, so does that mean that you'd have actually been more positive against the trickier ball in play?
I hear what you're saying, but it was Dom Sibley and Rory Burns. Neither of them, they're not tree ripper-upperers. They take it steadily. We're talking about a man who scored the slowest century ever in the history of county cricket.
Yes.
So I wasn't surprised with the way they went about it. I to be honest, I thought, yeah.
Of course, you're correct in that, but Sib, that Kent Marathon masterclass was...
Nice picture of a pigeon, by the way. Anyway, carry on.
Finest pigeons. I got told on the stream earlier this year that there only seemed to be pigeons at the Keir Oval, and it completely threw me because I was certain, and I've since been proved correct, that pigeons do exist outside
they do.
of South East London, but for a while I was led to believe otherwise.
Punched away off the back foot nicely by Jacks on that occasion, and they go through for a single.
I think my kind of endpoint is it felt like an extreme version of both characters. Like Sibley was 1 off 25, they were going at less than 1 and over.
Yeah.
And of course you have to give credit to the bowlers where it's due, and that batters have to absorb periods of play. But just made
they invited the pressure.
It just made me think. I hadn't even considered the idea that Surrey may struggle to chase 200 in the situation, and then that early passage made me think it was on.
Rory Burns, who 20 or 50, playing very steadily.
I think this is actually quite a good example of this right now. To Will Jacks, the more kind of naturally positive player. You have Phil Salt, the wicketkeeper, up to the stumps to drag him back into his crease. Yes. He's looking to use his feet, he's looking to get down the track, whereas to Rory Burns, he's quite happy, stood back.
And Burns continues to defend pretty easily, it must be said. He's looking comfortable, which Surrey will need him to do. They need a skipper's innings now. They do bat a long way down, as we've mentioned before, but they're having to do. They'll have to try and reach 208 without some pretty big names. For those of you joining us late, Tom Sibley went for 1, Tom Latham went next ball for 0, both caught by the substitute fielder Jones off the bowling of Bailey. Then Jamie Smith hit 1-4, 1 dot ball, and then was trapped LBW for 4. And Ben Folkes caught behind, again off the bowling of in a brilliant spell from Bailey for 5. And that is what Burns on 20 and Jacks on 7 are trying to rectify at the moment. And they have managed to put on 16, which is by some way the biggest partnership of the innings so far.
A fine, resolute stand between Burns and Jacks.
Balderson pretty much on the money in that over.
Absolutely.
But Burns has played him nicely too. So good battle.
Does Bailey continue? He's walking wearily towards the other end, but he does have the ball in hand. Unless my far-sighted accuracy of Lancashireans is deceiving me.
It would be a 10th.
It is indeed Bailey who will continue.
The bath will feel good this evening, I think.
Right, so we could. I'm interested if we could see some kind of action this over. We've got a Bailey who's slightly losing his kind of pinpoint accuracy, and Royal Jacks who will no doubt be wanting to put some of that pressure back onto Lancashire.
Oh, guided down to second slip. Certainly meant to get it wide of there. He played it pretty comfortably in the end, but well, Tom Bailey's been pretty good form. Taken 27 wickets now this season. Sort of 22 is so he's just continuing his excellent form in this match so far. But 4 for 22 off 9 is impressive bowling. And Jacks, as he did in the first innings, in between the explosive drives, he would play that very correct looking forward defensive. You get the feeling, and this might play into what you think is a problem. It looks as if they're beginning to play for tomorrow, that there are just 5 overs after this one, and maybe just let's get to the end of today and worry about it tomorrow. But that might cause the problem again. Oh well, what do I know? It's short and it's pummeled away down the leg side for 4.
I think Tom Bailey's done you a disservice there. Yeah. I think at any stage of the match that ball is getting pulled away for 4s. He just lost his length, bowled short. But you are correct when you put it in that way, phrasing where there's only 5 overs left until the end of the play. You'd be spewing with yourself if you were to get out now, and that will no doubt be the kind of conundrum within Will Jacks' mind. Or maybe it's not a conundrum at all. Maybe he seemed very comfortable at the crease. He can be quite content in defence and attack when the opportunities arise.
Yeah, impressed. You're right. Impressed in the first innings by that, his ability to do both. 64 off 77. It was a surprise when he was out, and that's a good leave outside off stump. Better from Bailey there. Well, I'm sure Keaton Jennings is keen to keep Bailey on for as long as possible. I think this might well be the final over from him. And just have a look at someone else today. Maybe even a couple of overs of Spint.
It'd be tempting to do as a change of pace, but whether whether they still feel like they're getting just enough movement out of the newish ball.
Nicely timed ride, but straight to mid-off. Well, straight enough to mid-off. He had to do a little bit of diving to stop it, but it was a lovely sound from the centre of the Jack's bat.
It really was. Just tiny little passages of play like that kind of remind me of the quality of these guys, because I think that's about as sweetly as me or you could ever hope to hit the ball. And that
I've
was
never timed it like that. It's like golf as well, isn't it? You smash it as hard as you might go 200 yards if you're lucky, and then you see guys hitting it 350, and you just think, how do you actually do that?
And as it happened, it was a regulation dot ball.
Was.
They'll all forget about that in the next 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah. But you're right. It was so well hit. 43 for 4 after 19. Bailey's bowled 10 on the spin, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 26. Superb effort from him.
Does look like we are going to have a change of bowling.
Yeah.
But from the pavilion end, so we see Blatherwick coming into the attack. Whether that means they're rotating from the pavilion end and are going to keep Bailey on, well, it could mean that, or it could mean that Will Williams has a change of ends and replaces Bailey.
Or we see spin.
Or we see spin.
I don't think so.
A plethora of options.
A plethora of options indeed. No, Williams bowled well, I thought. It's funny when you're doing the brilliant job of sealing up one end while the other guy's taking all the glory. Williams did bowl 6 overs for 10 and really did keep the pressure going at the other end as well.
You get a little pat on the bum in the wicket huddle saying that's as much yours as his that is, and you go, it's not though, is it? It's actually his wicket. I don't get anything in my column.
Yeah, I've just got 10 runs against me. Thanks. My average looks worse. Oh, and Blatherwick beats Burns' first ball. What a cracking way to start.
That was a fantastic amount of carry through the wicket there as well.
What a ball. And he was genuinely beaten.
Oh, that was a fantastic piece of bowling. Looks to have just nipped away. Nipped is an underselling it. The amount of movement Blatherwick got away from Rory Burns there.
This time though, Burns is back to doing what he's done best this evening and just playing it nicely up to mid-off and covering any possible movement for the ball.
He's got a wonderful athletic action, Blatherwick. Very elastic was the kind of word that was coming to my mind.
Poor old Tom Bailey is busy doing stretching exercises on the ground there for a minute, as trying to keep his legs moving for an 11th over. It does look as if he might be asked to continue. Another decent ball, but well played by Burns. And just having a little look at him running, just making sure he's not running on the pitch or possible a no ball. The umpire just having a little look. But no word to Blatherwick as yet. It's going to be a really interesting final day now, which I don't think as many of us were expecting, given Surrey's brilliant way of finishing. Oh, and he's gone! Burns has gone! It's another slip catch. Blatherwick's coming on, and he had Burns in a spot of bother. The only bowler who's really had Burns in bother. And it's a 5th wicket and a massive one for Lancashire. And Rory Burns, he looked all the world as if he was set for tomorrow morning. He batted so well. But the edge is found. Oh, he did square him up, didn't he? It's another great catch in the slips. I think it was Jennings at first slip, was it?
Was indeed, and it's an absolutely fantastic over from Blatherwick. He's managed to get that sharp movement off from the middle of the pitch. The only I almost want to stop myself from saying this before I do, the kind of idea of the fact that you could criticise Burns in that over, whether he felt that Blatherwick was ever threatening to bring the ball back in, but as it happens, that is a carbon copy of the first delivery that we thought Burns had done very well to miss. He has a look down at the pitch.
It's funny, because Burns looked absolutely disbelievingly at that for a little while. He knew he'd edged it, and it had certainly carried. I initially thought maybe he thought the ball hadn't carried. I think he just couldn't believe the delivery that had just got him out. It was brilliant bowling from Blatherwick.
A mixture of disbelief and hope that the umpire might have somehow thought it kept flicked off his back pad. But a fantastic piece of bowling from Blatherwick. It's been an inspired start from him. And Tom Laws comes in as the night watchman, as Surrey try to limit the damage as best as possible. There's still 4 overs to play tonight, and whereas those first 4 wickets fell at a time where you could feel kind of wickets in the air, Surrey put a complete dampener on that. Jacks and Burns were fine, but Jacks still is fine. Arguably until about 30 seconds ago I thought Burns was fine as well.
Yeah, me too. I thought Burns had batted beautifully this evening, but suddenly Blatherwick was just getting that away movement to the left-hander. Funnily enough, it looks as if he's still bowling to the left-hander as that first one goes down the leg side to the right-handed.
I think that was a Hail Mary from Blatherwick there, saying if I get this Yorker pinch perfect, inch perfect, they can all have a run around and a celebration.
But he was bowling perfectly to the left-hander. This is going to be interesting to see how he copes with the 2 right-handers at the crease.
Well, it'll be interesting, especially that short leg. I feel is a fantastic position for Blatherwick, given the movement off the pitch he's been getting, that sharp movement that will now be into the right-hander as opposed to away from the left-handed Burns.
It's nicely bowled, but it's kept out by Laws. It's a wicket maiden from Blatherwick as he starts, and that is a superb first over. And Surrey 43 for 5. They still require another 165. They've got Sam Curran to come if these two do manage to see out the evening.
Well, I don't think it's a bit chilly out there. There are a lot of Lancashire jumpers on, but I don't think they'll have had many more enjoyable 20 overs in the field. It's a kind of bonus session for the bowling team, this little passage of play. Well, with a target as small as 200, there is a world where Surrey would have walked off 80 or 100 for none. So maybe that's not quite the case, and not actually what I'm saying, but defending a low total, chasing team on the run, there aren't many better feelings in cricket.
Bailey keeps going. And that bouncer is a pretty easy leave as far as Jacks is concerned. He's the 1 for the over.
Tom Laws on night watchman duties. Not quite the same style of night watchman as Will Williams was. He's a mighty fine batter in his own right. He was playing as a genuine all-rounder in the Royal London last year with 4 half-centuries. Yet to get his maiden first-class 50, but a matter of time.
Nicely played by Jacks. Yeah, coming into this, high score of 32 not out, average of 17, which isn't bad at all.
I think his if his first class career had started as well with the bats as it had with the ball, I think that would have been unjust. I think people need at least a small bit of difficulty presented to them when they enter professional sport.
Made just 6 in the first innings, a trapped LBW by Williams on that occasion. But Surrey need him to prosper like the Lancashire night watchman, Will Williams, who had a previous high score of 38, I think, before
38 indeed. I ended up knowing that stat very well.
Yes, he just kept going and going and going. In his 220 ball 61 earlier today, he was the beam around which all the rest of the Lancashire innings was built and attached.
Lancashire have made their peace with Will Jacks getting 1 here. They've fielded a square of the wicket out. They're want to bowl at Tom Laws.
It's full, and it's 4. And Bailey kicks away in frustration, but it was a lovely shot. He did just over pitch. And
Will Jacks has been beautiful for his 15. That cover drive to go with his fantastic pull shot from a couple of overs ago, that flew in front of square. I've always thought that's the best shot in cricket, a pull shot in front of square, just as kind of a display of arrogance and power that you're so early on the ball.
Yes, but cover drive though is the other one, isn't it? So he's doing both. But yes, his cover driving in the first innings was impressive. And that just hurries him up a little, but he plays it safely out in the end into the covers. Bailey is 1 ball away from completing his 11th over.
I think poor Bailey, his figures are now merely very, very good as opposed to spectacular.
Yeah, he's been. Why did you keep me on, Skip? 4 for 12 at one stage, and now look at me, 4 for 30. Lovely shot. Oh, and the fielder fell over before he had a chance to dive for it, so the ball was always going to make its way to the boundary. I'm sorry, this is a bit like sort of cruelty to animals, watching horses be whipped round a Grand National, watching poor Bailey having to go through this. He's bowled 11 overs. Come on, Keaton, give him a rest.
Just those 2 fours with the slip of Blatherwick to let the latest boundary run away. Bailey, well, there'll be a time when he'll remember that he was very happy about 20 minutes ago.
For sure.
In good time, but for the moment, frustration for Lancashire's premier seamer of the day. Blatherwick will continue, and Lancashire will really, really fancy their chances of nabbing Tom Laws out here. We have 3 overs to go.
Blatherwick was brilliant in his first over. Can he keep it going to the right-handers?
We have another catcher coming in. So we have 3 slips on a short leg in catching positions. Just the one fielder out on the boundary, and deep backwards square leg.
Nicely played by Laws. On the top of the ball. Again, just checking with the front line of the creases.
He must have been relentlessly close to that line, because it's almost at every delivery that the umpire's been telling him really close. He remarks the line.
Bends his back for that one, but certainly there was nothing that Laws had to do, just let it pass by overhead.
Yeah, I'm torn on that delivery, whether it's a good reminder to not let Laws prop forward, or whether it's a wasted delivery at this time of the day, given how dangerous he has been looking. I don't think Laws is going to be taking on that pull shot or hook shot anytime soon this evening. Just keep challenging that front pad. Laws defends again. Both his defensive shots this over have kind of skewed off the inside half of the bat. It doesn't look easy out there.
Just interested to see whether Blatherwick can get the ball to go away from the right-hander the way he did from the left, because at the moment they're just coming into
Absolutely.
the right-handers who are just playing them out into the leg side. And if he's setting him up, excellent, but if that's the only ball... Oh, threw everything at that, Mark Wood style.
Including himself.
Yeah. And ends up in a pile.
I suspect with Blatherwick, as we just see him fall over again for our own entertainment. There he goes.
Jake, the producer, enjoyed that one.
Hop, skip and a jump. Blatherwick's not getting the ball to move too prodigiously through the air. It's all off the pitch. He's seaming the ball a lot. And whether he can just get one through luck rather than judgment to hold its line, that would be the kind of key to Tom Law's outside edge.
Oh, and that time he squares him up. It's going to actually cost 4 runs, but he did square him up. It was a thickish outside edge. It flew low past the slip cordon.
I'd have greatly appreciated that as timing if he had nicked off that very delivery.
Did square him up though. Well bowled, Blatherwick.
I think he's performing his role perfectly here. I had the slight feeling when the bowling changes did happen that was kind of the end of the show for this evening, as we were fading away into the close of play. But Blatherwick's really injected a bit more pace into the contest, and Surrey are holding on. They're already on the ropes.
But chipping away, it's still not the world's biggest total. And that's played nicely up to mid-on. Keaton Jennings, the captain at first slip, was interested for a little while. Okay, who's going to be bowling? Finally. And we do have a change. I think we're going to see a bit of spin.
Are we indeed? I'm not sure. Is that Balderson again? Who's?
No, you're right. It is Balderson.
Seamers forever at the Oval these days.
My Morleys and my Baldersons muddled up.
Easy done. It's something we all do. Mix up Morleys and Baldersons.
Yeah. Despite the fact they have numbers on their back and things like that to help these days.
No.
Except Middlesex, if they need a jumper, they've got their nice. They've still got the lovely old wool jumpers.
The cable knits.
So they don't
Fantastic.
have numbers on their back, because obviously they're too nice to besmirch with numbers. Nicely played. Alderson from the Vauxhall end.
Jack's again looking. It's just looking
it's coming
perfect.
off the centre, isn't it? It really is coming off the centre of that bat. You can just hear it, and as well as watch it, but it's the sound it makes, is it?
No, it's been a wonderfully aesthetic innings from Will Jacks so far, as Phil Salt comes up to the stumps to drag him back into his crease once more.
Which worked in the first innings as well. He looks a lot less comfortable when he can't come down the wicket, as we saw there.
There we go. The Lancashire's plan in immediate action.
Now he can't quite free the arms in the same way, Will Jacks, if he's penned on the crease.
You just have to feel that your back leg's got a little bit of an anchor on it. It just feels that little bit heavier. You're wary of dragging it, you're wary of it popping up if you miss the ball.
It's left outside off stump. Test for Phil Salt.
I'll tell you what, from my slightly off-centre viewpoint, I thought that looked like a very brave leave. I was expecting to see
blue bales
flying
up
everywhere, Lancashire celebrations.
Penultimate over of the day. Oh, and that's not played comfortably by Jacks either, and Balderson's enjoying this over from the Vauxhall end.
And Jacks turned down that run, and I guess that's the sensible option. He's basically decided, I've got 2 more balls to face from this end. Tom, you take the last 6.
You take the last over, and then if you're out, we'll come off anyway and worry about it in the morning. We saw that last night as well with Williams and Mitchell.
I do. It's still. I know it's literally the game and the role that Tom Laws is playing, but on a personal level, to be told quite so clearly, you are the sacrificial lamb here, and I am more important than you. Must be a blow to the ego of sorts. Josh Bohannon.
At the same time, sometimes there are places in teams. Oh, bowled again. Jack's looking more comfortable now in that position back in the crease, being kept honest by Phil Salt standing up to him.
Will Jacks will be pretty certain that this will be the last delivery he faces today. He'll block the ball, he'll take his gloves off, he'll sit on his bat at the other end and go, Laws, you take 6.
Yep.
I'm coming back tomorrow.
I might come. If you hit a 2, I'll think about it. And there we go. It is seen off. It was a decent enough over from Balderson, though. He hurried Jacks up, but Jacks will be there tomorrow morning, barring something extraordinary happening here.
The Lancashire seamers have been, well, it's kind of 4 different people asking variations of the same question. It is all right arm over the wicket, kind of more seam movement than necessarily lots of swing. But such has been the quality of the bowling attack and the quality of Tom Bailey and Blatherwick's opening over. Surrey have not had the answers they wished they had at their disposal.
It will be Blatherwick to finish proceedings. It's just getting dark again. That moment of light sky above is we're seeing the big shadows from the players. That's very nicely played by Laws.
Gone 4 slips now, Lancashire. They still have that short leg in, and Keaton Jennings is picking up a helmet, chucking it to his mate and saying, you get in on there as well. Dane Villas, I believe, will be going in at silly point, unless something remarkable is about to happen.
Feel for Dane Villas. You'd have thought, okay, 38, I've done all my time, get a young person in there, and he's been thrown into Gun Alley. But he has got a helmet. Can't see any pads though. Oh, and that isn't very far away from a diving short leg. They don't see the single that would have been on offer. As now Laws has been charged with just keep it out, which he has managed to do for 2 balls now.
4 to go. 4 slips in play. Villas was replaced in the cordon.
Yeah, 4 slips, short leg, silly point. And that's nicely clipped, actually. Poor old Bailey, the last thing he wanted to do was actually have to fall over.
I think Bailey wants to go home right
He
now.
really looks quite stiff now. But he bowled 11 overs on the spin. I'm sorry, that's a really good stint.
Shouldn't have taken so many wickets.
Yeah, true.
If you don't want to bowl that long,
yeah.
don't take the wickets.
Don't be so good. Nice drive, and it's clear they can have a couple, which is what they'll do. It won't reach the boundary, I don't think, but they could have certainly run 3 and almost 4, but they settle for the 2.
I think that's pretty much a best case scenario there for Surrey to
ideal
chip away at the total ever so slightly.
Yeah, 151 runs still required, 5 wickets in hand. It is going to be set up for a fascinating first session tomorrow. I think the draw's probably gone now, but either team could win. Let's flick round the corner. And there may have been 2, but Laws says Jack's back this time. He says, mate, you don't want to bat, I won't take the single, thanks.
I think that's probably correct. There was the potential for it would have been a 2 that you'd have discovered whether there was the second once you'd completed your first.
Yeah, so why put Jacks in danger for that final delivery?
We have 2 short legs for the final ball of the day.
Yeah, the silly point has gone leg side. Will this be short and into the body? No, it's full. It's dug out well. Decent delivery from Blatherwick, but well played by Laws. He's looked really tidy since he came in. He had an important role to play there, but what a day's cricket we have seen, as we saw Lancashire grittily dig their way into a lead of 207 before they were finally all out. We saw a maiden half century from Will Williams, 61 from 220 balls. We saw a really nice innings as well from Phil Salt after he was dropped on one, which Surrey could come back to rue, but he managed to go on and get the half century after that. But Cameron, I think we both thought that it would be pretty comfortable for Surrey. 208, they've chased down 500 the other day. This is an easy one.
I think that's exactly that. The context of how confidently they chased 500 a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, you have the changes in weather conditions and pitches and what have you. But given how hard they'd had to work for Will Williams' wicket in particular, you got the feeling that Surrey would be completely content with chasing just north of 200. As it happened, Tom Bailey was the star of the show in the evening. Took 4 for 34. I don't know if we can run through the scorecard, but he dismissed Dom Sibley first, who was caught in the slips by the substitute Rob Jones.
Yep, for one. And Tom Latham first ball, he was on a hat-trick. Jamie Smith was LBW for 4, and then Ben Folkes caught behind for 5. It was an outstanding spell, wasn't it? And then they got the bonus wicket as well when Blatherwick, who looked so dangerous, is the only person, even Bailey hadn't caused Rory Burns any massive concerns, but Blatherwick did immediately in his first over. Burns was caught in the slips as well. And 5 wickets down, 5 for 43 for 5. But with the batting they still have to come, and just the 151 runs needed, and they've got 96 overs to get them. Yeah, it's everything is on for day 5.
I think day 5 would be particularly remarkable. Day 4 when we come back tomorrow.
Day 4, sorry, day 4. Well done.
No,
yes.
It'll be we're all set up for a fantastic morning, and maybe morning and a little bit of cricket. But no, we're given how kind of arguably slowly the first half of today went, the second half sped up rapidly.
Yep.
And I get the feeling that Surrey, if they do chase 200 tomorrow, it won't be done in many more than about 35 overs.
No, I agree. Not with the power that they have lower down the order and the way and style in which they bat. So join us here on the stream at the Kia Oval tomorrow to see if Surrey can score the 151 runs they require for victory and deny Lancashire taking the final 5 wickets before they reach the score of 208. Thanks to Cameron Ponsonby. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be bringing you every single ball and every single twist of this brilliant story as Surrey end day 3 on 57 for 5, chasing 208.